nobody there means no one to share your last meal with. Your spirit's in disrepair. You wonder if Siddhartha wished all the Buddha. Was he scared? Hope his people make it back to hell. Hope his people make it back to hell. Was Jesus' father fair? Was justice done there on that limb? God's hand must have been scared, because the devil's always after hell. Yeah, the devil's always after hell. Oh, Apollo, can we be spared and wait for impending disaster? Oh, does anything care? Oh, they write in Zoroaster. Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, about the way the world's crumbling down and down and down. No beach, just coast will come closer to town. Well, I see San Francisco Bay in the sundown through goggles or underground. Suddenly, California can't be found. We should all take a good last look around. It's closing time, alley road, the neon glow and the open sign. You're coming any time, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time.
Alright, what's going on, fellas? Boys, girls, lovers? I'm Cole. This is Collateral TV. And we are doing the same thing we were doing at like 4 in the morning last night.
Hello. Hey, babe.
But also,
Destiny, which included going to.
we're going to be watching
#1
the Turkey Tom Destiny documentary. And then Destiny should be on. So, fuck it. Let's go.
One goal in life through everything, work.
Yeah, I think every part of my life kind of revolves around it. People like this will say, oh yeah, that's not healthy.
If you don't like the Constitution, that's on you. Really, then why are you saying that Section
I don't
3
like the
Amendment 14
Constitution.
requires a
Fuck that
Past few
shit.
years, you've had a lot of drama. You just had a
let me
big
turn
one
that
with
down.
Melina. Aw, my Steven. Ultimately, what I'm getting at is like, where do your priorities really lie?
They definitely lie with work, 100%.
You're kind of a nice guy.
No, that's gonna be cut.
What are you doing?
This is what we do to libtards. I'm gonna go get him. I will defend America.
I'm gonna fight for Nancy Pelosi.
That's where I'm already. Look for.
This silly ass jacket.
This is my shooting jacket.
Oh, okay, I'm sighting my target, okay? Try to be a safe gun owner. Jeez. I need you to back the fuck up.
Yes. I can't. You could have done one more.
No! No!
Turn way the.
Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II, born December 12, 1988, known online as Destiny, is an American live streamer and political commentator. He was among the first people to stream video games online full-time and received attention as a pioneer of the industry. Since 2016, he's garnered further attention for streaming political debates with other online personalities, in which he advocates for progressivism and liberal politics. At least, that's what Wikipedia says. In reality, Destiny is all of those things, and he's also a very controversial person. While he is a progressive, he's also very edgy.
Destiny, you said like 1 month ago.
I mean, he was reading it. You wasn't supposed to say that.
It, bro. Which sort of puts him at odds with a lot of the other left-leaning people online. His community has been the birth of various popular streamers like Hassan Piker and Bosch, both of which Destiny has been at odds with for years, despite their initial interactions being friendly.
Nothing I do is performative. I'm not going to, for instance, I'll use Hassan as an example. I'm not going to talk to a black person like Trihex and say, hey, the N-word, it's always done. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Liar, dude.
He's also been the subject of online mockery due to his marriage, which is an open one, in which he and his wife Melina see other people. Well, I guess I should say ex-wife, as they're now divorced, and she seemingly left him for someone who is one day away from taking hormones. Melina then demanded that Destiny send her $100,000 as compensation for their marriage, or something. His streams have also been plagued by a revolving door of friendship and hookup drama, with various individuals trying to come for his career with a litany of allegations. Despite the controversy, he's reaching a sort of new career high, debating various popular right-wing figures like Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson, being interviewed on every podcast under the sun, and his YouTube channel is getting upwards of 10 to 15 million views every month. He's sort of an unavoidable force online at this point. It feels like he's got a hand in everything. So I set out to find out who the true Destiny really is, starting with his debate with Alex Jones of InfoWars.
We're here in Texas filming his debate with Alex Jones.
Here at the InfoWars studio, security was extremely tight. They take it very seriously. They made sure that we didn't go outside, because I assume there's crazy people trying to mess with them all the time. But it's a very high budget thing to go.
I cannot imagine a greater matchup of people. Destiny, the ultimate libtard. Alex Jones, the ultimate chud. They're going to be going head-to-head talking about the insurrection at the Capitol. And it's actually January 6th right now, 2024. It is the memorial, the hallowed days of the chud insurrection. I know Glenn Greenwald is going to be involved in this in some way, who I believe was a part of the Snowden leaks. The Krasenstein twins, who are like some Trump Twitter reply guys, are going to be involved in some way. So we've got an exclusive behind-the-scenes look. Should be spicy, should be fire. What is Zero Hedge?
It's a media company that's producing these like X live debates.
Okay.
So like they did one with like Laura Loomer and somebody else about Israel Palestine.
It's you guys, Alex, Destiny.
Hey guys, a bunch of pizza. Cool. Sorry to guys come on. How you doing, man? See you.
Tom, nice to meet you.
Like the shirt.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Anyway, that's where they were.
He's not really short.
Are you guys familiar with the indictments?
This guy gets right fucking into it. Not how are you doing? How's the pizza?
Are you fully familiar with the elector scheme? Do you understand how all that was supposed to work? Okay. Do you know what red pill is? Like debating these guys that I kind of like. Do you know anything about Ray Epps?
I know the name vaguely.
Ray Epps is like some boomer conservative guy. He went to DC, all fired up to protest. I think his heart was really into it until like the actual rioting happened, and then he was like, okay, wait, chill out, guys. Like, everybody calm down. Like, one of the things conservatives hang their hat on for this whole conspiracy is this expedition's nephew. And he's like, are you there? What's going on? He's like, yeah, I orchestrated the whole thing. Kind
I
of
think I'm watching your stream right now.
Yeah,
Holy
bro.
shit.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm the same. I'm the exact same in real life. Sorry, yeah.
You're in.
So anyway, How you guys doing?
I brought coffee.
Hot chocolate.
Just coffee.
You're doing a
chocolate? Are you
thing on
12
me.
fucking
You're doing
years
a
old?
video on me. I always drink hot chocolate.
Okay, well, I'm not giving into your bullshit. This is Americano. We have cream and sugar.
It's okay.
My mom was asking what I'm doing on here, so she was like reading your Wikipedia article. She's like, he's one of the first full-time live streamers on Justin.tv. Are you technically the first?
First guy to do it professionally, yeah. Quit his job and do it full time, yeah.
There's no one else?
No one else that I know of. You, okay, if I was gonna look for I want a pen and notebook if I can. It would be so nice to take notes for this if I could do it.
Are you like nervous at all for this?
A little bit, not really, kind of. I don't know.
Not really, kind of, I don't know. So you don't get nervous for this kind of thing? I was nervous I'm not even debating. I was nervous just coming here to the studio.
It's a different kind of nervousness. Like, I have, like, the facts are easily on my side, and I have a huge, like, database of them out of my head.
Are you confident that you're gonna be just fine?
I'm always talking to myself, yeah, obviously.
Obviously.
Well, because I've been doing it for like 7 years, right?
So early on when you're starting out, let's say with a JonTron discussion.
It is a European nation historically. There's just no debating that. Of
The
course,
first thing that you just said doesn't really make sense. It was a European nation.
Were you nervous about that?
Not as much, because I feel like the expectation kind of matches the reputation. Like when I was debating, it was really just a conversation with JonTron. Like all this stuff leading up to it, nobody really did like online gaming / political debates. So there wasn't like a huge expectation to be like super informed. It was just like really entertaining and funny and everything.
Do you think the John thing was like a watershed moment, like the start of all that stuff for you?
I don't think so, but it's where a lot of people met me or found out about
That's
it.
how I knew about you. And I didn't even like you at the time because I was a John fan, and I was like, oh, he doesn't like John. And that was just, in my head, it was just like, this guy.
Did you watch that full convo?
Yes.
The thing that was the most frustrating thing about that convo is I listened to, the only reason I had that convo is because I was on stream. Do you know who Sargon of Akkad was?
Of course.
But he was talking to JonTron. When I was listening to those conversations, it sounded to me like JonTron was just like a well-meaning dude that like had some questions, and Sargon was of course like educating him.
Yeah.
And then I saw JonTron start to tweet out stuff like, if Japan's population can be all Japanese, why can't America's population be all white? And I'm like, aren't you like a Persian immigrant or something? That's kind of a weird thing for you to say. So then eventually we had a conversation on stream, and the conversation was not really me trying to like go after him. I was just like kind of asking him questions. I didn't know that he was as far along as he was.
Because I remember when that happened, all his buddies, I want to say Psychic Pebbles or whatever, they drew
the
you.
animators.
They drew you retarded.
Oh yeah. Psychic Pebbles, Ego Rap, all these guys that I loved. I still like their work. I think they're funny. I hate the people now. But one of the animators for, did you ever know a show called Metalopolis? Or Metalocalypse or whatever?
Yeah, on
an Adult Swim. Yeah, that guy. Like there were so many like big animators that came from my throat after that. I was like, oh, okay.
But it's been crazy for me watching your come up because when I like saw you around that time and I didn't like you. And then around like 2017, maybe 26, 17, shout out Bedhead Bernie for getting into Destiny, but he got me down the Destiny pipeline. That was when you were debating all the skeptic guys like Gorski, Sargon,
Tonkasaw.
Oh, Tonkasaw.
The crazy people.
Well, this is the thing, because all these guys that you interact with, I mean, whether it's the skeptics, whether it's RedTube, whether it's the Red Pill, I feel like you're kind of the one left standing.
Obviously.
Well, they all, the thing is, like, they all ride these trends, right? They're all part of these waves. You never had, like, a wave of people you came up with. You kind of assimilate a little bit here and there to get in there.
Yeah.
And then you get out very quickly.
People always call me, like, partisan or biased or whatever. My biggest strength is, if you go to Hassan's stream, for instance, you're going to Hassan's stream to see, like, what do progressives think? But if you go to a lot of, like, political people's streams, you're just trying to get, like, their political side of things.
Yeah.
But then when you come to my stream, you're getting, like, my relatively unique take. Like, I'll have, like, different positions on different things, and people enjoy that. But because of that, I can kind of move through time without coming up and then going away.
You don't need to have a big watershed.
The political movements. Like I didn't rely on Gamergate to build me up, or I didn't need to be like a big Bernie bro progressive to build me up, or I didn't need
But it seemed like a big moment back in the day that was like a big kind of turning point for you a little bit. Someone leaked your dick pic on Reddit, and that made like front page. And I saw a bunch of people talking about how that kind of made you more like part of the Kotaku in action kind of scene a little bit.
Maybe. My issue was just that basically there was a subreddit. Have you ever heard of the subreddit? That's going to be way before your time. Have you ever heard of a subreddit called Shipbreaker Says?
Barely.
Back in the day, this was like the SJW subreddit. SJW is what my generation called woke.
Oh, that's what you talked to Bosch about that. He came from there.
He came from there, yeah.
You can see this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
But Shipbreaker Says was a subreddit that tried to like witch hunt basically people's careers into the ground, and I was one of their favorite people. So they would like email sponsors, and then if sponsors wouldn't drop me, they would email their sponsors' clients to get them to drop me. Like really hardcore shit.
And did you get stuff dropped?
Not usually, because I didn't carry too many sponsors, so because I didn't ever want to be hostage for shit like
Without
that.
getting into numbers of these things, like with the Keppel stuff back in the day, did you take like a big financial hit, like when you got kicked off Twitch or stuff like that? Like was that like?
Twitch was pretty shitty.
Oh shit.
That probably cost me $15,000-$20,000 a month, I think, when I got kicked off Twitch. I'm always kind of like I run my own website with my own subs and everything. I'm always trying to stay a little bit independent because obviously I have to be able to weather the storms of political opposition.
Yeah.
So
scary.
yeah, it is.
Squirreling away nuts for the winter.
Something like that, yeah.
Destiny 2 Breakfast with Your Money, which is probably a good thing.
What do you mean by that? Do you know what this is?
Balenci?
Yeah, and then this is Gucci. They did custom designs for me. I don't know if this is...
Versace.
No, this is Nina's.
Damn. And now you're here. This is probably the most popular conservative you've debated?
Who?
Alex.
I've been on stage with him before. Alex Jones has kind of tumbled a bit after the Sandy Hook ruling, I think.
I'm Tom, and this is the InfoWar. I'm Ewing. I gotta pump it for this debate. I'm working. I need a sip of coffee. I just put Alpha Brain in there. Is my form good? This is important training. For the insurrection. I'll do it, Mr. President. Anything you need, I'll do it. What's up, buddy?
What's up? How you doing?
Nervous?
Not yet.
The nerves are getting to you now. I'm already know.
Yeah, it's getting torn up inside.
Calm before the storm. People live in Nebraska?
I know, I moved.
Yeah, there you go. Call me a dumbass. I'm gonna fight this guy. We're gonna go to the gym tomorrow.
Dude, no. Don't
We're going to the gym.
Okay.
We're gonna smoke cigarettes and do pre-workout, and we're gonna go to the gym. We're gonna get huge.
Yeah, when I get back from this trip, I think.
Tomorrow, you're gonna bench 225.
Yeah, maybe I can bench half of it, like from the top to the bottom once.
If you do it once, you'll beat Ben Shapiro.
From the top to the bottom.
If you do it once,
And then it's gonna drop you.
No, I'll save you, dude. I'll save you.
Yeah, will you?
I'll save you. I'll pull it off your neck, and then I'll push it right down.
Yeah.
Vegan Gains will be proud of me. I wish Richard was here. Shout out Melina. Big shout out. I took her up on a job offer to be part of my production crew. She's helping out. She's actually great at Adobe After Effects. Can we recreate It's Melt Time? But with guys?
No, what the fuck? Uh-oh. Melt time. It's melt time.
Alright, we're about 10 minutes out from the official debate. Destiny's sitting over there. Got some guy recognized from Tim Pool's show. Krass and Steins are sat over there. As soon as Destiny got here, he was like, "Did you hear about the indictments? Did you hear about that report?" And he's like, he's on, he's ready. I can't think of a better person to debate about January 6th than Alex Jones. Definitely gonna be a contentious debate. Obviously, we're a non-political outlet here, so whatever your opinion is, I don't really care. You guys will enjoy it. You'll enjoy it.
Stephen Bonnell, known as Destiny.
Well, I don't think I probably needed much of an introduction. There's no Russian connection. That's all.
mRNA vaccines.
Take your extra. I want you to take all the
Global
shots.
warming.
So you know
what the United States we use?
Wait, here we have.
We do want insurrection. You know it.
We are there right now. We just were. It's January 6th. If there was any time to go
Don't
there,
worry.
touch me.
I got your ass.
Yes, that's correct.
But the idea that Trump thought that he lost the election, whether you believe it or not, Trump believes that the election was stolen, and he was using the legal recourses available to him at the advice of his legal advisors. That is
not true.
And they use January 6th and this extremely inflated narrative, and they've made it now so that they can charge those people with felonies.
Hey,
insurrection without having to invoke every other Democratic leader's name.
No name calling.
No, his name's Ding Dong. Ding Dong, Destiny, whatever it is.
If you don't like the Constitution, that's on you. Really? Then why are you saying that Section 3 of Amendment 14 requires a conviction? Alex, why did you say that Section 3 of Amendment 14 requires a conviction?
Why
was it Trump indicted?
Why is Hillary saying Trump?
Guys.
Why is Hillary
All
saying
right.
Trump's
Can you have an answer to that
I'm
question?
about to stand up, just so you know. That's it. We're done with this conversation.
Let's go.
How's it feel to lose? You don't want to say bye to anyone? Kisses?
Meeting Alex Jones in person was pretty surreal considering how famous the guy is. Or maybe infamous is a better term.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. January 6th, 2020.
The debate itself was very entertaining though, but as many debates are, it wasn't very productive and didn't bring a lot of closure to either side. I think those who support J6 and those who don't are probably just as dug in as they were before. But regardless, it was funny.
We just got done with the Alex Jones debate. Destiny, how do you feel about that?
I think it actually went okay.
For you?
I would have done things different on my own, but I think given what it was, I think it went pretty good. Yeah.
How do you feel about the opposing side with Alex, Glenn?
Glenn is a clown. I didn't get to hammer home that enough, unfortunately, because Alex was also a clown, but a much louder one, so he kept cutting me off every time. The Darren guy seemed to be the one that came with the most facts to argue, but he was the most passive and didn't seem to talk as much because Alex was screaming all the time. So
Yeah, I feel like probably either side, their audiences are probably together at this point.
I don't think so, not this much, probably not.
No, you weren't even able to get. I think you did a lot of preparation for this one, and so you weren't able to put a lot of that to good use.
Yeah, I like to do like the factual argumentation combined with kind of like the punchy rhetorical skill, but that's hard to do when you've got partners. Like for Alex, if Alex wants to shout at me the whole time, I'll shout at him. I can do that forever. But then if my partners want to chime in, I can't really shout over them. And then sometimes they can derail like a line of argumentation I want to go down, and I can't really interrupt them because I have to give them their space. But I will say for this conversation, though, they were the best debate partners I've ever had.
So this is one example of, you've done a lot of in-person debates and conversations and podcasts in the last, I want to say, year and a half. It's really ramped up. Before that, it was mostly you in your room talking to people on stream. Now it feels like, you know, every few weeks I'm getting a new video of you in my feed talking to someone that gets turned into a TikTok clip. You used to stream like 300 hours a month, and now you're getting down to like 160, 170, and your audience is kind of jilted about that. They're not too happy with that. Do you think that you're doing yourself a disservice by, you know, giving so much leverage to other people's platforms when you could be focusing on your own at home?
No, I mean, it's on me expanded time. Like, my audience might get mad about it, but like my concurrent viewership is like 12 or 13K now, probably because I'm expanding so much.
And that's higher than it used to be?
Yeah, and like I'm showing up on more shows, I'm like making more connections, like more people know about me, even if they're not all necessarily viewers yet or whatever, but going on to all of the different platforms with all the totally different audiences, I think it's really good for awareness of me in general.
Obviously you have a lot of opponents. Who would you consider like someone that you're like, okay, that's my buddy, that's a good buddy that I like to talk to? And maybe someone not from your community, not an orator, but somebody who you've had a conversation with on a mainstream platform.
Yeah, I don't know, usually the people that I'm fighting with or I disagree with are so out there compared to what I believe. It's hard to say if we mind meld much. Because like there's a wide basket of people that I can talk to and have good conversations with, we don't agree on everything.
Do you think conservatives are retarded?
Not all of them, but the Trump defending ones.
There's a lot of videos of you saying conservatives are retarded.
I think the Trump defending ones are unhinged. I feel like all of my debates over this January 6th stuff is like pretty evident of that.
Is this like anti-intellectual, anti-literature, anti-history, anti-data thing, like something you find very frustrating these days?
Yeah, but I wouldn't call it anti-intellectual or anti-data. I would call it populism. I think it's the idea that you have these like heroic figures that are larger than life, and everybody around them is trying to bring them down. And the only person you can look to is your particular populist figure.
So you're comfortable with the current administration then?
I like kids better than people. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Biden? Yeah, I think he's done a great job.
His cabinet maybe? I mean, he's not even, I mean, I see videos of him, he's really not.
Sure. Even if I just say his cabinet, yeah, his cabinet.
I mean, there's this video, some comedian talked about how, like, when he finishes speeches, he turns into a Roomba. Like, he just goes all over the place on stage, doesn't even know where he is.
Yeah.
Do you think that's like a major, I mean, that seems like a big issue to me.
Even if I were to say that it is a big issue, like, if I compare, like, the Biden administration to the Trump administration, the Biden administration has, like, gotten an unprecedented amount of major legislation passed. I think the foreign policy decisions have been incredibly good, better than I could have expected. There's still some domestic issues, obviously, that we have to sort through, but this is like, we're still in kind of like the fallout of COVID, the fallout of low interest rates, the fallout of like the international pressure on, you know, food and oil and everything. I think he's doing a really good job, or I think his administration is.
Well, if he's doing a good job, you think he's going to win?
I think if he runs against Trump again, I think he'll win. Now that you're coming off the back of what we lost abortion under Roe v. Wade, you've got all the Trump indictments. I have a hard time believing that Trump would win against Biden in the second time, but
there's kind of an inherent distrust of the government, of, you know, intelligence agencies. I mean, the CIA, FBI have like hundreds and hundreds of memes about them. Would you like, are you in favor of our intelligence community in the
Yeah,
United
of course. I mean, I think a healthy distrust is good, but it just can't be blind and stupid. Like, I think we should always be investigating these agencies and trying to hold them accountable. Like, we can see that they made mistakes during all of the Russian investigation stuff. That there is definitely an element of political bias that is probably pervasive through at least the FBI, according to the Durham report. So there's things to hold them accountable for sure.
And why do you think that these guys have such large, followings? I mean, InfoWars is definitely a larger following than you, right?
Listen, I'm worth more, okay?
Are you? I mean, maybe now.
I'm pretty sure they're worth like negative $1
Maybe
billion,
right? He made more prior to the lawsuit. He made more.
Yeah, true. I think people, when they shop for news, they look for stuff that makes them feel good.
But that's their main criticism of the mainstream media, right? That they just feed slob. Do you think you have people in your audience that probably go to you for that content slob?
Yeah, probably most of them. That's why there's like a joke where like if a certain video is coming out and people are watching in my stream and they all have like an opinion they think I have or whatever, and then I watch the full video and then I give a take, but it's the opposite. They spam that like the driving guy emote because they're all doing like a 180 because like, oh shit. So yeah, there are people that watch me that copy my opinion and should be doing more critical thinking, but I encourage people to think for themselves and to evaluate the stuff. And I try to I think my audience is pretty good at being critical of me. Like, for as much as people say I ban everybody that disagrees with me, like, there's a healthy amount of disagreement.
There's a decent amount of hate on your subreddit for you.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, it's funny to see. And me sometimes a little bit, which is also funny.
Yeah.
Past few years, you've had a lot of drama. You've had a lot of drama.
Oh, yeah.
One of the dramas that I was most interested in was with Keffals.
Wow, we've spent the past 2 weeks working on some stuff. Yeah, here we go.
went with the title Keffels, a Case Study on Internet Terrorism and Mass Media Manipulation.
And I saw not that long ago that you had like lunch or dinner with Keffels and Brianna Wu. What was that like?
I mean, Keffels apologized to me. She said that she felt like she was in the wrong with her witch hunting stuff and that she was a little bit too overzealous online.
Did you accept that?
Yeah, I mean, if somebody apologizes and she had a history at that point of, I think, a few months of like fighting with people that were pretty on the far left, I mean, like, I'll accept any apology, I guess, but then I have to see how you behave in the future. To see
I mean, she tried to destroy you.
Yeah,
she did in a way. I mean, she claims she didn't, but I think she definitely played a hand in getting you
Probably
deplatformed.
did, yeah, for sure. That's how it goes. It's the internet game.
You can forgive that?
And that's what they do, you know? I think I look at people's, like, states of mind and I try to assess, like, how reasonable their actions were and, like, what kind of person it would take to do a particular thing.
They were completely unreasonable the entire time.
They were understandable. She didn't know me. I came off as transphobic. She had a whole community hyping her, and she's like, oh, let's go. And it was like that kind of mom mentality shit. But yeah, it was bad. I mean, I'm not going to say to defend the behavior. I'm just saying that, like, I would view that a lot different than, like, a friend backstabbing me or something. Or, like, a person of acquaintance I find out has been doing, like, really shitty shit. Like, I would hold that to a way higher standard.
Well, maybe you're just so black because you've had that happen too.
Maybe.
Because you've had that. Okay, holy shit. You just had a big one.
With the big one?
Melina.
She backstabbed me?
I mean, she didn't backstab you, but I mean, you had a big falling out with the person you were probably closest to for the past 5 years.
I think we had a big falling out. Depends on what you mean by falling out, I guess.
A divorce.
Oh, when I think of falling out, I think of like public drama.
Well, there was some public drama. I mean,
A little bit, but
she
not
tried
much.
not to be involved, but
Yeah, exactly.
her guy, Memetics, Memetics, he was involved.
Yeah.
And then at a certain point, she was asking you for $100,000.
Without getting too deep into it, basically her living situation in Sweden is becoming a little bit more complicated because of decisions to leave Sweden. And so she felt like the moral thing would have been for me to pay her back.
Does she actually feel that way? Does that make any fucking sense?
She probably was just saying if she could play on my old feelings for her to get her to pay the money.
Did any part of you want to give her that?
Absolutely not.
This just seems dark.
What do you mean?
Okay, this is the thing I don't understand. Okay, you're such a fucking emotionally, I want to say detached person. I mean, I guess I'm not talking to you about your feelings every day. You probably have people you talk to about that.
Like your mom.
Yes, like my mom. You got it. Okay, but you're so emotionally detached from these things. Like you just had like a mind divorce. In my mind, you'd like need to take like a month off streaming to like take baths and.
I don't think it was a mind divorce. I think we had.
Is any divorce not a mind?
I think some could be a mind. Yeah, for sure. But me and her we'd had like some problems with our relationship. Some of them gotten a lot worse over the last year. And then through the lens of like another person, I started to realize like, okay, hold on, this is like really. And after analyzing that, understanding it, and then introspecting on it, and then realizing what I wanted going forward, I was like, okay, well, this obviously isn't working. So it's easier for me to take a step back from that. But I can understand like. If I was in a situation like some guys might be married for like 10 or 15 years and you think it's the love of your life and everything's perfect and then you find out like they cheated on you, that could be like my world is crashing down moment, you know?
In your previous relationships, have you had sort of a more emotional response to when it ends?
I mean, I have an emotional response. I was sad. I was sad when your relationship ends, but hopefully it was
But like some young guys have like mental breakdowns when their girls break up with them.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I can find something a lot better, obviously. If there was that much fighting or that many issues towards the end, I can do way better than that. I would say. She probably feels the same way as me. She won't. I'm sorry. That was.
She'll hit up Asmund Gold.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't see you interact with like the main Twitch streamers.
Well, I can't now because I'm banned from Twitch. I can't go on the streams. Prior to this, I did quite a bit though. Yeah.
You were?
Yeah.
What about Mizkif?
What about him?
Is he evil?
Evil? No. I think he's really like content brain driven. But I don't even think he would deny that he is. But I don't think he's like a horrible person. Either.
What about that whole Adriana Lee thing?
Yeah, I think that was pretty shitty.
The story there is his friend Crazy Slick.
I think basically he was friends with Crazy Slick. I think he was trying to cover for Crazy Slick, and in doing so, kind of railroaded the story of somebody else because the whole situation seemed kind of like dumb and silly. Maybe to him, I obviously I think it was bad. I think it was dumb. He shouldn't have done it. I think he knows he probably shouldn't have done it, but I don't think it was like the worst, most horrible, evil thing in the world. I feel like most streamer people are just like very like content and clout brained. That's probably like the worst in general.
I mean, it's fine to be career driven. That makes sense, but
yeah, but like
it's
the
kind
fake
of
friendships and everything, two-faced friendships was kind of lame, I guess.
That's what I'm saying. It's to such a crazy extent, but to me, the dichotomy between you and them is like they have these fake friendships, but they're also way more emotionally involved, and, like hysterical. And I've never seen you like cry on stream. I feel like I've seen every fucking streamer cry.
Is that what you want from them?
Maybe a little, maybe just some fucking humanity. You're like a robot a little bit.
I mean, I'm generally pretty good about having like decent length from people in terms of my expectations. Like it's pretty rare that somebody like, there's huge drama and I'm like, I never saw that coming. Like there've been a couple people for sure, but generally like when, like I have a history of associating with a lot of crazy people.
You've had so much drama. I mean, Lav, Redacted, Mr. Girl.
He said something about that this guy is very smart, and I don't find a lot of people that I feel like I can have a meaningful conversation with that feels very real. It makes me upset that a person like this could be lost into nothing. Like, this guy is creative. He hasn't blown up yet. What if he never did? That would make me very sad.
I mean, these are people you knew personally. You were having on stream regularly. You've had falling outs within the last year. Isn't that like do you not just look at the past year and just think like, oh, look at all these tattered up relationships that I had that fell apart?
Well, more specifically, the past year's actually been pretty good. I haven't had like almost any drama.
Was it before the past year?
But the year before that was probably the craziest year of drama. I don't know, it was really good viewership the whole time. Like, it got a little bit crazy towards the end.
There's the content brain.
I mean, I think the issue, it sounds like I'm jerking myself off, but I mean, like, I've had 15 years of streaming. I think I can say this. I don't think that I've done anything that bad, really.
No, but throughout all of it, you haven't had as many falling outs like that.
But what I'm saying is that like when these falling outs happen and these people like attacking me or whatever, usually it's just kind of like fun and we just roll with it and see where it goes. It's not like somebody can expose me on some crazy shit, which I think is like what a lot of people are worried about because my private life is so public. It makes it really hard to actually hurt me or attack me in a lot of ways because like, well, what are you gonna say?
I guess beyond that, I mean, doesn't it bother you to like get to know someone intimately and then have them go nuts on you?
I mean, it would depend on how intimately I knew them. Like for Lav and Mr. Girl, I think I'd seen Lav in real life one time. I don't think I'd ever seen Max in real life. So like,
but you spoke so highly of him. You were like, he's one of the first people who I feel like is totally walls down, honest, willing to have a conversation with no preconceived like restrictions.
Yeah, I think
around
he
it.
kind of is. Yeah, maybe a little bit more.
But like when you find someone like that and you like cling on to them, and then within 6 months that relationship just goes down the fucking shit. Doesn't that?
I think
that doesn't keep you up at night a little bit? Like, well,
no, because it's not like I relied on him a lot for something emotionally or like for some kind of friendship or whatever. He was a really interesting guy to talk to. He still is interesting, but he's also kind of tried to call me a rapist, so
yeah,
kind of weird. But yeah, I think that if it was somebody like if Melina had gone like public and just started like shit talking me a ton, I'd be like, oh, well, that's kind of shitty. Or somebody that I would consider like a close like actual personal friend like started shit talking me a ton, that would be like, oh, that doesn't feel good.
Like I have like 5 people I call like good friends. You seem to have like, I mean, I don't know, I don't really know, but you seem to have like a lot of connections with people you're constantly meeting. And
yeah, I've got a lot of connections with people, and probably a few close personal friends.
Does that get? Do you think your lifestyle is making these things messy? I mean, a lot of people will point to your relationships, like the polyamorous relationships.
Melina considered Bob Seven a closest friend, and it seemed as though he felt somewhat similar. So like he's made references to like, oh, I hope I can make you happy when we meet. Melina confided in Bob Seven regarding all sorts of matters in her life, whether it was the consensual sharing of nudes. Their communication over the next several months, from April to November, would continue without incident.
And then you're always flying out to meet these people. You have like this giant web of connections, and then once in a while, behind the scenes, somebody like Melina will go and shit talk you to 10 different people and ruin your relationships. Do you think this is like conducive to your success? Is this just like a byproduct of the lifestyle you want to live?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I would trade any of it for. Like, I've had a lot of fun the past 15 years of streaming. I've had a lot of fun the past 5 years. I would say even like the totality of my relationship with Melina, I think it was a lot of fun. A lot of it was but I also learned a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I think for me, what like things that are too much is if it's getting to the point where I'm having to take like a lot of days off streaming because I'm having to like emotionally process stuff in order to move forward, then I would have to be like, okay, well, this is not good. But generally, like if shit gets and I can stream it and we can chat about it, and I just like keep working. It's like, it is what it is.
One of the things people bring up against you, we're going deeper now.
Oh shit.
One of the things a lot of people bring up against you is they say you're a bad father.
Sure.
Why'd you move so far away from your son? For work-related reasons. Do you think I should have uprooted his life and brought him with me to California? When's the last time you saw your kid?
I don't know. Do you want like the age he was when I saw him last? Do you want me to tell you what he was wearing? You foul or
stop talking about people's sons. He had a child, and he's just paying for the child's existence. Abortion was the correct action.
Custody. You abandoned your child to go play StarCraft in Miami.
You talked about how missing Nebraska a little bit and thinking about how maybe things could have been different if you had stuck around to be with your kid. Do you regret how things went there? Do you wish you were...
Regret which part?
I guess just not being there all the time.
I mean, like, yeah, to some extent, of course. When I originally was there in Nebraska, I felt like being there was like super inhibiting to my career. So I had a little bit of a conversation with his mom about like, could all of us maybe move to California or Florida? But that was like completely off the table.
Is this when you were together?
No, but we were like still co-parenting. Obviously, because she had her whole family there, and his mom had her job and everything there, like she doesn't want to just pack up and move states. He's kind of locked down there for as long as he wants to be with his mom and his family and his friends there. And then I felt like if I lived in different areas, there'd probably be a lot more career opportunities available to me. Some people said I just moved places to people, but I mean, I was just fly out with people. So I waited until he turned 8 because I was trying to think like, well, do I want to leave when he's like 2? That feels kind of weird because he doesn't even know who I am. So I waited a little bit, like, well, he's 8, we can have a conversation, he can kind of understand it. When he was, I think, either 8 or 9, I moved to California initially, so that him and his mom, because they were living like in a kind of a shitty apartment at the time, and then she moved into my house with him, and so he lives there now, so he can go to the same school and hang out with his family and everything.
Then you wish you were like, I don't know. I'm not trying to do a gotcha moment here, I'm just genuinely curious. I hope you don't feel like
I mean, like,
I'm
more
trying to fuck with
present
you.
or more, yeah, for sure. Like, to some extent, like, I prioritize probably my career a little bit over, like, my relationship with him.
Yeah.
I mean, God will judge us.
God will.
Yeah, and I remember that, like, there was a period where I look back at these texts sometimes, it was so unbelievable. I'm, like, texting my kid's mom saying shit like, I'm a horrible person, like, take Nathan away from me, I don't ever want to see him again, like, I'm a horrible, don't, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I'd never say anything like that in my life. I'm the most high-driven, like, confident person. It was, like, crazy to me to see it, but...
Yeah, I mean, like, I try to provide, obviously, financially for him as much as I can. But, I mean, obviously, that's also no substitution for, like, having your dad hang out with you every day. I guess at the end of the day, it's balancing out, like, after this, I'm going to fly and visit him on my way back to Miami. But obviously, that's not the same as living there.
No. Do you see him, a few times a year at least?
Yeah, I mean, like, several times a year. Usually, whenever I'm doing trips or traveling, I'll fly out and hang out with him. And then we talk kind of on Discord and stuff, although he kind of gravitated a little more from games and does real life shit now. So,
well, that's good. He's not like you then. He's normal.
Not good.
Is he like you?
Yeah, he's a carbon copy of me.
Yeah?
Yeah, his mom reminds me all the time.
Wow, that's funny.
Yeah.
I bet she loves that.
Yeah, for sure.
The career, that's like your whole shit. You're like, I have this a little bit, but you're like psychotically in. Like, I don't even know. Do you take a lot of days off? You just seem like you're so on.
Yeah, I think every part of my life kind of revolves around it. But I also super enjoy it too. Like I've said, like if I worked at McDonald's, I would come home and probably get on Twitter and like start fighting and shit.
Yeah.
It's just,
You did it for 15 years. Is this like, this is it, you think, till you die?
Who knows? Maybe I'll retire soon and go hang out with my kid now. Or maybe I'll get banned from everything. So.
With the Alex Jones debate officially wrapped up, we had one extra day in Austin to just hang out.
I've never had a Camel Crush that did me wrong, you know? Unlike cars, my friends, my bank account, I've never had a cigarette that like me up in like a bad way. Like every time I've had one, I've been like, oh, that was good. That made my day better. That made my life improve. I feel stronger, lighter, focused. I feel lasered in. I feel dialed in. I feel like my swag, which was turned low, was just turned way the up. Okay? So smoke more cigarettes.
Okay.
Do you have any weapons that are made for like maybe like younger individuals? You don't think so? So you'd say that maybe someone of his stature probably is not allowed to shoot a gun?
Good one.
Okay, that's fair. That makes sense. Okay, I appreciate it. We just want to get
He
that.
meant no as in he wouldn't say that. No as in not that I'm not allowed to shoot.
No as in you cannot shoot a gun.
No, that's not what he
No as
misunderstood him. It was a double negative.
no as in your IQ is too low. Shoot a gun. I feel a presence. If I come to your house and I'm banging on the door and saying open up, are you gonna come out with a Glock and kill me?
I would shoot you from the window.
From the window like a sniper?
Yeah.
Chris Kyle?
Exactly. I think the thing about guns is that most people that are into guns are also retarded and Republican. The donor operator guy seems cool. I haven't seen him say anything or do anything stupid, but I know that like the problem is sometimes they invite a lot of like very political people. Like the last gun thing they did, I saw fucking Alex Stein was there. I'm not gonna be in any proximity to this guy at all. So yeah.
You want to be around him?
No, I don't. I'll never.
About him?
Anybody that goes into like the kid jokes or the wife jokes, I never associate with a gun. It's just stupid.
That's the lie.
What?
Well, I feel like because like you hang out with a lot of people who you maybe would consider kind of, I don't know. I mean, okay.
That's usually my red line. That's why I cut off Sneeko and Zerka completely. Forever.
Here's one criticism I have. Real criticism.
Yeah, criticize me, baby.
Fuentes.
One of the biggest criticisms Destiny gets is in regards to platforming controversial people, like Nick Fuentes, head of the America First movement. Some people believe he should not be platforming far-right figures because there is implicit danger if their ideas spread. Others believe these ideas need to be debated out in the open.
Whether or not he was or not here wouldn't have changed him coming on my platform. I think for a while America First was trying to get away from the crazy ultra like Jewish Nazi shit. Maybe
That's
there were still like
always
memes and jokes, but I do think they were, especially with like AFPAC and everything, I think they were trying to move towards like a little bit more mainstream, like probably still like a little bit of the Nazi jokes and shit, but less than they were before. But I think that as soon as he got hooked up with Kanye, I think all of that went completely back, and now they're like totally back on there. Because Fuentes was on a bit of an upshoot before the Kanye shit. AFPAC was really successful. They got what, like 2 Congress people?
Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor.
Yeah, that's a really big deal. That's more than anything lefty has ever done for their shit on YouTube. When I'm criticizing his points of view, what I tell people is you should just criticize the point of view. Because the problem is that when you run into somebody, especially somebody who's like a little bit more politically adept, like Fuentes or American First, oh, you're a Nazi, they're going to start bringing up like a million things that like actual Nazis believe. And they're going to say, well, we break from Nazis here. And then you're just going to look like an idiot. Rather than call somebody a Nazi, like just criticize the positions. Like I disagree with Fuentes on like any race realism shit, any like weird immigration shit, any like race-based like stuff like that. But I'll just fight on the policies. But people are very quick to just be like, oh, he's a Nazi. And then it's like done. And
but then you cut him off.
What?
You cut him, like you wouldn't do content with him now.
I'm trying to think. The current reason I've listened to Blacklist is because he does the crazy aggressive deplatforming shit. Like the gripe of people will spam report people if they don't like you, which I think is hypocritical and annoying.
Haven't you done that a little bit? I've seen some old video of you reporting Nick's Twitch getting him banned.
Who? Did that ever happen?
On stream. This was like 2018 or something. You saw he was on Twitch and you flagged.
Here's the thing that gets rewritten. You should ask my community also if you ever want lore, because they know shit better than I do sometimes. Because there was a big 2v2 debate that I had with me and Hassan versus Nick Fuentes and Sargon of Akkad. And I remember after that stream, Nick's stream got banned. And I complained on stream, and I messaged my partner contact because I said like just curious, like why did he get banned? Because if I'm debating somebody saying I'm pro-platforming and then they get banned afterwards, that makes me look stupid. Like why the f would I ever do that? But there might have been, because I know that people say I spam reported Nick after that debate, and I'm almost positive I didn't.
There's some video of you on stream, not spam reporting.
That might have been.
You actively are like pressing the report.
That might have been a year before or 2 years earlier, but there was a time when I first started getting into politics where I kind of believed in the like, well, maybe we shouldn't platform like certain points of view, but that position has changed over time. By the time COVID rolled around, my position was I don't care about like hate speech or anything like that, but I can understand people banning for like aggressive like misinformation or disinformation, like people just like lie online. Like if you want to spam racial slurs, whatever, that's another thing. But prior to that, I kind of went back and forth to where I was like, well, maybe we should like debate everybody. But then I would get salty because when I would get banned, they would all cheer on like me getting banned. And I think at some point I'm like, yeah, well, these guys. So I kind of go back and forth. But for the past like 2 or 3 years, I've been pretty like, yeah.
Because there was a time in 2018 when you would talk about like people who deserve to be deplatformed are people who actively spread misinformation.
That was when I was on the misinformation thing, yeah.
But you don't hold that opinion anymore?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that works.
Why not?
Because the ideas are really pervasive. So it doesn't really work to just ban them out of existence. Obviously, it didn't work for COVID misinformation. It doesn't work for Trump misinformation. It didn't work for vaccine misinformation. So you probably have to be able to like confront it and deal with it. And then 2, it's because I had a big shift in terms of how I viewed like combating misinformation. For a long time, you've heard like the saying like the truth can barely get its pants on before like a lie gets halfway around the world. There's like all these sayings or whatever. A lot of people on the right spend a lot of time making their stuff very entertaining, very funny, and that's how they're so good at like messaging to people. And I think people on the left just like don't even try. I think if you try hard enough, I think you can combat it. It just takes a lot of effort. Yeah.
So you'd say probably these viewpoints, you have a very pragmatic approach to them.
All of it is pragmatic.
Like whatever
hopefully.
works.
Yeah.
Societally, if it did get rid of those opinions to censor all that misinformation, all those people, you'd be in favor of deplatforming if it was just like you get them off the platform and then
I think it would depend on the type of misinformation and the level of harm, I think. If let's say hypothetically, let's say there was some piece of misinformation you could spread that would get people to like eat Tide Pods or something. And let's say that this particular piece of information was so juicy that like if somebody heard it, there was like a 30% chance that they were going to start eating Tide Pods. I might say like, okay, well maybe the speech needs to be banned because like 100 million people just died from eating Tide Pods. Maybe. I can't imagine there's anything like that, but I mean, people just need to do a better job at arguing.
How come one side of your beard really comes in and the other doesn't?
Because it's called alopecia. I got so stressed out when I was kicking your mom in the ass after she told me that she had AIDS that I was worried for a while I was going to get HIV, and then a bunch of hair fell out.
It's kind of interesting because it's like a very like, there's like none there and it's all there.
I was half joking, but I'm serious, yeah.
Oh, it looks nice? You think it looks nice?
No, it's fucked. Yeah, but there's like a thing that hopefully comes back in 6 months.
Having any facial hair is good. Okay, hold on. You're the person that she's rizzing right now. Can we get like a review? Like, how would you review Destiny's appearance? Like, how would we review?
Shut up. No, stop. Let's go.
This is Destiny's new trad princess, by the way. This is Destiny's, guys. We're here with Destiny's trad Roypet, Destiny's red-pilled girlfriend. Okay, we're gonna make the Aryan race proud. Wait, do you have blue eyes? Whoa, that's beautiful.
Nice. I know I am. Oh, okay, just sighting my target. Okay, trying to be a safe gun owner. Jesus, let me operate. Okay. My God.
Feel more badass now.
That's good.
Oh my god, I'm in Destiny's car. Can we play all the classic Destiny tracks? Like, do you love black people?
Dude, oh my god, the one with the Justin Bieberton?
Destiny. How did you get the name? Is that a lady name?
Yeah, kind of. I made it when I was like 9.
Online, you pretend to be a woman?
No, I just have a feminine name, I guess.
Yeah, that's a girl name. Men who are liberals are betas. Are you a beta male?
I don't think so.
Beta.
Yeah, dude, like, when he called you a beta, I was like, oh, that was so good.
So we decided to do some fun gamer things, some fun soy things with Destiny, which included going to an arcade bar, the favorite watering hole among soy gamers in Texas. Although in fairness, I actually enjoyed it quite a bit, so count me in, I guess.
Oh, were you on easy and he was on medium?
We were both on medium.
Oh my god.
Play the guitar like I play your mom's pussy.
Yeah, horribly. True.
It's fucking melt time. Melt time is fucking back.
Dancer I'm dude, look cool. Probably one of the most awkward things is when you're like, somebody comes up to you in a public area and they're kind of like chatting with you, and you're not sure if they're a fan or if it's like somebody talking. You're gonna be like, I don't mean to sound like it's like conceited, but like, do you know who I am?
Do you know who I am?
Because you know, like how.
Have you had it happen where they don't?
Yeah, and then, and I'm like, oh no, I just meant like, yeah, oh yeah, it's so awkward.
That must come across like such a fucking dickhead.
Like, your masculinity's on the line here.
I'm a beta male, but I'll win.
Yeah, you are. Oh, no, let him get you! Oh! Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's a punch thing! No!
Yes! Why'd you teach you the fucking punch thing, dude?
Of course you picked the board by looking ass girl.
Oh no! Dude, my arms are shorter! Oh, I can do... No, wait! No!
Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck is that? That?
You got Shiba, dude.
That's ridiculous. That's the most insane thing I've ever seen in my life.
No! You cheated!
Yeah, I cheated, that's true.
There you go. Good night.
It's not going. I mean, why don't you play the fucking game? Go ahead, figure it out. Figure the fuck out, Steven.
I don't know.
No, you know how to play it. Come on, you told me you know how to play it. You can play it. You're a good guy. Oh, you're so good. Wait, you're so good. Wait, I didn't know you were so good at this game.
With our time in Austin out of the way, it was time for the second stop on our journey, Alexandria, Louisiana. There, we met up with Kennedy and Baker of Intuitive Defense on YouTube.
Where can we find your stuff on YouTube for the fans at home?
At intuitivedefense.com, we train people to go from beginner and cross the barrier from beginner into intermediate.
I knew that in case there was an armed conflict, Destiny needed to put the Soylent down for a moment and pick up a Glock to defend himself from the libtard horde.
Alright, so we're en route currently to shoot guns with Destiny. We're in Alexandria, Louisiana. I've never been somewhere with like so much nothing. Now keep in mind, I'm from like New England. I'm from like a small town in New England. So we're really out in the sticks here. This is where the most badass American patriots are currently living, who are going to be saving America from the leftist scourge brought on by Stephen Bonnell II, also known as Destiny, also known as Diggity.
What's up, D? Yeah, dude. Anything for you. So I feel like you hadn't been in enough controversy. And obviously, you need just a little more. No, come back. I'm defending this country against the soy libtards like you. Cuck. He's running away. I'm gonna go get him. I will defend America. I'll defend America.
I'm gonna fight for Nancy Pelosi. Kamala Harris.
Matt Gaetz owns you. Matt Gaetz owns you, little bro. The right wing owns you.
The right? Are you
the
serious?
right owns you.
I'm gonna cuck you so hard. Yeah.
You wanna wait? Oh my God! You got me 4?
Yeah.
Whoa! Look at this guy, dude. Wait, hold on. Oh, it doesn't matter. This is more important. Come here. There we go. Oh my gosh!
Look.
I love this little guy. Oh my God! We're solving wars. Steven is trying to escape his responsibilities for defending this country against militant extremists. So we're gonna go find him, find out what he's doing. He might be soying. He's in his goon cave right now. We're gonna get this little Steven to do his fucking job. So
gonna do what we say. You're disrespecting your country. You're letting them down. What are you doing? You're on your fucking phone?
Yeah.
We're doing a tactical military operation right now. You have no respect for your commanding officer, which is me. Stop. I love making out with my inferior officers. You disrespect this country. You disrespect the United States military. This is what we do to libtards. These are libtards in Louisiana. Really do it? Okay. Do it. Ow! Holy shit, that hurt.
You're not.
Said we got that libtard taken care of. I'd be way more respectful of his commanding officer now. He needs to get his T levels checked in a serious way.
Come with me.
Oh my god, get some footage of this silly ass jacket.
This is my shooting jacket. Technically, though, like that's probably pretty good, right? Because you're not like shooting like it's not like you're shooting everything. Like it's all like about in that area. So if you fix the trigger pull, it'd probably look about like minor graces.
You're being nice to me.
No, shut up. You loser. Or it says it's got 9 rounds.
Yeah.
But then when I put in, yeah, but then when I put in the next one, notice it says 11 rounds.
For the shiny.
Yeah. Thanks. I know. Look, how many rounds are in this?
6.
Wait, what?
That's the follower. This is the base plate.
Oh yeah, duh. Yeah, I was making sure you knew about that because a lot of people don't know about the base plates and the Glock mags, you know.
Hey now, you're a rock star. Come on, go play. And all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars. Huh?
You can't sing and shoot at the same time.
Break the mold.
Did it come on my nose?
No.
Wait.
Suck it in, hold it in your mouth, and now just push out your nose.
Did that work?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so
You look
cool.
so badass on
Oh
video,
my
dude.
god. Let me do this. Hold on.
Okay. Try to when you do it, flare your nostrils.
I can't. I don't know how to do that. I only do that when I'm mad. Making sure I'm not gonna get any friendly fire over here, okay?
I'm not one of your fucking orbiters, okay? So don't drag me into your mess.
I'm gonna drag my nuts across your face, okay?
I wouldn't even mind. Just like the girls you from your stream.
I fucking love it.
Call me Lav the way I'll lather your dick after I make a false allegation against Hassan Piker. That was the whole strat from the beginning, wasn't
Was it the whole strat from the beginning?
Manipulate her into slandering your enemies and then pretend to have a problem with it.
Holy shit. That's a wild accusation, but that wouldn't be the first time you've made a baseless one, huh?
Is if you get put in a situation and all of a sudden you have to shoot and operate that light, you're going to come up, operate that light, and
Hey Steve,
On the range.
we're gonna wear these when we're shooting tomorrow.
What are they? Okay, what else? There has to be, no, can we find like the real code section, you fucking retard? You're in the fucking flannel, like poser section, okay? God, maybe if you cut your hair, you wouldn't have to fucking brush out of your eyes all the time.
I like to have it so that
Did you
can-
dye it today? Oh
I did
my
not
god.
fucking dye it.
Look at how different the colors in your eyebrows, bro. Your eyebrow.
Why are your pupils so small? Wait, can you look at how small his pupils are?
No, that's normal. You're just high all the time, so
That's
you can't tell what
not
they look
normal.
like anymore.
That's not normal.
Yes, it is.
They're fucking, are you on Fentanyl?
Why did that make my
Bro,
pupils small?
I'm so addicted to Destiny streams. I did Fentanyl.
Shut up.
I did Fentanyl.
You know what I hate about the smalls? Every time you open the fucking pockets, you know what's in these?
What the fuck?
It's so fucking horrible.
Get another one. Get it out.
Stop! This doesn't even
That looks
fit
like
me.
it fits
I
you
can't.
perfectly.
Look at
Tell
me.
me that doesn't fit him.
No.
Yeah.
For this.
You have the smallest shoulders
I've got
I've
the
ever seen.
I'm
on
like a
man.
triangle. I'm a walking triangle.
Walking
when you look
pizza.
at me. That's how broad my shoulders
Johnny
are.
Bravo.
Yes!
Right here, dude. I found a medium.
Bro! Holy
You
shit.
look so
Are you
cute
getting that for your
bundled up in
girlfriend?
this. That's funny.
Yes! I'm sorry, dude. I got it. I needed some medium.
I like how every time you laugh, your shoulders are like. You just fart at me. Being with you, it's like being with like a shithead younger brother.
You're in the men's section. You're not allowed to shop here. Bitch. Oh my god. She's white. Make fun of her for that. That's cool.
Make fun of her? That's good.
I bet her ancestors owned slaves. You see how blue those eyes are?
But she owns slaves now.
True.
Speaking of blue eyes.
What? Barely.
Barely?
Barely.
Barely?
How am I 35 getting dragged around clothing shopping by some white woman?
How are you 35 spending all day playing League of Legends like a loser?
I don't play League. I did that when I was 33. Dumbass.
Yeah,
way different.
Now you play what?
Way fucking
Factorio?
The only reason I played League that long is because your mom would suck me off my mom. Wait, hang that up.
Hang that up. You have to hang that up.
You know what his girlfriend's favorite food brand is? Gerber.
Gerber? I hardly know her. Oh, you're gonna need some of these after I roast you? You fill up your diaper?
I just filled up my diaper. Lab exposed me again.
He's gonna get kicked out.
How funny would it be if we could kick out of a Walmart on video?
If we get
show we're that autistic?
I don't do that. I'm not that kind of streamer.
I don't do that.
I'm not that kind of streamer.
I'm not that kind of streamer.
Good one, dude.
I'm just the most degenerate guy. Just the Adam 22.
Stop. You gotta get away from me.
What the?
Yeah, bro.
I can be anything I want.
Yeah. Nice to meet you too, man. Does Tom have fans anywhere?
I always open the door for my ladies.
Oh my god.
I open the door for my ladies.
my babe.
You gonna fart on me again?
Oh my god, thank you. Hello. Hey, babe. No. You're gonna definitely hurt yourself, okay?
Okay, get inside. We are officially returning to the Intuitive Defense residence. Yesterday at Walmart, we made sure to get some cool clothing to wear. Climb to the fucking car that I rented. Can't even open the fucking trunk. Oh shit! How'd you do that? So epic. This is going in the video, right? Oh my god. Whoa. Owned. Oh, that was so epic. Dude. I know we've had a lot of people complaining about representation on the Turkey Tom channel. You know, they say, Tom, where's Black Turkey Tom? Okay, so my son at home can relate and have a YouTube role model other than KSI. Well, I'm proud to announce that we're officially representing now. We picked this up the other day from Gucci. You know, I just really wanted to speak out for the community and pay back the people who have made me rich and successful to the point where I can afford to rent this shitbox Jeep where the trunk doesn't even fucking open. I love you. I love you. Still in bed?
Wait, this is actually where Destiny lives? Wait, this is actually where Destiny lives.
Oh, the sun is shining, son. It's time to do your chores. It's time to take out the trash.
Go start practicing so I can shoot.
No, dude. You need to practice. You're in fucking bed, dude.
I've already done all this.
You didn't play COD with us last night?
Yeah, I'm sleeping, trying not to die.
Oh my god, dude. Holy shit, you're literally a pussy, dude. You're literally a pussy. We tried. We're kind of unsuccessful in waking the soy boy, but it's okay.
Hi. Are you winning?
I'm waiting for you to put your glasses on, dork. Got a representation?
Hell yeah.
You pat your belly?
Yeah, bro. Or not MLK, sorry. Malcolm X. He's from Lincoln, you know? That's
You can lose a little more weight.
I'm about to lose 180 pounds if you talk to me like that ever again. Put your ears on. You're gonna go deaf.
Destiny's so concerned with my health. It's so sweet. Oh, Destiny's a fucking shit. Bottle of shit. Some black excellence right there. Good shit. You like lobster?
Only when I can their mouths.
Do you like to eat lobster?
I like to hold their claws like pigtails, and then I go like, I like that.
Oh, the vegan gains lobster thing. He's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure they're sentient. And then you're like, they have like 2 neurons.
Yeah, and I've got a no accident, so suck my dick. No accidents and 20 speeding tickets. So who's really keeping the country safe? Okay.
You ever gotten a court date or no?
Court date?
For speeding.
I had my license revoked for 2 years.
Really?
Yeah. King Iowa, me.
Start smoking, it'll make you better at shooting. Alright, so you want to do one more and then call it a day?
Sure.
Alright.
Tiebreaker. You want to both fire out of this one?
Let's do this guy.
Okay.
If they ever do influencer boxing again and they offer us each like a large sum of money, that'd be so fun.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's like pretend we're gonna go easy on each other, but I'm just gonna beat the shit out of you.
Okay.
We
We'll see.
realize it.
We'll see.
Yeah,
I think my
but then,
reach.
like-
I think my reach. I would just own you.
Yeah, but we've
you
been
got these little
roiding.
arms.
We both roid for months. I get in there.
You can't do that.
I get in there. I give you the hugs, and then hit you in the back of the head. That's a strategy, right?
Yeah.
Load up! I'm hungry. I wanna go to Applebee's.
All right, this one's loaded. You want to go first?
If I go first, it's gonna be hard because you're gonna see I'm not gonna miss a single time, so you get a lot of pressure. 8 rounds, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4,
5,
6, 7,
8. Load your weapon. Slayer.
Fuck! Oh my god. Look empty?
Yep.
Magwell? Cool. So we have 1 miss, okay? That's a count. That's absolutely a count.
Yep.
Absolutely. Yep. 2 miss and 3, I guess. This is, yeah.
3 misses.
3 misses.
So 5 hits.
Fuck! Load your weapon! Hey, you remember, you remember the order? Yep. Okay. Threat! No shot, that doesn't count. Oh my god.
Okay, I think I hit 6.
I think you really only missed 1.
So for sure, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Good game.
You're a champion.
Good job.
Good job.
DGG.
You did it.
That's DGG.
Guys, I feel a dark presence in this forest. I think there's a libtard here.
We've got a serious fucking problem here. Oh my god. I didn't think it was this bad. Oh my god, all of his cuckery, all of his soy, all of his estrogen, all of his fentanyl, all of his pooptanol, dude. It's everywhere. But it's okay. I've dealt with situations like this before. I've been hired by many individuals across the great Pan-American landscape to deal with the libtard scourge in the only way I know how, by teaching them to be an alpha male.
Too much soy, dude? You get closer than that.
Alright. Okay, alright. Go ahead. No work ethic from these people, dude. These Californians have no respect for anything.
Louisiana was great. Big thanks to Kennedy and Baker. You can check out their channel in the description below.
We're gonna go back to the beginning. We're gonna go back to the way beginning.
Okay.
What were you like growing up? What were your plans? Who do you want to be?
Just kind of, live the day to day,
Fucking strangling.
What are you doing? You're making it awkward.
Okay, so you're in wind ensemble growing up. You're passionate
Concert
about
band,
music.
actually. I'm sorry, it was a concert band. But yeah, no violins. I'm play saxophone.
Violins,
Yeah.
playing saxophone.
Yeah,
growing
which
up.
makes sense. Yeah.
And you go to college for that.
Yeah.
And before that, you had gone to a
High
Catholic
school.
high school.
Yeah, Jesuit.
High school.
Yeah.
Did you do well in school?
I took a lot of good classes, but I was kind of bad at homework and stuff.
Why? Are you lazy?
Yeah.
Or things you don't like?
I had focus issues. If it wasn't interesting to me, I didn't want to spend any time on it outside of class, so I would play video games.
Okay.
Probably too many video games.
But despite that, you did okay.
Well, say my GPA was below a 3.0. Probably shouldn't have been.
Below a 3?
Yeah.
So you go to state school. You're in college. You're doing music stuff.
Okay, this is good.
And I guess you were enjoying that or something. Did you have it in your mind that you were going to make money from that or be successful in any way?
Probably not. I'm always pretty pragmatic. But I was doing really good at another job I had, like at a casino. So I figured I could just that would have been my career, and I could do music on the side.
And your family had money?
No.
No?
No.
What did your parents do growing up?
My parents were in the Air Force, and then my dad got his full retirement. My mom left a year early, unfortunately.
Okay, so he got his pension.
Yeah.
And then he's working outside of that.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, my mom did daycare full time.
At your house?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then my dad kind of helped her with that. So
you were around a lot of little kids growing up then?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that helped you socially?
They help me like babies. I like babies. I think babies are cute.
Really?
Help me understand kids, different stages of development and shit, because you see so many of them.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I didn't socialize with them much. I was usually up in my room playing games while my parents watched their kids.
And you have the casino job that's going well.
Yeah.
You have school, but at some point you reach this inflection point when it's not working out. You don't have enough time to do school with the job.
Yeah, basically. I think I was probably working around 60 hours a week at the casino job, and it was a graveyard shift.
And then as soon as I got to school, I failed almost every single class because I was missing tests, I was missing exams, I was missing classes because I would always be staying late to work at the casino. It was me.
So coming in and doing a graveyard while also doing music school full time was pretty schedule intensive.
Yeah, you weren't really sleeping, I assume.
No, yeah.
Yeah, and with all that, despite the stress, you were in a decent position in life. I know you got a house around that time. You had your car. I mean, things were doing okay, right?
I don't think I had a house before I quit school.
Maybe not before you quit school, but for the casino, you had to get approved by their like office or something to give them to give proof to the loan, to get pre-proof of the loan to get the house. And so you were making decent money at the casino, like what, 20 an hour?
It was 15 an hour, and then a lot of overtime.
But the casino job's going really good. People like you, and then in your mind, you realize there's a point when they're getting ready to write you up and sort of paper you out, right?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
The well, kind of not. I didn't realize that until afterwards, but I started to run into problems with management, and I didn't understand like corporate management communication styles or anything. I was just like totally clueless. And I was a really good worker.
Well, I have this job at the casino where I'm doing really well. People really like me there. I kick ass at the job that I do. I knew everything about every part of the casino. I knew how to do other people's jobs. I could issue comps out of other computers. I knew how the entire back end to the reward system worked. I knew how all the IT and everything worked between my restaurant and the IT department.
And I always thought that like just being a good worker is enough probably to insulate you from all forms of disciplinary action. And that's not true.
No.
Especially once I started to butt heads with my manager in terms of like how to do shit at the restaurant. So yeah, I kind of got marked for deletion, and I didn't realize it until it was too late.
But at the time, you were playing a lot of video games.
Yeah, so I always was playing games. Yeah.
From when you were a young kid until your adulthood, and you would sink time into that after work, I assume. Twitch wasn't really a thing, right? Twitch wasn't
no,
really
streaming at all wasn't really a thing, no.
Yeah. But I mean, how did you get involved in that? How did you even start getting into streaming?
I want to say a long, long time ago. It must have been when I was still working at the casino. No, it wasn't. It was afterwards. I think a friend turned me on to the idea. Kyle.
Kyle, say hi to everybody.
You and your webcam.
Dude, you're fucking enormous, Kyle. No, he's got a big army. Yes, it worked. Kyle, it's a retard magnet.
It turned me on to the idea of like, there were like some kids I think online that kind of did streaming stuff where they found a way to like live stream their computer games and like shout and play and all that.
But it wasn't on like Justin.tv even.
No, I think the Justin TV I think existed, but back then it was a guy with a camera on his head who was trying to like live stream his life, which was at the time, ironically enough, is what has become kind of more popular now. But at the time,
people did that back then.
He did. Justin did.
Okay.
And then, but the website that I started streaming on was actually livestream.com, and then I switched to ustream.com, and then eventually Justin.tv.
Okay. Did you make money off livestream.com or ustream.com?
Not on the websites directly, but sometimes people would ship you like $5 on PayPal or whatever. So.
Okay, so you had a little bit of donations coming in, but nothing serious.
A little bit, yeah.
But at some point, while you're working this casino job,
that was that streaming stuff though. That was during the carpet cleaning job after though.
Okay, so you weren't streaming at all during the casino
No.
thing? Not at all?
No.
So you get fired from the casino.
Yeah.
You have no work history, and that's when you go from a job that's decently paying. You had your house. You had a pretty nice car, right? You had the GTI back then.
Yeah.
Which is like, I mean, expensive car for someone who's in their early 20s, $45,000 or something like that.
I want to say like $30,000 or $25,000, but
maybe back then.
Maybe yeah.
More expensive now. Monetary value of money changes with time.
Wow.
I learned that from your mom.
Good, yeah. She teach you real versus nominal value?
She taught me real versus nominal value. She also taught me fiscal responsibility.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Real versus nominal is like, real would be like actual, like an inflation adjusted, and then nominal is like what it was at the time. So like when you tell a girl like my dick is like 7 inches long, that's a nominal value because that's in Tom's world. But in the real world, probably like 3 or 4 inches, you know?
7? That's too small.
Yeah.
We're in the BWC gang.
Oh yeah,
okay.
BWC.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I know you pay your camera guys so much. He's getting angles for BWC porn.
You make me want to say the N-word so bad.
Why?
Because you just make me rage.
Just say it.
Okay.
You're fine.
No, I'm not going to say it.
No, just say it one time.
I don't want to say it.
Why?
I don't want to say it.
If I say it with you, will it be okay?
I'm not a fucking racist.
Okay, that's fine.
I never say that word.
Me neither.
Good. So, you get fired from that job, and why do you start carpet cleaning? I mean, that seems like, not that it's like, you know, a beneath anyone, but I mean, it's kind of like less good than the casino job.
Yeah, I don't know. I basically cashed out my 401k that might have had like, God, maybe like, I don't even know. It was less than $10,000. But I think I cashed out like my 401k and everything from the casino. And then I'm at home and StarCraft 2 comes out. I started like grinding that for a few months while I live off my 401k. But then eventually I have to get a job again because I'm running out of money. and my girlfriend is working at the time, but we have to keep the house. So I don't know what to do because I can't. I don't like the idea of downgrading jobs. It feels really weird because every job has been like a step up, and I can't really use the casino now for my work history since I got fired. So I just have this huge like gaping hole except for McDonald's, and then I ended up failing college for the casino job. So my shit is kind of like.
Did you apply to a bunch of places and the carpet cleaning was the only one that got back?
I applied to a few places, but my uncle was actually friends with somebody that worked at that job, and he turned me on to it. He's like,
So
oh,
you knew you could get it.
Yeah. I was like, all right, fine, sure.
What were you making there?
It's complicated. Technically, I made $16 an hour for commission. The jobs were like really scattered throughout the day, so sometimes it sucked. So for instance, I might come into work at 7 a.m. and from 7 to 8 we were like preparing our trucks, and then maybe I've got one job from like 9 to 11, and I might make $32 for that 9 to 11 job, and then I might have one more job from like 1 to 3, and I might make another $32 there, and then I might have one more job from like 5 to 7, and I'll make another $32 there. So that's like 96 bucks, but I'm there for like maybe 13 or 14 hours.
Yeah.
So.
And you can't just like go home and do it.
I mean, like I can, but like the gas, the wear and tear on the car, it's like a 15-minute drive home. Like in between every job, it's just.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although I started to, in my carpet cleaning truck, if I had time between jobs, when I started streaming, I would drive home and just like stream a little bit between jobs. I think there might still be a YouTube video out there. I refer to a place called Guaranteed Clean. I think there's a YouTube video of me like calling a lady and trying to push her job back now. Hey, this is Steve from Guaranteed Clean.
Hey, this is Steve with Guaranteed Clean. I was just calling to let you know that we just finished up our last job earlier in Council Bluffs, so the drive's a little long. I'll probably be there closer to 2:30. If there's any problem with that, just give me a call back at 714-8841. Thank you very much. Otherwise, I'll plan on seeing you around then. Thank you. All right, one more game, bros.
Will you push your carpet cleaning job back to
You're
1 hour?
comfortable doing that on live stream?
Yeah, well back then it was like 30 people watching. Like that had no connection to the real world at all.
So there was zero chance.
No.
Yeah.
When I first started streaming, I remember I like added all my viewers on like my Facebook friends list. I was like, oh cool.
Like just all your friends from high school, college, whatever.
Yeah.
Who cares? I mean, that meant that your personal life and your stream life never really had like a disconnect. You were never like anonymous.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. I never really thought about it much. Like being anonymous, like I don't care. Like my first name on Justin TV was Steven_Bonnell_II.
But even with like saying all the crazy shit you were saying, you weren't worried and connected by you.
I don't think so, no. I'm trying to think. I just don't think cancel culture and shit was really that much of a thing back then. It really took off in like 2013, I think.
Yeah. But
like the idea of like getting fired or something happening to you because of something you said online in like 2010. But that
seemed ridiculous.
I don't think it happened much. Not that I remember. Yeah.
Yeah. So the carpet cleaning job, was that good? Was that fun?
No.
Shit.
Yeah.
Because of the money, because of the job itself.
Money, job itself, customers, every part of it was horrible.
Were you making enough to get by?
No.
Were you in debt?
I think house payments started to fall behind, and then I don't think any other bills lapsed, but yeah. I never went into like payday loans or anything because I knew how stupid they were. I'd rather just lose my house.
Was your girlfriend at the time, was she helping you out?
Yeah, she was. She always worked. Yeah.
So while you're doing carpet cleaning and you're trying to stream a little bit, you get your girlfriend pregnant at the time, right?
Yeah. I mean, we both did it. It wasn't just me. You made that sound like a rape.
Don't people just say got her pregnant?
Well, it was a two-person process.
Okay, you collectively got her pregnant.
Yeah, we got pregnant.
There you go.
Yeah.
You cohabited.
There we go.
That
Thank you. Yeah.
situation. What's going through your head when you, at 24, have a kid on the way?
20 wasn't that? I think it was like 21.
Okay, at 21.
Nathan was born in March of 2011, so
okay.
I was born in '88.
So you're 21.
22.
You're my age now.
Yeah.
What's going through your head when that happens?
I think she tells me, and I don't believe her, and I just roll over and go to sleep. And I'm like,
that's it?
Well, what the fuck are you gonna do? You gotta go to work.
At the time where you like, let's get rid of it?
I mean, I was like super pro-life at the time, so it wasn't really an option.
You're conservative?
Not really, but I was pretty pro-life. I grew up very conservative. No, actually, I would have still been pretty conservative, yeah.
Why were you pro-life? Was that like a religious thing?
It just seemed like the most logically consistent. Like, how could you, like, when does life begin if not at conception, right?
Okay, and nothing that dissuaded you outside of that? No research or anything?
Not at the time, no.
Okay, so you basically are like, I'm having the kid, there's no way around it. I'm gonna have this kid. Meanwhile, you're falling behind on bills, you're working a shitty job. Was your relationship going well?
No.
Why?
We don't live together well.
Why?
Because we were different people, and yeah.
You said at the time that like you were hitting each other or something.
I remember you showed your scars from fighting with her on stream. That was a long time ago. That was when I was documenting evidence in case she tried to do shit. But like I said, we've moved on from all of that, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I think when I disconnect, I kind of like withdraw a lot. and then the other person starts to go crazy because I'm like kind of pulling back and they want more, and then that escalates into bad things.
Why weren't you getting along? You can't talk about that?
It wasn't like, I bet if you asked her, she'd have more reasons. I don't ever remember like a particular thing. I think it was more just me kind of like slowly withdrawing or losing interest kind of, and then her like kind of pursuing more. And then that like dynamic.
More
always,
attention from you.
Yeah, and then that dynamic
And that
always
made
like
you
gets really explosive.
irritated?
Kind of, yeah, I guess.
Why did you withdraw? What happened?
I don't know, that's my problem solving style. I just like withdraw and close up, lock down.
I talked to you about this earlier, but I watched this video from 2014 of you. It has like 60K views on your channel. It's on the recent comments actually, from newer DGGers, but the video is you talking about like the state of your life and your trajectory and like how you feel about things, and you talk about how you get bored of women.
I think it's like a double-edged sword. Like, in one hand, I can joke about any aspect of my life. Like, I really don't, it doesn't bother me that much. But in other hands, sometimes it's hard to take things seriously, which is another big problem I have, right? And other times, like in relationships, like if there's a serious discussion, usually I'll be making jokes and the other person will be mad. They're like, oh, you can't take anything seriously. And it's like, I mean, to some extent, you're kind of right. I really don't take anything seriously. So, I mean, it's good sometimes, it's bad other times. It really just depends.
And like every relationship you had, because you'd had relationships before that, and you had a wife before that, right?
Yeah, my girlfriend from high school. We had to get married for FAFSA stuff to get student aid.
Okay. So every relationship you had basically went, you meet her, you get really infatuated, you guys get along really well, and then at a certain point you kind of get bored, and maybe if there's problems you kind of sink into yourself and just go focus on yourself and don't care
Maybe a
about
little bit.
anything
I don't know if I would say that it's a pattern at that point though, because my kid's mom was my second serious relationship. So like
at that point I think you had said that you felt it was kind of a pattern where you'd get like infatuated with someone and you like feel in love
I
with
think
them.
retroactively I kind of realized it, but at the time there was no way, because again it was my second relationship. There's no way I could establish or identify a pattern at that point.
Right. Okay. So you guys aren't getting along. Life's kind of shit. In this video, you say that was like the closest you've gotten to maybe wanting to yourself.
Dude, I got so f***ed up at that job, dude. It was the closest I'd ever come to myself.
Wow. Just because of how dark things were.
Yeah.
And then your friend, Chris, who you had online, who you knew very well apparently.
Kind of. That was earlier. He killed himself while I was still working at the casino.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought, okay.
The Chris thing, we've talked about this a million times. Basically, Chris thing is a friend that I hung out with every weekend. He's the one that actually got me into poker.
Sensibly.
And there are videos of people where they claim that you kind of contributed to his death in some way because you guys had some conversation about like existence and the meaning of life, and he was telling you he was just in a really rough spot and he was really doing poorly. And there's a video of you saying, like, at some point you basically said to him, like, well, I guess if that's really how you feel, you should just do it.
Basically, he got busted for marijuana. It was like a $600 ticket or a $600 fine or something. He thought he'd never have the money for it. And basically, he said that he would pretty much figured that since he had nothing going for him, he was going to kill himself. And at the time, because of where I was at in my life, we talked a lot about it, and I was like, I mean, like, it's your life, dude. Don't let anybody else control you. If you really feel like yourself is the best thing, then by all means, like, go for it. Personally, I disagree or whatever. And then he did it. So, I mean, at the time, I was okay with it. I mean, this is really f***ed up. I took the night off work and just played StarCraft all night. But looking back on it later, I think it was a pretty big mistake.
You did it.
Jesus. Is that really what I said?
Yeah.
That's wild.
In the video. And then in this video that I watched, you're kind of like talking about how like you kind of regret not doing everything you could to like stop that from happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think what actually happened, the thing is, like, when I tell the story, depending on like the clips, like I feel like it's obvious I'm joking at points, but maybe it's not depending on the compilation you've seen.
Okay.
But basically what happened was actually I could say whatever I want about him because he's dead. He was kind of a loser in that he didn't like, I don't even know if he finished high school. He didn't like know how to drive. He didn't really have a job. He kind of didn't do anything. But he was like a cool dude. We like play games growing up. I would drive over every weekend to pick him up and then bring him back to Omaha. And we'd hang out. We'd play poker, whatever, play games and stuff. And I guess one of the ways that he was making money on the side was selling weed. And he got busted selling weed to an undercover cop. So he had like an upcoming trial date, and he had literally nothing happening whatsoever in his life. And
no job, no girlfriend.
Yeah, nothing.
Couldn't drive?
No.
How do you not learn how to drive?
I don't know. He was like 20 years old. Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you know how to drive?
Yeah.
Bullshit. Does he know how to drive? Not a clear yes.
He's paid. He's bought and paid for.
Yeah.
Full opposition.
He gets busted with that. We're talking for a bit. It's me, him. There's another guy called Ted, who's a friend of his as well. But he basically starts talking about how he thinks he wants to himself. We're kind of like talking back and forth, and obviously, I don't want him to kill himself. He's my best friend.
Yeah.
And I try to kind of like hype him up a little bit, where I'm like, oh, like I don't think you should do it because obviously like you've got a lot of things that you can do in life and blah blah blah. And we're still young and all that. And he's kind of like going back and forth on it. He starts talking about like how he tries to like stuff in like really shitty, retarded ways. Like I remember one of the things he said was he tried like tying shoelaces around his like legs to like suffocate him and die. I don't know. It was,
to
like,
make like a blood clot or something.
yeah, I guess. Yeah, like dumb shit. And he's telling me about this, and we're kind of like we're still like talking back and forth. And I was like, hey, like I think it's probably not a good idea. Yeah, I think I was playing Brood War, and then Rachel and her friend were over, and then for some reason her friend Sarah, she's like, oh shit, Steve. And I'm like, what's up? She's like, is this like Chris from your friend like in Iowa? And like, what's up? And then there's like a news article, some guy that got ran over by a train on some train tracks. Like, oh shit.
Especially the way that he did it, he was pretty adventurous. Probably shouldn't say adventurous. He decided to lay down on some railroad tracks himself. Oh, holy shit! They have pictures of him here. Damn.
He apparently himself like the prior night. And when I talk about like regrets that I have, I guess the big conflict I had at the time was I didn't know if I should like reach out and like call the cops or like talk to his parents or talk to like a mental health professional. We didn't really have mental health back in 2010. That was like a 2020 thing.
Was he a close friend of yours?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he was my closest. I knew him since I was like 4 or 5 years old, I think.
So he's probably like your closest childhood friend.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and then we hung out like every weekend and shit. But I felt like if I contacted somebody else, I don't know if I'm like betraying his trust or if that's like a thing that's like fair for me to do.
I guess looking back, would you have contacted someone?
Yeah, I probably should have. I think so. Yeah.
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 Did that fuck you up at the time?
No, I mean I felt pretty. I've always been like kind of a numb-ish person. I was probably more numb back then to everything in general, but yeah, I mean it sucked. I missed work that night.
Because you were crying, you were sad?
I don't know, I felt like I probably should have.
So it wasn't even out of any real emotion, it was just like, I guess.
I don't know, it felt weird. Person's here and then they're gone, and then there's like a guy, and I like look at my AOL Instant Messenger thing, and he's like never gonna log in again, and then I go on Battle of the Net, and I see his like shit there, and I go on RuneScape, and I see his like an old account there, and I'm like, damn, it's kind of weird.
If it would have been like 2 or 3 years later, and my mind was in a different spot, or if I was in a different spot philosophically, I would have done everything I could to stop him from doing it, because I think it's like looking back on it now, it's pretty stupid. He was a pretty smart dude. He was really good at all the games and shit that he played. He was really good at talking to people. He was just kind of f***ed up where he was at in life, you know. Looking back on it now, I would have done everything I could have to stop him. I would have called his parents, would have called the cops, you know, shit like that. But I wasn't mature enough, I guess, philosophically to think about it at the time, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, that shows some sense of humanity, probably.
Yeah, I think
You're not
so.
a total psycho.
Yeah, I'm pretty human most of the time.
Well,
yeah.
during this video that you're talking about how you feel like, especially early on with streaming and stuff, probably until a few years ago, you used to talk about your sociopathic traits or whatever quite a bit. One of the things you talk about here is like somebody's like, so what's to stop you from becoming like a serial killer? And you're like, well, there's a few reasons. I mean, first say like my life, I'll probably go to jail. And the second reason, honestly, no, that's probably the only reason. I'd probably, you know, really
well, I don't want to like go to jail, damn. But also, I don't think anybody's giving him like a reason to kill them. Well, nah, actually, at this point, maybe a couple people, but
well,
I still go to jail.
Isn't it wrong?
Well, maybe, yeah, that too.
But
I feel like if I were gonna kill somebody, there must have been something to make me really want to kill them. Right?
Well, I guess the implication of being a serial killer is that you're doing it for no.
Yeah, I would never kill people at random. That's deranged.
Well, yeah, but I think that's the first response usually.
Oh, yeah, that would be deranged. But if you ask me, would you like kill people? Well, like, there's a maybe.
Block 17 is not gonna happen, right?
Well, at the time, I think the only person you wanted to kill was the kid that was DDoSing you.
True.
Oh, I did troll the shit out of the DDoS kid. That's the guy, that's one of the people, like, legitimately, like, I was so, you have no, like, it's actually kind of scary, like, how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father. I don't, because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most f***ed up shit in my entire life. I was so f***ing close to doing it.
But I don't really blame you for that one.
Thank you.
Because that kind of sucks.
Absolutely.
Yeah. People still hate you for that.
Okay.
You okay?
No.
Are you totally, like, just disaffected by how people don't
I don't think most people understand the position. I told you earlier when we were at dinner, what's the quickest way to become unenviable?
No.
Good one. It's if you're out of touch and victimizing yourself.
Yeah.
Those make you impossible to relate to. So at the time, I might have been like the biggest streamer in the world when that was happening, because there was a period where StarCraft 2 was the most popular streaming game, and I was arguably the most popular StarCraft 2 streamer. So I was just de facto like the largest streamer.
Yeah.
So if I'm complaining about getting DDoSed and stuff, while I'm like pretty successful streaming and everything, I just look like.
You were self-aware of that even back then?
No, back then I wasn't at all.
No.
No.
So you were complaining about it a lot?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So back then, I mean, going back to your relationship, things are not really going well. When did you start taking streaming seriously as a thing that like I should hunker down and like do this? This should be a thing I do.
I think it was when Rachel was still pregnant. Justin TV, I remember Emmett started emailing us saying that they were going to start paying out like ad revenue. And I got my very first paycheck from JTV, I think for like $200 or something. I have the email. It was in like, I think it was in December of 2010. And it was like $203.64. So when I saw the paycheck, I went back and then I added up what I made on PayPal. And then I looked at the hours that I'd spent streaming, and I'm like, pretty sure if I just stream for the same amount of hours that I do my carpet cleaning job, I make like about the same amount of money. Why the would I do carpet cleaning when I just sit at home and do this? It's so much easier.
Did it take off immediately? Was this like a instant thing?
It's always.
And you were still with Rachel this one time?
Kind of. Our relationship was really weird. We rotated around between me living, I think initially I lived at the house, and then she lived with her mom, who was about an hour away. And then when Nathan was born, her being at the house with her mom and Nathan was kind of shitty, and dad and everybody else, so they came back to the house and I started living in like apartments around Omaha. But that got really weird because I remember I lived with one lady and her kind of boyfriend or something, and I was like living, it was like a, are they townhomes? There was like an upstairs and I lived in the apartment up there, and I slept on like this like cot thing on the floor. And I remember one time I was streaming and like, I think I was shouting, it's like, oh, you motherfucker, and this woman came upstairs and she was like, how dare you use that language when my daughter's in the house? It was just like really fucking awkward.
This is on stream?
I don't know I don't think that was ever on stream, or it might have been, but those videos don't exist anymore. Because this would have been back in like 2011 or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hopped around a couple apartments in the area and it was like so awkward and weird, and yeah, I don't know.
You could have just gotten your own with the one you were making?
I don't know why I didn't. Maybe I feel like I didn't make enough money for that.
Maybe you were just planning for the future of it not working.
Oh no, because I was still paying for the house. So I don't think I felt like
a mortgage at the same time.
Yeah, I don't think I felt like I had the money because Rachel couldn't work while she was pregnant and she didn't have money for the full house, and I didn't want my kid's mom to be homeless. So I don't think I had enough money for the house and for a whole apartment on my own. So I would just try to live with people. I remember what I did. I ended up living with my ex-wife, I think 6 to 12 months.
She was cool with that?
I guess, yeah.
Your relationship wasn't like rekindling or whatever? You were just...
No, not at all.
You were just doing your own thing?
Yeah, somehow, yeah.
Huh. It usually doesn't work that way.
Yeah, kind of weird.
Your second year you make 100K.
Something, yeah. 70. I got destroyed with the tax bill on the next
Yeah, didn't you say, oh fuck, there's some video of you talking about how like you made all the money in a year and then you spent like $80,000 of it or something. And you were like, wait, where the f did all my money go?
Yeah, because when you're, this is going to be really out of touch statements, but when you go from broke to making 100K, 100K seems like $10 million. It's like $100,000. But 100,000 in a year you can blow through really fast.
What did you spend that money on? Just like
I don't know. Like I don't know. Traveling and food and just you can blow through 100K really fast if you're like eating out all the time and everything. Once you're making like, I don't know. Once you're making like 250 to 500K, it's pretty hard to get rid of that money. And then once you're like making $1 million a year, you can just like spend tons of money on everything. Or for me at least, I don't run out of money because I don't buy anything besides traveling. But like 100K is like you can set that money on fire instantly, just like with a few plane tickets and then eating out all the time and then whatever.
Did the money keep going up from there, like gradually scaling, like 40?
Yeah, it kind of did. It was just I was always in a weird spot because I was trying to pay for my kid and my kid's mom.
How were you splitting up like your personal versus like work life? Like were you?
I don't think I had any personal life at all. I was just streaming constantly because I was a professional gamer. So I was like playing StarCraft, like it would have been at least like 10 to 12 hours a day. Yeah.
Were you going to like take care of your kid and then coming back? Or were you just like the stream god?
I think it like varied based on how me and Rachel were at the time. I don't know if these streams still exist anymore, but I know that like when kids are first born.
You're so stupid, buddy.
Like, you take a baby and you put them down on a thing and you can like burrito them. So I think there are early streams of me because
burrito.
For early babies, if they're not like
taco burrito.
Nathan's a really good baby. Just like every 4 hours, they wake up and they're crying, and usually you change them, feed them, burp them, and then you lay them down again. It's like super regular. Nathan was like that, so I could just like burrito him in a blanket, and then kind of like stick him on my shoulder up here, and I could just like play, and I could do that for a while. And when me and Rachel weren't fighting, I did that for a while, and that worked. But I think I was like in and out of the house based on how our relationship was at the time.
So you were on and off.
Hey, buddy.
We
you
were
gonna
always
pet
on
me?
and off, but we were also on and off in terms of like, can we live with each other without killing each other?
Was it a thing where like you were like together and you just wanted to see other people and then come back, or was it just like?
No, it was just
pet
chaotic, hectic. There was no organization or
planning. It was just the one-itis.
Something like that. I don't know.
Did you like really love her at the time? Want it to work out?
I mean, probably, yeah.
Probably.
I mean, as much as no offense, but as much as a 21-year-old can love.
You didn't it's your understanding of love has changed since then?
Probably, yeah. It's pretty naive at that point, yeah. But I mean, like, we had a child together, and like, I
Buddy.
loved her as much as anybody
Meow.
can. Like, we had fun together. We synergized really well. We had good chemistry. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, man.
So, after, or I guess while this is going on, your streaming's taking off a little bit. But at the time, you weren't a politics guy at all, which is what everyone knows you for now. You were.
I mean, I've always had strong political opinions, and I argued with people all the time, like growing up.
But
I wasn't
primarily
doing
you
that
were
like on
a gamer.
stream. Yeah.
Gamer was the guy you were, and
Yeah.
you did talk about your
Kitty
political opinions on
buddy.
stream, but it wasn't like I'm the argument debate guy. At the time, it was like I'm the StarCraft 2 guy.
Yeah.
Okay. But at a certain point, StarCraft starts falling off a little bit, and you had this conversation with, I don't know their names. I want to say one of them is like DJ or something, but it's you and a few other guys having conversations about StarCraft, and they're debating you, and you're basically telling them about how StarCraft is going to fall off, and you're getting the f out.
If we can't hope for Blizzard to do anything, then it's time to just switch f***ing games, because the audience of this game will only continue to dwindle.
Stop being a part of this community then. You should go play LoL.
Yeah, I think I just realized actually what we're gonna do. This is the plan, okay? We continue to do nothing and wait, and eventually all of the Korean players are going to be switching over to LoL because Korea's huge on that shit now. And then once they switch over, people like Idra and In Control can go back to winning tournaments. I think that's the plan right now. I love you guys very much. Peace out.
And all of them are like, you're retarded, you're gonna fall out, your career is gonna die. And my understanding is that within a few years, those guys were like not really heard of anymore.
Yeah, I think I kind of saw where things were going. I don't know why I've always had a good eye for like internet content or trends or whatever, and I could kind of tell that like StarCraft was about to fall off, and that was kind of unfathomable at the time because StarCraft was like the top dog.
Was it still really popular at the time?
It was, yeah, it was doing really well, yeah. But it was really obvious
Can I
that
get
like,
some
League of
pets?
Legends was gonna
You want to pet me, buddy?
take over, and that was just a lot of people couldn't see that for some reason. And then I got into an argument with some people over it, and they all kind of made fun of me for it. I was like, okay, whatever.
So
Kitty
you quit
massages.
StarCraft, you do other games, but there, after StarCraft, there was never like a game that was like your.
No, I tried to find them. Like I played a lot of League of Legends, but I don't think I could ever go pro in that. I tried Overwatch for a while, but I only did that for like a few months. I was like, I don't think I can.
Were you good at video games?
I was a semi-pro gamer. I was like good at video games.
But you weren't good enough to like be pro forever. You weren't, right?
I mean, I was like, that's why I'd say I was semi-pro. At my best, I could maybe take a game off of anybody in the world.
Destiny, thanks very much for joining us, and congratulations on IPL Season 2 qualification.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And with more time spent playing the game, I gradually got better and better, and I think I'm getting close to where I can compete at a really high level.
But like, I don't think I would have won a series against most people. No. It wouldn't surprise me like lifetime winnings in StarCraft 2 were, my guess would be probably less than $5,000. It wasn't much, but I'd always focus on the streaming end of things more than just the practice end of things. So like my main money was always through streaming. So even though my tournament winnings weren't good, I like prioritized my streaming over like my pro gaming practice.
On stream, were you mostly talking about video games, or was it like personality, lifestyle, current events stuff?
It was always a combination of stuff. Like it was video games, but all the other stuff was always mixed in. That's I think what got people endeared to me rather than just like a StarCraft player. It was like more me the person.
Back then, were you doing like variety content, or was it like were you like reacting to things and like reading things, or was it mostly just like you gaming?
I think it was just gaming, non-stop gaming. Yeah.
When did that change?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe around 2016, I think.
Before 2016, you were gaming pretty much.
I think mainly. I'm sure people were like watching YouTube videos and stuff a little bit prior to that, but
why was that election important to you? Why did that change everything?
I just thought the conversation was so bad, and I was like, oh, like maybe I can contribute a little bit. Maybe
why was it bad?
Just people like not talking factually about literally anything. It was wild. Like people just saying like the most crazy, random, wild statements about economics or finance without knowing anything about like taxes or economies, or people saying weird like things that just sound like really dumb. I was like,
were conservatives doing that?
I think everybody was, but especially everything like surrounding Trump was like really dumb.
Did your viewership fall off because people came there for video games?
I'd already emerged more as like a personality than just like a video game person, because I lost a lot of people to follow me just for StarCraft when I played League, and then from League I was like kind of starting to talk about and do other things. So yeah.
Did your viewership decrease like with each one of these? You take like a little hit.
From StarCraft to League, I took a big hit, but then from League onwards, I just kind of like.
Do you remember like how many you were getting live on StarCraft versus League?
I want to say from StarCraft maybe 5 to 8K, maybe, and then I think League was anywhere from like 1.5 to 3K.
Ooh, a third. Was the money like less too?
Yeah.
You were somehow still confident that you were making the right choice even despite that.
Yeah, because StarCraft was definitely going to die, and I don't want to be like hitched to that too much.
You didn't have a ton of self-doubt about that?
No, I was pretty confident. I thought my analysis was good. Yeah, it was.
It was, but at the time you didn't know.
It was. I think it was like there was You can probably go back and find it. Like, I'm pretty sure there's a big post I made on the StarCraft subreddit.
This is like a lesson that you learn in history. Like, it's common sense. Like, look at the Betamax versus VHS. Like, Betamax was a superior format in every single way, but VHS, you know, was the one that was more aggressive with their marketing. And what did we end up with?
But it was like all the reasons why I looked at how Riot was like supporting their game like so much, and Blizzard didn't seem to support theirs that much. And there was a big elitist attitude throughout all the Blizzard development staff and like all of the esports guys and all of the players and personalities about this is the best game because it's the most competitive and that's what people like. And these shitter like Dota and League aren't going to take off because like they're too casual and blah blah blah. And I think in my opinion, I thought that like the bigger the player base, the more people will watch your esports. Like, and these people support the out of their games in their communities, like, they're on an upward trend. Like, why would we not expect that to like overtake StarCraft and then StarCraft will like dive up?
And then 2016, you switched to politics, and people are more or less comfortable with your constantly varying, you know, stuff by then. You've been full-time streaming for.
I started full-time streaming at the end of 2010.
That holy, you were like the first fucking guy. I didn't realize it really went back that far.
I think I was the first person to quit and do it like as a job full time. Like there were definitely people that streamed before me, but like did it as a job full time. I think I'm the first one.
Who was big back then? Who was like really killing it?
And those times it would have been like people like Day9 was a guy.
Never heard of him.
I think Asmon and Soda Poppin streamed on Livefire? Xfire?
Never heard of this.
Some website like that.
2010. Oh my god. So you switched to politics. Why does that work out so well for you? Because you hadn't done political debate discussion really before. You weren't like a pundit.
Not online, but like my whole life I kind of had been. Like I grew up like super debatey in high school because everybody there was like really left leaning, and I was like super Republican because of my parents. Like I'd written like articles defending like George W. Bush and the Iraq War, and I like listened to Michael Savage and Glenn Beck.
What was the guy you liked? Was it Ron Paul?
In 2008 for college, yeah.
All right, so March 13th, 2017, you're on Twitter, you're talking shit, JonTron's talking shit, he's talking about politics, and you end up getting in a call with him on your stream.
Yeah.
How did that go?
I mean, I guess pretty well for me, kind of catastrophically for him, but I didn't ever intend for there to be like a big debate. I didn't think he was like that far gone. I'd only heard him have a conversation with Sargon of Akkad like twice, and I thought he was just kind of like getting into these topics. I didn't know he had so many strong opinions about them. So.
When you say far gone, you mean like right wing?
Yeah, or whatever 4chan was at the time. Like they weren't like the traditional conservatives of like, oh, we want to like have small government and like reduce taxes and all that. It was like completely on social issues, like immigration, like demographics, and.
But despite, I mean, you obviously feel like you probably were in the right in that conversation. He was in the wrong, broadly speaking.
Like, yeah, I guess, yeah. Obviously.
But the public perception was not that.
Really?
I don't think so.
Oh, you were in different communities.
Probably. In my public perception of that was like, at the time especially, was like, this guy's coming after JonTron.
It was definitely a 50-50 split. There were like a ton of people that saw me as like this kind of like leftist savior type guy that exposed JonTron for being like a secret racist. But everybody in those communities viewed me as like this Jewish mind controller that turned JonTron racist for the conversation and like manipulated him to say.
I think beyond that, a lot of it was just like people who are fans of JonTron or friends of him.
Yeah, that would probably
would just, I mean, defend it.
Yeah.
We never talk about politics ever again.
Yeah.
Probably for the best.
Maybe, yeah.
Shout out, John. But you've developed this audience that's primarily left wing. You've developed this subset that's like socialist, like very far left.
Yeah, I would say I cut my teeth like debating conservatives. Like I was kind of like the only lefty guy who would be like a hardcore debater because I was like a conservative trope, and because I was the only person that did that for a long time, that was my reputation. I got a lot of left-leaning followers, and a lot of those people were like very far left, which I always thought was kind of a joke. I didn't think that was actually true, but around 2019-ish, when these other people started streaming and becoming members of my community, Hassan and Vosh, I started to realize that people in my community were like way further left than I had realized.
And I thought it was all memes and jokes and stuff, but now I'm not sure. Like Hassan goes like on these full-on rants on his stream about how like, oh, the U.S. is worse than the USSR and shit, and I'm like, whoa, hold on, homie. Like I don't know if I would like unironically say this, but then like you said, like all of a sudden I start to realize like, wait, I think it feels like there are more tankies here than I actually thought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you have any like audience watershed moments prior to that and after like StarCraft/politics stuff, like between 2017 and like 19? Did you have any moments in there that were like you had to like get rid of a little portion of the audience?
I think from 2014 to 2016, there were a lot of arguments that I use when it comes to engagement with content that I genuinely believe that I didn't realize were bullshit positions for a lot of other people. Here's like a thing I would say. I don't understand why representation is important, because I can watch any movie or be in any crowd of people, and I don't care if they look like me or act like me. Like, I could watch a movie with like a trans lead or a female lead or a black lead, or be like in a room full of like Asian people. I had for a long time for StarCraft. A lot of them don't speak my language. Like, none of it bothered me. I thought it was cool. I was like totally fine with that. So I don't know why they make such a big deal about representation in their media. That was an argument that I used for a long time. And a lot of people in my audience and on the internet would like vibe with that. Like, they'd hear me say things like Destiny epically owns these like feminist losers that ask for like representation, blah, 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 blah. But then I noticed that like there were a few games that were starting to come out. One of them I think was like a FIFA game or something where the main character was either like black or Hispanic or something, or I don't know. I don't even know if FIFA has a campaign mode. It was something like that. And the amount of comments from white people were like overwhelmingly negative about how they were upset that like, oh, like I don't know if I can relate to this character, or blah, blah, blah. And these moments happened a few times. And then I started to realize like, wait a second, I thought we didn't care about shit like this. Why do you guys care? And then I'd realize like, I'm like a useful idiot for these people on like the right socially, because I was making all these arguments on how I didn't care about this thing. And I don't think I genuinely do, but I think everybody else really does. But as long as the culture is currently favoring them, they'll use those arguments. So.
This is from 2014 to 2016. Were you having like, I guess I don't even know if Discord was like a thing back then. Discord was like 2016.
Discord, like the chat program?
Yes.
No, I don't think that existed.
So you were like calling people on Skype or whatever else, TeamSpeak, I guess.
Skype, TeamSpeak, and Mumble were the things we used. Yeah.
Were you debating random people from chat at that point in time too?
I must have, yeah, because Irish Laddie, Vosh.
All right, I'm gonna talk to this guy now.
Hey, Steven.
What's up?
By the way, honest question: do you prefer to be called Steven or Destin?
Probably Steven. Destiny seems really weird. Yeah.
SRS is mean. We insult people. You know, we judge them callously. In fact, we believe in what we say, mind you, but we aren't expected to be. We don't expect to be treated
or anything like that. Yeah.
As for the actual things that SRS says, I agree with the vast majority of them.
Yeah, it was all the way back in 2011 hopping on and stuff. So yeah, must have been. Skype, I think. Yeah.
Speaking of Vosh and just people who calling your stream, you mentioned Hassan. Your community has been very active ever since, I mean, like the beginning of your streaming stuff. And around the time that you got to like you said, 2016, you have Vosh, Irish Laddie, I think at the time he's doing stuff. You have Hassan, he's doing stuff. And you start to see like little offshoots from your community blow up and do their own little thing. They carve out their own little piece of that pie. How did you feel at the time about watching like people who essentially like were fans of yours and were birthed from your whole shit go on to become their own kind of
I mean, for a while it was cool, because I'd always been like very much like, I wasn't part of a big community or a big clique or anything like that. I kind of like focused on my community and growing that and making them active, and then pulling people from my community for chatting and everything. So seeing people from my community go on to become like bigger streamers, I thought was like kind of cool.
And then you had like collab partners.
Kind of, yeah, people that I could debate and people that I could argue with and everything, yeah.
That wasn't a personal attack. Aren't you proud to be LGBT?
What are you talking about, dude? Are you serious?
Are you LGBT or not?
We've got a question.
But for Vosh and Hassan, the kind of the weird thing came when I realized that like, wait, these guys are like really, really, really far left, and I've got actually a bunch of my audience that's really, really, really far left, and I had to like put my foot down and make it clear, like, I'm a liberal, I'm a capitalist, I'm not a socialist, I'm not a communist.
To be clear in chat, Irish Laddie has basically said he would give me the bullet in his real world. So while he's here whining about me dialoguing treating him, we're coming into this with him basically saying he would kill me under his political system.
And I felt like I bled like a third to half of my audience within like a month or something, going to Vosh and Hassan and like kind of becoming their fans, because I like was absolutely not on board with the super far left stuff. Yeah.
I've seen like one of the earliest combos you had with Irish Laddie, Vosh, when you were playing Minecraft. In that, from when he's talking about SRS, I thought it was abundantly clear how far left he was.
Yeah, he was, but I didn't know my fans were. That was the thing I didn't know, because I was never that far left.
So did you think he was just like a character you brought on stream that people...
No, it was like he was a fun person to debate and argue with and stuff. But when I was arguing with him and everything, and then like, the thing that would happen is I would have arguments with these people sometimes. I remember there was a post that went up on my subreddit one time. The overwhelming like idea from the post, like Destiny's basically a socialist, like an all but name, like he just doesn't realize it yet or whatever. Like that was the feeling that people had sometimes when they would fight with people, like Vosh or Hassan. And yeah, that was definitely not the case. And then once I started to make that more clear, the divisions became way more abundant.
Yeah, and I guess the other question is when you have these watershed moments, like when these guys leave your community.
Bro, you are really about those watershed fucking moments, Tom.
I don't know many YouTubers that do this, but for a streamer, I think it's really important to have an up and down so that you can see you can survive it. And my big up and down was from StarCraft to League. that was scary for me because I thought it might be over. But if I could survive going from startup to league, I could survive any, wave and fall or crest and peak or whatever at that point. Yeah.
How many viewers did you lose to that?
I don't know. Probably, if I had to guess, it was probably a couple thousand concurrent viewers. Be my guess.
But Vosh and Hassan have never been like buddies, right?
No.
Why? They kind of seem like a perfect fit for each other.
Oh, that's a good question. I should ask my stream next time you're on.
They kind of seem like they should be friends. Although maybe Hassan doesn't like Vosh because Vosh is edgy. How do you feel about Vosh as a person? How do you feel about him?
He's a bad person.
Why?
I think because he knowingly engages in lies and deceptive behavior. That shit drives me fucking insane. And he's smart enough not to. He's a little bit more tactical in it, and that makes me think they're a worse person, yeah.
But just
as long as it leads people in a good direction, I think it's generally pretty defensible.
I think there needs to be some adherence or conformity to truth. I don't think you can just lie and move people in the right direction, and that makes it okay.
What about if we were to get rid of all content which has any misleading elements for the advocacy of liberal or left-leaning politics? I think that would destroy almost everything. I actually didn't watch his debate with Lance the other day. Did you know? This is, by the way, I'm totally poisoning the well here. Sometimes, if intellectual honesty is the cost of a successful improvement of the state of humanity, then sometimes that just has to be made.
On an ideological level, you're no different than a lot of the crazy groups that you yourself disagree with.
Do you think he's as smart as you? Do you think you can see eye to eye on issues and you can have complex conversations about these issues and he could...
I mean, it's hard to rank intelligence, but he's a very smart person. If we both spent the same amount of time studying an issue, it would always be a challenging conversation for me. He would never be a pushover on anything. Absolutely not.
You say that, but when I've seen you guys have conversations on the Rittenhouse thing, it seems like he had a very hard time.
Yeah, but I don't think that was because of his intelligence. I think it's because of his partisanship. I think he was getting partisanly sucked into a certain narrative.
Is he aware of that?
I think he is.
Is that his choice?
I think so. I think he's smart enough to know it. That's why I hate him more than I hate Hassan. I think Hassan is not as smart as Vosh. Yeah.
Is Vosh grifting then? Is that just sort of a grifty thing? No.
I think it's a little grifty. Yeah. I think he's smarter than that. But he's not fully grifting. I think he decently believes in most of what he says, but I think he also is really intentional in what he covers and how he covers it. Yeah.
How do you feel about Hassan?
That's a big question.
You guys were buddies.
Kind of, yeah.
You guys got along.
Acquaintance/friends, yeah.
I'm not a vegan, but pescatarian technically.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No, I don't know. Why would I know your dietary habits?
What the? I get a salad or something.
Oh.
I'm just f***ing with you, dude. I eat normal shit.
I'm sorry.
The power of these muscles. Can I touch you? Yeah, the power of these muscles. Andy, do you fucking understand the power of this?
This is memes for fucking years.
When you hung out a few times in person or whatever.
Played with his dog.
You played with his dog. And his dog died. And then you put him on a fucking thing.
I'm just kidding. Cut that.
Yeah. That's gonna be the opening. Cut that. Nothing's gonna cut. So you guys are friends. I mean, the same applies with Vosh. And then you have a few big conversations. I think one of them was around the Trihex N-word thing.
Me and Hassan had already had big schisms before that, I think.
Well, that was a big one. And the one before that, there was the booty judge thing.
It was a Kamala Harris video. That was a huge thing. And then afterwards, the Trihex N-word thing, he basically tried to ambush me on that, and that was a really bad, set of conversations.
Right. Would he use the N-word or the hard R around you while he's talking about someone? No, because he understands that it's bad. Because it ultimately, no matter how you use the term, ultimately it just implies that the person themselves are a racist person.
And then, I mean, after that, it was kind of just over.
Pretty fucked at that point, yeah.
Yeah. Do you miss talking to them when they were more, I don't know, less partisan or whatever?
I think at that point in my life, I didn't really talk to anybody on a personal level. So.
Really?
Yeah.
Anybody?
Not really, no.
What were you doing?
Streaming.
Doesn't that f*** you up to not talk to anyone on a personal level?
Not really.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Do you know that's weird?
A little bit, yeah.
Do you know that is really weird?
I understand that, yeah.
So I talk to anyone on a personal level? Is there something wrong with you?
I mean, it's just hard for people to relate to me. What am I going to talk about? Here's my streamer problems. It's just hard to, And then I don't value other people's feedback as much because I'm usually a little bit older than the other people, and a lot of my problems are kind of unique. Am I going to talk to Vosh or Hassan about I had to move to another place because of my kid's mom and me not getting along, or it's just all my problems are so unique.
When you say you didn't have any personal conversations, do you mean With streamers or just in general?
I mean, like, I would usually be dating somebody. I would talk to them. Yeah.
Okay. So you did have personal conversations.
Yeah.
What are your problems?
Yeah.
You're not a total psycho. Why did you
I don't think I'm a total
just say
psycho.
that?
Oh, well, I mean, I didn't have like friends that I would like talk to things about. So like, if I never dated Rosh or Hassan.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh,
Okay.
well, there you go.
I thought you had. Okay,
No.
That's good. The next few moments like that with drama, obviously the ones I remember are like Redacted. Shout out to Redacted. Lav, Mr. Girl. But a big one that I think is not talked about as much. I think it should be is Bob 7. What the fuck happened with Bob 7?
Basically, Bob 7 was a guy who was getting really close to my partner at the time, and
To be clear, he was a streamer.
Kind of,
and
yeah.
He would go on the
mainly
Raj
worked on
shows.
like shows and stuff behind the scenes and was on other people's streams.
He went on the Raj show. He did like this sort of desperate incel character guy.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
And he was pretty funny.
Yeah, he was super funny.
But he becomes friends with your, I guess now, ex-wife, Melina.
Yeah.
And that caused issues.
Basically, what I found out was that, if I can remember right, I found out that he was like shit-talking me a ton to a few people that were kind of close to me, and that really bothered me. And then I think I reached out to a few other people to find out if he'd ever said anything, and I found out that he had. And then I got really thrown. I was like, wait a second, how many people are like hearing really weird or negative things about me from this guy? And then I think I made like kind of like a probably inappropriate, thinly veiled threat or something. I think at the end of a stream, I said something and I was like, listen, Bob 7, I know you're talking me, okay? Don't fucking throw stones in glass houses. I know you've done some weird shit, motherfucker. Don't talk shit about me, blah, blah, blah. It was some dumb shit like that. I said something like that. And for some reason, he challenged me on it. I don't know why people do this still. But he was like, oh, well, that's not true. You don't know anything about me, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay. And then we did that.
And then you dropped a giant big video about him.
I guess.
5 hours long and nuked his career.
Maybe.
But it wasn't just Bob that was the problem. It was Mel.
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
A lot of it, yeah.
Not a little bit.
Yeah.
She was the problem. You can't expect this random guy, Bob, to do anything, but the expectation with your partner is she's not going to put you in positions that compromise.
Probably,
you
yeah, for sure. 100%, yeah.
It's just like a crazy boundary. You have like, no.
I think because of my upbringing, the way that I grew up, and the people in my life, I think I'd always been a very independent person. So I'm just kind of used to like having to do everything on my own. So I have a really hard time asking for things from other people or establishing boundaries with other people. So if people make really bad mistakes, I just try to think like, well, why did they do it, and how did I contribute to it, and can I change that? So I just like will usually take it all on myself, and I think it was like a really dumb thing to do for a long time. Like at some point, I should have been able to say like, hey, you probably shouldn't do this, or this is super unacceptable.
You never told her like, don't talk.
I mean, I kind of did, but
About
then
my
obviously
personal
it
life?
kept happening, and I didn't do anything about it. So
Yeah. I mean, I guess what do you do other than break up or something?
break up is what you probably should do.
Yeah. I guess that didn't happen now.
Yeah, got there eventually.
Yeah. Two years later.
No, 0 kids later.
Yeah. I guess that's good.
0 houses later. So
Was it in the cars to have a kid with her?
I mean, maybe eventually.
Did she want to have kids?
I think she did. Yeah.
That's why that didn't fucking happen.
Yeah, well. I always said we had to go 1 year with no serious fights before I had another kid. So.
And that didn't happen to us. So gotta go 1 week. A few years ago, one of your biggest things was you were having these like intellectual debates on super taboo subjects. So, and they got you on a bunch of shit. I think a bunch of the clips that came out from it. So one of the big ones was you talking to now convicted pedophile Amos Yee about child porn. He said something to the effect of like, if there was some kind of way to ethically distribute CP to pedophiles, then would you be okay with that? And you said something along the lines of like, yeah, I think I'd be okay with that if the people consented and there was no ethical quandary with that. But that got you in a bunch of shit.
Right, so you're pretty open to the position of child pornography.
Well, not like the mainstream like production of and recruiting children to create it.
I mean, if it's like if it involves coercion, then no. But I'm thinking that like perfectly consensual, sex, and the child agrees to having the footage posted online. I think that would be perfect.
Yeah. So again, your argument here is like almost tautological, and that's why we keep disagreeing. You keep saying consensual child sex, and I disagree. I think that's an oxymoron. I don't think children can consent to that.
And there's definitely other ones like the incest conversation, obviously.
How do I explain to my daughter incest is wrong? Is it actually wrong? I don't know. This is a crazy fucking thing.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god.
Do you regret having these like super taboo conversations that, I mean, I guess it's interesting.
I'm gonna be right back. I gotta.
I mean,
I
don't know. Intellectually, there were like good ways to explore like early, because I was like a fledgling into philosophy and moral shit back then. I didn't really and they were just like good ways to explore, I guess, like moral philosophy. Like, why is incest bad? Or how do we feel about like age of consent or child porn or whatever? Because these are the things that they sit at the borders of what can happen, and they really test the edge of like how strong are your like principles. Like if we say like is torture good or bad? If somebody tells you, would you ever defend torture principally? The most boring answer you can give a response to that is, well, I think that torture is bad because it doesn't produce good information. Well, what a stupid answer. Obviously, if it doesn't produce information that's good, then nobody would defend torture.
Yeah.
But that's not an interesting question. The interesting question is, there's a chemical weapon that's going to go off in New York City, probably kill 50,000 people. Would you torture a guy if you thought you could get the information from him? Now it's an interesting question, right? So things like pedophilia or incest are like at the edges of what we feel comfortable, or sometimes past what we feel comfortable with, and they help you explore questions that I think are really interesting. So that's why I would like deal with those topics, I guess, yeah.
Because you're trying to get into philosophy.
Yeah, it was just like a good way to like figure out like why is the thing good or why isn't the thing good. Like I remember there was a post on Reddit. The incest question came from, there was a post on Reddit, and there was somebody, it was in an Ask Relationships or something, or thread, and basically it was a dad that had made a post, and he said him and his wife were like very sexually open people, and they'd spoken with their children about like, you know, their developmental milestones, like, oh, well, if you're gonna masturbate, like make sure that you're in your room and be appropriate and blah, 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 and they'd had like really open conversations about it. And apparently when the daughter was like of a certain age, I think she went to the dad and mom, and she said something along the lines of like, I don't know how to make myself orgasm when I masturbate, can you guys help me? And the father was like, I don't know how to tell her like, no, this is not appropriate, or like, I don't know what to do here. And I thought it was an interesting question, like, well, you know, if you're, why would it be inappropriate? Like, what are the actual good answers to that beyond like, ick, that's like not good, I guess, right? So
Well, she's probably a minor.
When you pose these questions to people, they have a really hard time coming up with an answer. And I thought that was interesting. Apparently philosophy is called moral dumbfounding, where we have really strong moral intuitions around certain topics. Incest is one of them, but you can't produce like a rational argument for why it's not good. So that was like a big thing for the incest one. And then for the pedophile one, the interesting thing about Amos was he was like making the rounds debating all these skeptic people about like age of consent. Like at the time, Amos believed that there should be no age of consent. That you should be able to have sex with 1-year-olds as long as you're not like physically injuring them.
Why do you think that kids and babies aren't able to consent to sex?
Yeah, he did.
And the thing was, nobody had a good argument for why they couldn't. And I thought that was wild.
You mean like all the skeptic guys?
Yeah, none of them could argue like what it meant to have like informed consent.
Who did he debate before you?
I was so many of the skeptic people. I remember
Jaworski
maybe, and like Sargon, and I think Rachel Chen. Isn't she?
Lauren Chen.
Lauren Chen, maybe way back then, when she was called Roaming Millennial.
Yeah. So are you saying their explanation just kind of came down to like, well, because it's wrong?
Yeah,
it's
Blair White. Yeah, like all these people are like, oh, it's wrong, ew, and they've never had like a good argument, or they would say things like, oh, like they can't consent or whatever. But it's like, I mean, consent in what way? Because nobody ever said like informed consent. So I was like, oh, I'll have a debate with this guy and argue about like informed consent and why they shouldn't be able to do it. And we have like a 2-hour debate. Well, I think I defend the concept of informed consent really well. There's like a 3-minute segment where he asks me if you could produce child porn that had already, or if you could have child porn that was already made, and older people, you know, that were already, you know, victimized, if they could consent to using that to rehabilitate pedophiles, they wouldn't rape kids anymore. Would you be okay with that? I was like, I don't know. If there was actually research that backed that up, and if you could get a count together and like gather it in an ethical way, I guess maybe. Sure. If it led to like less kid rape, and that like 3-minute clip was the only thing that anybody took from that whole conversation.
Basically, what I hear is Destiny defends ethical CP.
Yeah, the ethical CP, like people like Brittany Venti and stuff, like ran with that line for like 3 or 4 years, which is like the dumbest thing. I was like, okay.
Do you think that people have to know how to explain their viewpoints to be right?
To be right? No, you can be right.
Maybe not to be right. I don't know. Is there no like intrinsic, intuitive morality? Like, there are definitely things that I think are wrong that I probably couldn't explain that well.
Maybe, but it's good to understand why they're bad, I think. Especially because when it comes to things like age of consent and everything, like our world changed really radically over the past 30 years in ways that people are still to some extent like not ready for. So for instance, back when I was a kid, for a 25-year-old and a 15-year-old, there's not really, you don't have to have much understanding of why it's wrong for those two people to be fucking, because why the fuck is a 25-year-old even talking to a 15-year-old? There's just like not really many environments where that would happen. You don't go to school together. Depending on the jobs you have, like kids work kid jobs, like you're not usually like super age mixed like that. And then like parties and hangouts and stuff. Like if you went to hang out with your friends, there are not gonna be like 25-year-olds there hanging out with like juniors or sophomores in high school. It just didn't happen. So like those age of consent questions, like why is it wrong or bad, didn't really come up that much. Like there's still, you'd have like college guys like hitting on, you know, like high school girls and shit. But then when the internet started to become more popular, especially with games, you know, first it was like chat rooms like Yahoo Chess and AOL and shit, and it was like games. Well, now you actually have all of these environments where you've got like 14, 15, 16-year-old girls talking to guys in their late 20s, early 30s, 40s, or whatever. And now it's like super normal. Like a 25-year-old guy might be in a raid team with like a 13-year-old girl. That might just, like, there's nothing wrong or inappropriate, but that might just happen. And because we'd like taken for granted things like age of consent or whatever, and you don't really have good ways to defend it, and because people don't have those as strong intuitive feelings as people think they do, people think that like obviously a 25-year-old will never hit on a 15-year-old, but there were so many social barriers to those two people even interacting in like a friendly way. When you remove all those social barriers, those intuitive feelings aren't as strong as people think they are. Like if you start chatting with some person online, you barely even register their age until you like see them in real life or see pictures or whatever. So yeah, so I just thought it was interesting, like, oh yeah, like what are the arguments? Like I'm not saying that, you know, if somebody comes up to you and they're like, I need you to give me a 32-point essay right now on why I shouldn't rape this like hungover girl or drunk girl, otherwise I'm gonna do it. Like,
do you think there's no like, I guess like intrinsic morality? You think it's all like developed society?
I think we have really strong intuitive moral feelings, and I think that for like 98% of people, those are all gonna line up like pretty well, unless there's like something broken in your brain.
They're gonna line up pretty well with what everyone else agrees with. But is that because of society, or is that because like we're born with some? Like I feel like I have some innate morality besides like societal consequences. Like ooh.
It's so one thing that's like kind of frustrating is when you start digging more into like whether you're talking like evolutionary psychology or evolutionary biology or any of these things, or psychology or any of these things in general, is when you grow up, a lot of things you learn is like nature versus nurture, right? Like nature is like your environment, nature is like your genetic predisposition and nurture is like your environment. But I think as you study these things in more depth, you realize that these things are constantly intertwined with each other. It's basically impossible to separate the two in a lot of circumstances. So when somebody says like, well, do we have a strong like biological inclination towards something, or is it just society? That's a weird question, because society literally comes from our biology, right? Like the human biology produces the society we live in. So is it true that a lot of your morals can be like socially driven? Yeah. But a lot of those socially driven morals come from biologically created people, so there's like a complicated interplay there. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
that was a lot. Yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, like I think we do have like an internal sense intuitively, like seeing things like cry and scream when they're being tortured feels really bad and wrong.
Yeah.
And socially, that's going to be reflected. Yeah.
Right. Okay. I mean, that does make sense. I guess, do you still find it frustrating, or did you at the time that nobody could seem to explain their viewpoint?
The only thing I found it frustrating is when people couldn't explain their viewpoint and then they condemned me for even exploring the questions, or when they couldn't explain their viewpoint but were like very haughty and smug, telling other people they were stupid for believing different things, basically. It was kind of dumb.
Yeah.
Especially because, I mean, these guys call themselves the skeptic community. Like, how can you be the skeptic community and not even willing to debate incest? Come on.
Skeptical on
yeah,
fucking kids.
There was early internet edgy atheists that ran other things.
That seems to be kind of where I think the idea of that stuff is kind of where like the debate pervert thing came from. I mean, obviously Hassan popularized it, but debate bro, debate pervert, like the idea of some fucking guy on YouTube just exploring inane questions that aren't productive to anyone.
Kind of, where the issue was a lot of it was masking like what they wanted. Like, to be fair, like if a guy comes up and he's like, well, actually I think the age of consent should be 13. It's probably because a 13-year-old really wants to fuck. Like, more often than not on the internet, like the people that are debating age of consent were like hardcore, like anti-age of consent people that ended up like wanting to look at child fuck kids or whatever, and it's like, oh, okay.
I don't know. Do you think your content is additive to the world? Do you think you're like doing a good thing or
add something to
doing a service?
I hope so. Yeah. I think the ideas that I think are like better than the ideas that I argue against, so more people believe it. I hope it's good.
Is that like helping the world, like pushing against the tide when there's so much? I mean, there's so much shit out there.
I hope so. I mean, I'm getting bigger. Dan, I'm trying. Okay, jeez.
It's just so insurmountable, doesn't it feel?
It's not
like
insurmountable. It's mountable. It's just there's a lot to mount. Okay.
Doesn't it feel like a crushing weight?
No. It did before, but now that I'm getting bigger every day.
When did it feel? When did it feel like a crushing weight?
No, I mean like it always kind of does, but like I think it's good to like keep an eye out for the changes that you make. Like I've got a community of people. I'm happy when I see them believe things that I think are important. I'm happy when I care for those arguments to other people. I'm happy when I see other people quoting my arguments or things that I've made. Like all of those things feel good. And hopefully as I get bigger and argue against bigger people, you know, other people are like, oh, you know, maybe this thing is true or whatever.
Okay, well that's good. It seems like you know, are self-actuating and are happy with the progress you've made. So
I
that's
try to
nice
be,
hear. Okay. Well, I think the really last thing that we need to talk about. You okay?
Oh, yeah.
We're still having sex after. Okay. The real thing I want to talk about.
The real thing.
The real thing. I'm gonna put my feet on this hotel couch. Is your relationships.
Yeah. With your mom. All of them.
There's just one.
Oh. She has DID, so you know I date all 7 of her
alters?
personalities. Yeah.
Okay, that's cute. Do you like the sunflower one? Or do you like the M&M one better?
The issue is she switches between these two like pretty frequently sometimes, and it's really weird because the M&M one
just
really likes anal, but the sunflower one hates it. So it sucks when I'm like balls deep in the M&M one's ass,
And it's like
and
you're
then she
raping me.
switches alters, and she's like, "Oh, what the fuck are you doing?" And you gotta there's like this spot on the back of her head that if I tap it really hard, she'll switch back to the M&M one. But obviously after a while, it was like really fucked up. Cause I'm like beating the shit out of her to get her to like take my dick in her ass. So
Yeah, that's usually the way I have to do it anyway.
Really?
Without DID.
Oh shit, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
Maybe that was just from hitting her too much.
No,
Maybe
not with
she
my
doesn't
mom.
actually have. Oh,
With
never.
yours.
Oh my.
Big girl.
Oh Jesus.
Okay.
Yeah,
Anyway, she
Yeah,
doesn't
anyway.
have DID. She did forget though.
She had a
Anyway.
good one, yeah.
Okay.
Your mom never forgets.
Okay.
Especially if it's not down to her.
You have like maladaptive.
That's a word.
Tendencies
Yeah,
in your
judge me
relationship.
harder, yeah.
You do.
Okay.
You do.
Okay.
You hang out with crazy people all the time.
Yeah, 'cause
She's
they're
nodding.
entertaining
She
and
knows.
funny as.
But it like can like fuck you.
No, it hasn't.
What do you mean it
I've
hasn't?
come out of all these situations stronger, faster, better. Smarter.
I mean, yes, you
Yeah,
come out,
I
but
do.
wouldn't you rather just avoid that entirely?
No.
Why not?
People say these things. Here's the thing.
Like I would rather.
Here's my
avoid-
responsibility as a content creator. What I have to do is not only do I have to understand what's good content, I have to figure out what you want, and you don't know what you want. Okay? You don't know what you want. People like this will say, like, "Oh yeah, that's not healthy." They only know me because
Okay,
of those
I know
things.
what I want.
They only know me because they watched those arcs. They're like, "This is really bad for you." By the way, I've watched every single Mr. Girl video. Or this is the worst stuff ever, and I want to talk to you about the 482 hours of Anna content that I've seen on your stream. And I can't believe you hang out with these girls. Let me give you my opinion on the 482 different tweets that Lab has made about you, right? So people say they don't like it and it's bad,
Okay,
but they love it.
I
They
love it.
People love it. Thank you.
To clarify,
Thank you
to
for
clarify,
admitting it. Yes.
I love it,
Good.
and I make videos about it, and I make
Yeah.
money off of it. But is that like good for you?
Yeah, it's good content. It's entertaining as fuck.
Is that all there is? Content?
It's like, you ever see the anime Death Note?
Yeah.
Imagine living your life like that. Why would you not want to? You got this other guy trying to destroy your life, okay, writing big articles.
Because it's like stressful, and then in the end he goes crazy and dies.
Well, I haven't gotten to season 2 yet, okay? Don't spoil it, okay? I just finished the episode where he kills L. That's where I'm at. That was my Mr. Girl.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
He finishes writing his 150,000.
My life is kind of like Death
And then
Note.
I don't die, but he does. And that's like, yeah.
My
you know?
life is kind of like Death Note, if
Yeah.
Death Note was real.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, except instead of writing Death Notes, I write manifestos.
But it doesn't.
It's fun,
Yeah, I
right?
have
You gotta
those- I
admit,
have those
right?
socks.
Working on these like papers and you're
No,
trying
it's
to, like,
fun, it's
you're like
fun.
trying to source out all the video stuff, and it's like, can I support this argument? Like, August is on me to dig through files, and we've got like all these like secretly recorded conversations, and it's like, it's the right thing here to like justify and blah blah blah. You put it together, and then you present it. Does it take? Do the people believe you? Do they believe the other guy? Is he gonna have a response that's gonna like totally own your response? Is it gonna take him like months to think anything up? Like, are they gonna have like some shit you don't know about? Is there gonna be a recording of the fighting? Did you collect enough evidence? Did you present it in a compelling way? Did you write it entertaining enough? Like, there's like so much shit that you gotta like factor in. Like, is it concise enough? Do you have like enough information to prove a point? Like, I don't know. I think that's all like really exciting. And it's
It is exciting, but isn't it like? Do you just have like a total emotional disconnect from what you do?
I think it's super emotional. It's like your like life is on the line.
That's what I'm saying. Isn't that fucking stressful?
Yeah, but
Doesn't
the
it make you
stress is like
crazy?
driving you forward. Do you think Formula One drivers get stressed?
No, of course they
Exactly.
get stressed.
But do you think they'd stop driving because of the stress? No. I bet it pushes them forward to the next
I
manifesto.
guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. If I tell you I'm gonna be home by 5, yes, it does. You dumb. It ended up not being true.
First of all, don't talk to me like that.
Okay, then stop.
Don't
Hold it.
be
Stop.
dumb.
Stop. You're actually triggering the fuck out of me.
You just had so many falling outs. Like I've had like 3 falling outs with people in my life, and it's like I wasn't like crying over it, but I was like, this like sucks. This kind of hurts.
Yeah, grow your hair out.
Yeah. Listen to My Chemical Romance.
Sorry.
Are you just like numb to that?
My expectations for people are very low, so it's like, yeah.
Grow your hair out. You fucking dick. What I kill you.
My expectations are very low for people.
Why?
I don't know. This is my life.
You just find better people.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't have really good content.
I guess.
Look, like this past year and a half, I've done a really good job at like keeping people at appropriate distances, making like good relationships. Like all of my drama for the past year and a half has been from like holdovers from my past. But like where has that gotten us? This has been the most drama-free year for the past year and a half. Boring.
I mean, I found it good. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah,
that's
but like,
that's because I started coming on streams.
Imagine if I could have done like the Mr. Girl in Lab shit while I was single. Do you know how much more crazy I could have let that get to without like a partner that was like getting stressed out and shit all the time? That could have been wild.
Yeah, I mean I think the most viewed thing probably you did this year in one arc consecutively was probably Melina.
Probably.
First day did
divorce,
it.
Yeah.
500k views. True. 500k views, 600k, they just blow up.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so that's what people like from you, I guess.
Sure.
Doesn't it bother you that maybe just even a little bit that your audience seems more interested in watching your life fall apart than watching the political stuff?
I mean, everybody likes drama. It's dramatic. It's like relatable on a human level.
Of course they like it, but it's like interpersonal conflict. It's like the I understand that. I understand this as a concept. It's my life.
Yeah.
But like you're in it. Like I would not opt to be in it. I would avoid it.
I mean, everything passes or you die. I haven't died yet, so you get over it, right?
Ideally, but not everyone makes it out of the drama.
Well, I have so far, 5 times.
I mean, most people, some people get their careers and shit destroyed over it, you know?
Well, just don't do weird shit and that won't happen.
Okay, you haven't done weird shit.
Not that you know of.
I just feel like you should be more fucked up from all this stuff. I don't know, from all these people just having falling outs with you that you knew.
What are you gonna do? What do you want me to say? You want me to cry for you? Do you want me to have, you gonna have a big moment right here? Your Dr. K moment?
Maybe a little bit, yeah. I just want you to like.
Yeah. I have really low expectations of people. I think like
you just want you to like get sad for a day.
People go crazy.
Take a day off streaming to be sad.
Okay, I'll try that.
We're at the gym. You'll be crying.
Yeah, we will be.
The bench press.
You're gonna load up 265, and you're gonna be here, and I'm gonna be spotting you, and then on your way down, I'm gonna be like, "I miss her, bro," and you're gonna be like, "Oh shit, oh shit."
I miss her, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be. I mean, at least I'll show some humanity when I get my windpipe crushed.
Maybe, yeah.
It'd be good.
But now it was time to go back to Miami.
Ladies and gentlemen, live from InfoWars. We're in Miami, Florida today. I didn't expect this, but I feel a presence. Presence of beautiful Jewish power.
Where Steve lives, and where he would be debating Benjamin Aaron Shapiro. Easily one of the most famous conservatives in the country, the host of the Daily Wire, and now a rapper, apparently, too.
Picture of Pentagon, Hexagon, Octagon, and then Obama is gone. Okay, that was epic.
Given that Destiny was about to have the most impactful debate of his career, I knew he needed to get in tip-top shape because, let's be honest, this guy's been gaming too much, and he hasn't been gaining nearly enough. So I decided to take him to the gym to get him in an alpha male mindset so he could completely crush his opponent. That being said, he didn't seem to enjoy the gym very much at all.
He's constantly on his fucking...
Yeah, I gotta get ready for my Ben Shapiro debate in 2 days, okay?
That's not a big deal. The way you're actually gonna get ready for this debate, Steven, is by working out like
I agree.
Act.
I'm here with the greatest soy boy of all time, teaching him how to be an alpha male. We're gonna get a little testosterone in this guy's veins. Maybe that way his wife will be with him instead of meme tits.
First camera, here you go.
First exercise we're gonna learn.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Look at you go.
Steven, I think you're gonna have excellent form.
Yeah?
Dexterity.
Oh my god.
To push all the estrogen down your bellies.
Look at you go, so you can do this, okay?
Women will finally be clamoring for you in your Instagram DMs.
Finally.
Something that never happens.
That's what I need. There you go.
Hey, let's see you do this. Come on.
I'm good. I think I'm
Steve,
getting a pump from over here.
We're gonna be working out. No, I'm just showing you proper form. We got 5 boundaries just for you.
Yeah.
You can do this. You can't do it? That's why, Steve, I believe in you. He's so strong.
Okay. 2 reps? That's good, right?
Yeah, 2. Exactly.
Is there a reason why you don't go all the way? You just go like halfway up?
There's no particular reason to go up here.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You see how vascular I am right now, Steve?
Oh my god, look at that vascularity.
Let's go. Over your shoulder, directly. And go up. And when you go down to 90 degrees.
Only 90?
Yeah, you don't have to go all the way down.
What if I like want to work out like my entire muscle though?
Bad for you. You're gonna tear something. You're not gonna be able to stream or jerk off. He's really passionate about weightlifting. You never expect him to be someone to exercise. It seems like genetically he's the alpha, but his lifestyle is that of a beta.
Oh my god, look at him go. Oh my god, look at him go, look at him go. Are you getting this? Zoom in on that vascularity. You're a warrior, dude.
Don't you think you'd be happier if you weightlifted?
Yeah, I was, like 4 months ago.
No, you're not done. Come on.
You need to do 10.
You need to do 4 more.
10 of these?
Yeah, dude.
Oh my god.
What do you mean, oh my god? Oh my god. Oh, he's getting so big. Imagine how much good I would do for the world if I just threw this at your head.
Yeah, really?
Imagine.
I don't think I can bench this anymore, dude.
No, you can. If you can't, I'll make sure that it falls to crush your windpipe.
Yeah?
So we good. Hey,
Don't stand
Don't
so
be a
close.
fucking pusher, Destiny.
Oh my god, this is so heavy for me now.
No, it's not, dude. You got it.
It is.
You're good.
I'm not good.
Dude, you're... Yes. Yep, there you go.
I need you to just get the fuck away from me. Okay? I need you to get the fuck away from me.
4. 5 is melt time.
I need you, dude, hold on.
You want help?
You need to, no, I need you to get the fuck away from me.
Okay, Jesus. I thought you were gonna drop it on your neck. I'm trying
I'm
to
not
save
gonna drop
you.
the bar. This is the kind of spotter that would make me, when I was actually at the gym, I would have killed this motherfucker. Do you know what we call these guys at the gym? We call them gains goblins, okay? Gains goblins, because when you're working on your last rep, these are the guys with like, all of your muscle fibers are, you're stretched, you're pushing as hard as you can, and he comes like, oh, let me help you with that, and he just steals the last rep from you completely. Super high for today, because it's the first day. He's gonna put up 225 by 5 on the bench. All of us are like really excited for it.
You ready to spot me?
225,
Make
right?
sure your balls are right above my eyes.
Yeah, they're good. Oh, if you want like extra activation for your lower chest right here, when you wrap your thumbs over, do it like this. Okay? No. Like that. There you go.
I'm not doing that.
Gets your lower chest like way more involved.
I'm gonna drop it.
Have you ever thought about for this lift breathing while you do it?
No.
Or do you like to hold your breath through the entire thing?
I like to hold it in.
Yeah? Oh my god.
Those twitch muscle fibers.
Yeah.
Begging for oxygen.
How many reps of these would it take to make your head explode if you're holding your breath the whole time? Wait, did you see his tomato face when he was at the last rep of this?
I think one more that I did would make it fucking pop.
Okay. Wait, what do you normally bench at the end of this when you're all...
The most I could do is like 190 or 200.
How many reps?
Like 4.
Okay.
Not do more than that. Time for another set?
No, I'm good, I think.
You're not good?
I've already worked out.
You'll be good after another set.
Yeah, 105 is like exhausting.
No, you can do it,
I lost everything. I have no muscles anymore.
Well,
They're all gone.
You're gonna get them.
I need you to stand over there, okay? you trigger the f*** out of me, alright?
Okay. Everybody start filming to make fun of him.
Okay, if I need help, it's only when the bar is going down, okay? If it goes up like this, don't do it.
You look like
okay?
you're struggling.
If it stops, don't do it.
Okay.
If it goes down, then you can help.
Okay, fucking do it.
Don't touch
I
me
won't save
otherwise.
you.
If you touch me, I'm gonna start screaming racial slurs. Alright?
Jackson.
The same way on both sides, right?
Yeah.
You're not f***ing with me, are you?
No. Yes.
Fuck, I'm so weak, dude. I can't. Oh, I can't. I'm a
You could've done one more.
I'm a baby. I can't do it. This is heavy.
You're getting so jacked.
It's 105.
I was impressed, dude.
No, it's not impressive.
You're giant, dude. You're huge. You're a beast. You're a god amongst men.
I'm gonna kill myself.
If you were just as
And
jacked
then
as
the
Hassan,
Ben Shapiro debate's not gonna happen.
well, the right will win.
Oh, you should try breathing also when you do this, But
Okay, if you think so.
Yeah.
If that's what you really think will work.
Yeah, try it. See what happens. See how it goes.
There's 245s and a 10.
It's a 155.
No.
You're doing one more? Okay, you got it. Push, 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 push. I'm not even touching it. Good job. My God, you're a beast. An actual monster.
You're taking them off.
You're done, right?
You're so excited to leave.
Yeah, get me the f*** out of here. No. I'm only gonna be with you for one more lift.
Yeah,
so
this is the
I
last
get
thing.
to choose.
Okay.
Squats. Let's see it.
You want to squat?
Yeah, show me your squats. Let's go.
I don't squat ever.
I don't care. We want to see it anyway. Let's go.
Okay. How much should I be squatting?
I just do 225. Throw it up.
Okay. There's no way.
You don't think so?
No.
You're a big guy. Look at you, dude.
It's a meme, but truly I'm like a small guy pretending to be a big guy.
Oh, no. Put the blues on. They're light.
Yes.
There you go.
Are you gonna make me hurt myself?
No. Look at him clipping it. What, do you think you're gonna fall over?
Maybe. I don't squat.
Yeah.
Ever. That's no deadlifts.
Why would you do those exercises? Oh, the only reason those lifts exist is to hurt your back, Why even risk it?
What was it? You were reviewing some gym video on your stream of a guy, I think he was deadlifting like this.
Yeah?
With his back completely bent.
He's working out his rounded back form. You've never done that before?
Is that why you're going for more of a round bulk?
Yeah. Why would you want to be able to hurt yourself if you're lifting with a rounded back? It's like you're training.
Some people, they go for a dirty bulk. Some people go for a clean bulk. Destiny's going for a round bulk.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I do.
It's impressive.
So what's the strategy behind not putting the weight all the way on before you clip it?
Wait,
do you want there to be a little bit of give? Or? Oh, okay. I was just checking. I didn't know if there's a method behind that.
What's proper form for squat?
Basically, on your way down, you can kind of lean over a bit to kind of push off your toes on the bottom, kind of do a free willy, like that, and you're throwing back your hair like a beautiful mermaid. You wish your hair was that long.
True. What the fuck myself?
God, you're so fucking jacked. Oh my God, dude.
True.
No. Do you really think he needs to? Yeah, set it down. It's for deadlifts. You can hold it. You're good.
I'm gonna fuck myself up so bad if I do this. I'm gonna destroy myself in a way that I won't be able to fix.
You don't think so?
Absolutely. Can you do this?
It shouldn't be that hard. I don't know what I can do anymore. I can't do anything. Damn, this is heavy now. You can do it. If I can still do it, you can do it.
If you say so, Destiny. If you really believe in me.
I do believe in you. Hi. Sometimes I am, yeah.
Okay, cool. Nice to meet you.
I'm just Tom's protege right now, though.
That's crazy.
Wait, do you know Turkey Tom?
Bodybuilder?
No, bodybuilder. Oh my god, this guy thinks you're a bodybuilder, Tom.
Yeah, I'm a bodybuilder, yeah, that's
He looks
true.
massive, yeah.
What's your name? Nice to meet you.
He's never heard of you before, but he's my fan, so. Turkey Tom on YouTube. He's got 1.1 million subs. Yeah.
Dude, I'll check you out.
We're trying to get him to not be so soy. After what happened with Melina, we're trying to fix things.
Yeah, you know, it happens.
We're trying to fix things.
Yeah. Well, thanks. Have a good one. Yeah. Yeah. You killed it, dude. You crushed it. You gonna do a deadlift?
No. I'm done now.
Wait, do you not do any lifts below, like, this part of your body?
Nope. Done working out.
You did a great job today.
You'd say you had enough? Let me see this camera.
For sure. We did like 4 whole sets today. I'm fucking jacked.
Do you feel proud of your progress in the gym
Jacked
today?
in the tits, yeah.
You're jacked in the tits?
Yeah,
Dude,
jacked in the tits.
who's gonna be proud of you for this?
Your mom. Careful, don't step on your sunglasses.
You say Despacito?
No, no.
Can you just say Despacito?
Despacito.
Oh, wait, I look even taller than I am.
Oh my god, yeah. Give me a hug, man.
Aww. Wait, let me sniff your hair.
Okay.
Smells bad.
No. I finish her for your mom because she likes all the different textures of my hair. As I put my head on her pussy and I go.
I've never heard someone say that before.
And as a post-workout meal, we engaged in some curry, which is easily the best post-workout meal, and also the best meal you can use when you're getting ready to debate a popular Jewish conservative.
Shout out. Is this Lycan? Yeah. Whoa. So what's your plan for tonight? You're gonna do some debate review? Why do you think Ben believes the things he does then? If you think he's probably a relatively intelligent person, how can he believe that Trump is better than Biden?
I'm trying to think of a nice way to say he's partisan.
Okay.
Like, because he does like a conservative media network, he kind of has to defend all the conservative things.
Destiny's personal chef whipped us up some chicken tikka masala. It was excellent. It was delicious. Absolutely fantastic. It's got some Celsius, some milk, 2 bottles of wine. Oh, there we go. That's the Destiny I know. That's the Destiny I know, dude. Oh my god. When you get Destiny natty, we're gonna get Destiny's jacked in 1 weekend. I mean, pretty boring apartment. It's nice. Look at that. We walk in, his computer was on, and his own subreddit was open. He sits nice and low to the ground. He sits real low. Actually, if we're being honest, I actually went a completely different way than that. Actually, libtard. Actually, republitard. Well, he's got 2 mics. I guess this is when this boy comes over, when Abba comes over, when it's Mel time. This is where all those poor abused women wind up. We got some pictures of him with his son. Destiny looks very Nordic. Looks like a Viking in these pictures. I don't replace his child. He's gonna go home to find his kid. Maybe in this kid's bedroom. Like,
Daddy, I love you. Daddy, you've been streaming so much. I'm proud of you. Daddy, you own Ben Shapiro.
He's got like a Gotham City skyline in his background. Oh, I love Gotham City. I feel a presence. I'm in Destiny's apartment and I feel a presence.
So, when I was in Steve's office at one point, I found this little book on his shelf titled To My Steven. Melina had apparently made it for him when they were still together, and it features all of these like touching moments they had together.
To my Steven. Oh. Oh shit. Nothing. Oh. It's such a sweet book. Look, that's here he is here. She's up there, painting. It's a metaphor for the fact she didn't get any work done. The movies. We went to Montreal and stayed at a very memorable place. A ton of silent old people was there. Fuck retard. Speak American. They walked again and ran it. Aw. He's a real person. We called every day twice. Oh wait, Melly Mel. After 2 months, we finally saw each other again. I went out to get breakfast while I was waiting for you at a hotel in London. When I get back, you were already there.
What are you doing?
Some cozy London adventure. This is the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life, dude.
Cute.
This is so sweet. You're a real fucking human, dude. You're not a sociopath.
Well, you know, she made it, not me.
One of my best memories is when we tripped together on LSD. You hugged my legs for hours. You cried when you looked at me and said you never want to lose me. This is so sweet. It's a little gay, but it's Kind of nice. That's Bad Bunny. I can't wait for all the adventures ahead. You give me so much memories, friends, growth, experiences, cuddles, hugs, sex, kisses, warmth, travels, happiness, and love. Never want to lose you. You're the best person I've ever met, and the person I love the most in the whole world. I know we can do anything together. Holy shit, I'm gonna start crying, dude. I'm start fucking bawling. Holy shit.
You know, I'm someone who has made fun of the whole open relationship thing before, and I guess seeing this like normal couple thing in real life made me realize that while I still disagree with the premise of an open relationship, at the end of the day, it's still a real interpersonal relationship they had with real emotions. It also sort of humanized Steve to me because on stream and even in real life, he comes across as somewhat of an emotionally disconnected person. A lot of people think he's like sociopathic, and yet apparently here he was crying all night, holding a girl's legs, telling her that he loved her and never wanted to lose her. It makes me question if his sort of disconnected, callous attitude towards the divorce in general and how he feels about it is somewhat of a front.
We went back to Steven's house where he was engaged in some deep research. It was at that moment that Steven officially got into the mainframe. Access denied. Your access was denied, dude. You need to get in. Denied, dude. Access denied again. Their conservatives are gonna win. Okay, we'll leave in a sec. Just before I leave, I gotta give you something.
I do have it.
All right, here we go. This is just for you. Special made just for Steven. Nope, you're not throwing it away. A token of my gratitude. So I'll always be with you, even after I leave. Yeah.
With our questions out of the way, we left for the night while he researched for his most important appearance to date, the Ben Shapiro debates.
Does body count matter?
Jesus Christ. You're really bringing up the red pill stuff.
Oh,
If you're somebody who doesn't care about it, it doesn't. If you're somebody who does care about it, yeah, it does, of course. Depends on the...
The answer is yes.
I think that the conduct and the behavior leading up to and including January 6th, I think is wildly indefensible. I am excited to see Ben try to, yeah.
Do you think that today Donald Trump knows that he lost the election?
Absolutely.
So I don't.
Him to go and propagate those claims that he'd asked all of the people he trusted to research, and then for him to take those claims to Michigan and to Georgia, and then publicly, and to try to convince people to throw out the election, you don't think that...
But you're doing the same thing. You're reverting to, should a reasonable person have known? Yes, a reasonable person should have known. Did Donald Trump know? And I want to make sure we check.
Are we the legal stuff?
Okay,
actually,
okay. So we're just
not
talking,
looking at insight because, like you said, Jack.
I mean, I'll concede that he's more inappropriate than others. I just don't see
the
that
most inappropriate.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean,
that's
like,
important to me, though. Does it not bother you that like Donald Trump sought through legal and extra legal and Trump magical ways of trying to entrench his power as president past when he should have been able to? Is that not something that was incredibly troublesome? Like, let's say hypothetically. Lord, save me. Let's say hypothetically.
So if you're asking me, do I think that Trump has bad intent or could have bad intent with that sort of stuff? Sure. Do I believe that the guardrails held and will continue to hold? Also, sure. Here's my question. Do you think the guardrails are going to fail to hold?
I'm not sure.
Really?
Yeah, because I think the issue is one, when it's election time, Republicans are spineless in office.
What is all this in service of? What's the generalized argument that you're making? Do you believe there will be no more elections? Is that like what
I
put
don't
a percentage on it? What percentage do you think that that's a reality?
If Donald Trump wins, I think there is a 100% chance that he will try to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. In terms of would he succeed?
I can guarantee you he will not do that.
Has Donald Trump himself joked about running for a third term? I think that having a third term.
What has Donald Trump not joked about? I mean,
hold on.
If you want to prevent him from creating a revolution, you probably should actually just appoint him president, and then he can't run again. Obviously, this is not the same thing. We can all tell what somebody's age is by looking at their birth certificate. I can't tell whether somebody's an insurrectionist without any reference to a legal statute or a definition of the term.
I would also be careful with that because remember, one of Trump's first big political actions was challenging Obama's birth certificate.
Well, and I thought that was dumb at the time. But
sure. I just think that I think it's scary that Donald Trump would actually do that with his DOJ, would give them orders.
He didn't. He didn't.
Well, he kind of did though, right? Okay, so then the idea is essentially that Donald Trump's rhetoric is insane, but we don't care. Donald Trump would probably try to steal an election if he could, but he probably won't be able to.
He's not going to do it again. I told you. He's not.
You don't think he has any? Why not? When there's like 50 million other things.
And I'll make you the case that if you want him not to make election trouble, you should elect him president in the next election cycle, and then he will be ineligible.
Okay. I find that to be a wholly unconvincing argument.
Ben, you've gotten a chance to talk to Destiny now. What do you like about the guy?
A lot of the same sorts of things, but it's really fun to see how you do your process. That is a cool thing. That is a cool thing, and it's a gift to the audience. Because honestly, doing what we do, So much of what we do is sitting and reading and being behind closed doors and educating yourself and talking with people. But getting to watch you do it in real time is a really cool window into how people think and how people learn. So that's a really neat thing.
She said that I need to mew more, and she also said that I can't protect anyone.
So you need to mew more?
Yeah, because my jawline is weak. Yeah.
Sight. This is like one of the cleanest like range pistols you've ever seen in your entire
Oh, the sight is like really like deep.
Yeah, it's a super nice gun. Oh my god.
The clip is hard.
You just need the Punisher hat, and you could do even more of these.
Dude, Punisher? I hardly know her.
Good one.
So how was the debate? It was good?
I thought it went pretty well.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why did it go well?
We covered a wide amount of topics. I feel like we got kind of into some of them. I think it would have been more interesting to like go really deep on one or two things, but Lex kind of wanted to keep it moving along, cover a broad range of topics, and yeah, we got to feel each other out. I got his phone number, and we can catch.
So you actually got along?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay, you think you'll do content together in the future a little bit? I think it'd be cool to have you as like a recurring guest on Daily Wire stuff. Like, you know how Fox will have like the token libtard call in?
Maybe, yeah. I don't mind like Ben Shapiro, kind of.
BRB, gotta pee.
But everybody else on that network is like radically farther to the right.
Other people is like Matt Walsh.
Everybody else.
Libtard call in.
Maybe, yeah. I don't mind like Ben Shapiro, kind of, but everybody else on that network is like radically farther to the right.
Other people is like Matt Walsh.
Yeah, so like Walsh, Kevin Knowles, Candace Owens. These people are like significantly to the right, I think, of like Ben Shapiro, and they fixate a lot more on like culture issues, which is like.
Why do you think Ben even agreed to do this?
Probably because he's friends with Lex. Probably because the Daily Wire might have thought it was an okay media strategy because they've had TikTok stock blow up, and I think they're like orienting towards that kind of stuff.
So you think you came to sort of a middle ground on some issues, maybe, or was it more like agree to disagree type thing?
Like I'm gonna agree with him more on Israel-Palestine than probably many people on the left, but there are gonna be some things we have big fundamental disagreements on.
Do you actually enjoy conversations like this?
Yeah, I think.
One of the things that I like, I think one of my strengths, one of the reasons why people like watching my content is because I don't have a particular political slant. Like, I am essentially like a progressive liberal or whatever, but I don't have like any allegiance to the label, which I think is actually really important. Not just because I can say like, oh, I'm not partisan or whatever, but because anytime a new issue comes up, like I can truly give my opinion on an issue. So when people watch my stream, it's like, oh, what is like Destiny's thought on a thing?
It's not what's the left.
Yeah, exactly. And it also gives me a lot more flexibility to navigate conversations to where, like, if I discover something, like, I can genuinely have my mind changed, and I don't feel like a huge pressure where it's like, oh, like, if I have this opinion on, like, Kyle Rittenhouse, like, everybody in the left is gonna hate me. Or if I side with Israel, everybody in the left is gonna fucking hate me. Or, you know, if I think that, you know, some of the BLM protests were justified, everybody on the right's gonna fucking hate me. Whereas, like, tomorrow, if, like, a research paper came out that proved socialism was, like, the best way to organize an economy, Ben Shapiro can never admit that, right? Because it's the Daily Wire. They're conservative.
Do you have any fear over expressing opinions that are going to get you in shit with your audience or with other people's audiences?
No. I think I like prepare people like pretty well for what I do and who I am. Like, people make fun of me for it sometimes, and people sometimes give me shit over it, but like things like the George Floyd Ashley Babbitt tweet or things like the pedophile tweet are actually like really important establishing grounds for the type of audience I want, the type of person I am, and to set expectations for what you can see from me.
Yeah.
Like, remember when we talked a little bit about like the super mega stuff, sometimes people can become, or Ethan Klein a little bit, you can kind of become a victim of the audience that you create. And I had that issue in the past. Remember when I split with Bosch and Hassan, and I realized like so many of my audience became socialist and communist and shit. So I like to go back and forth on a lot of issues or be a little bit edgy sometimes because it sets the audience expectation. And there's not going to be an issue that pops up where it's like, oh my god, I can't believe Destiny believes this, and then like everybody leaves because they're so ass.
Yeah, whereas there have been times when like a few thousand people have left and just gone away. That must have been scary, no?
I'm pretty confident in what I do.
Why?
I don't know. Like, even when that happened with Hassan and Bosch, I've been a streamer for, what, 7 years? Like, the average lifespan in online content creation, like, at its doing well is like, what, like 2 to 3 years? Maybe 3 to 5? So I feel like I'd lasted long enough. The scariest part of my career was switching from StarCraft to League of Legends, because that was like, I'd never done a big dip like that before, but past that.
Do you put any thought into like curating your public image to be a little different or a little like, I don't know, more clean or like trying to be optical regardless of like how you're perceived? Because I imagine making comments like, you know, what you say on Twitter might affect your ability to talk to someone like Ben Shapiro. In fact, I'm surprised it hasn't become an issue sooner.
Like, there are going to be issues with it. There might be some people that I could never talk to. Like, maybe I never get a handshake with Biden and a picture with them. But I think as long as your ideas are popular enough, you get enough viewership, your content's good enough, I think I've got access to almost everything I want access to. Like, I'll never be a mainstream media clean figure, but oh my god, like the exhaustion of like curating my image to conform to that, I don't think I would enjoy it. Whereas like I super enjoy all of this. Like, you see me like giggle like a fucking retard, like tweeting at dinner and shit, like that's fun for me, and I enjoy it, and I like make money off of it. Like, it's like a dream job.
Yeah.
Why would I try to like contort myself? What, like 7 figures a month or a year like isn't enough money, or like this many YouTube subs isn't enough like attention, or like the talking to people's like talking to Ben Shapiro's not enough, I need to talk to the president. Like, yeah, I don't know, I feel like sometimes people get so obsessed with like trying to grow or get bigger that like people will be making like really good money or really good popularity, and then they throw it all away, like becoming miserable at their job. Why the fuck would you do that?
Well, I guess if your goal is political effectiveness, aren't there benefits to cucking?
I think a little bit, yeah, but I think it's important that you recognize what your strengths are. I think I'm pretty smart. I think I'm pretty smart. I think I can research really well. I don't think I'm anywhere near the best at that. Not even close. There's going to be kids that can Ben Shapiro be kind of like Harvard or Yale or whatever. There's going to be kids that are way better than that. But I think I'm pretty funny. I think I can be really edgy. I think I can be really personable. I think I can argue on the fly really well. And I can do all the research stuff too. I think that the combination of those traits, I think that's something that I do, not to jerk myself, but like one of the best in the world, I think, at that. This is like what I excel in. So why would I try to take away from some of the edginess and the humor and the fun and that to try to like put more points into being like a more family friendly type person? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, that's not what I excel in. Why would I try that?
Yeah, and I guess ultimately if you did that, eventually you'd probably slip up, because who you truly are is this. And if you try to be someone else, eventually you'll probably slip up. Eventually we'll get out. Eventually you will have one of these like mass audience.
Potentially, yeah. There's pros and cons to everything. Like, yeah, there's pros and cons to everything. I just had a conversation with another large content creator today talking about that, because a lot of people look at my life, for instance, and say like, it must be so hard to be like so public about everything you do and everything you are, and like the Melina, the divorce, and people making videos. And there's an element of truth to that. Like, it is hard.
But there are also so many parts of my life that are so unbelievably easy. I never have to worry about anything leaking. I never have to worry about somebody doing like an expose on me. I never have to worry about any of this because like all of it is like pretty public. And it's like, what are you gonna expose? Like everybody knows everything about me.
Well, you say you don't worry, but you put a lot of prep time into like the Capitals Manifesto or the Bobby 7 Manifesto. So regardless of like not worrying, like that takes a considerable amount of time to get that stuff together and be able to like show the audience like how you feel about it.
Yeah,
so clearly there is some cautiousness around how you handle that kind of stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean, like the presentation and the argument, we had to talk with this. I don't know if you had the camera on, but like when you go to do public statements and stuff, sometimes like the timing of the message is more important than any of the underlying facts. So yeah, getting that together is important. But what I'm saying is that like there's never gonna be like a thing leaks from me and people are like, oh, he's that kind of person, right? I've never like raped anyone or did anything weird with a girl. Like I'm like pretty edgy, so like if a DM leaks and I'm telling like an edgy joke, like nobody's gonna be like, oh my god, like he said that word, or like who the f cares? Like, you know, I got the NRT tweet, like that was a banger tweet. Yeah, so like I don't have to worry about like a true character reveal is basically what I mean. Okay. Like basically anything that ever leaks to me usually shows me being like more of a sucker than like I'm overpaying somebody or you know I'm being too nice.
The interesting thing to me about this trip has been discovering. Well, I guess I knew it. I don't know. I know you're a person, but like on stream you come across like a very certain way. You're kind of an aggressive person. You're kind of a dick, and that's fun. That's the content. That is part of who you are. But also part of you is like you're kind of a soft guy. I don't know. You're kind of a nice guy.
No, that's gonna be cut.
You are.
I'll cut you.
Like when I read that book on your shelf, like you're like
I make that shit up. I bring girls over and I have them read that so that they.
You're a nice guy.
Or underage.
You are a nice guy. You overpay people. For your friends, you do a lot for them. For your kid, you pay for everything for him and his mom, despite whatever adverse relationship you have.
I try my best. I think I do a better job than most, but I'm far from perfect.
Well, nobody's ever perfect, but you probably do better than the average, like family-friendly, like openly clean, nice streamer who behind the scenes might not be that way.
Maybe.
You know.
But the YouTube world and the streaming world is the bar is in hell for these people. So.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of shitty, horrible influencer type people.
There's a lot of shitty people, but I also think a lot of it is overblown because we hear about the worst ones the most. Like, we're overexposed to that. There's a lot of people who are probably perfectly nice who just aren't engaged in, like, drama shit all the time. We're hyper aware of the trauma because we exist in, like, the most parasocial, the most drama-focused. Like, I'm a drama channel. That's my thing. You are, like, not a drama channel, but you have drama with people. You have drama with other big streamers. Sure. And when drama goes down, like with Pokey and Fed or whatever, you're covering it. You're going deep into it. And even on your stream, you're personally having follow-ups with people that you know or knew or do content with. So you're like hyper exposed to those kinds of people. People are complicated, but the average person is probably at least trying to be a good person, I think.
Sure.
I would like to think.
Yeah.
You agree?
Usually. I think that it sounds so cliche and we're so cringe like big microslubs, but I do think that sometimes fame and money can change people a lot. Where once they start to get a taste of the fame or a taste of like social media clout or whatever, it really changes the way they interact with other people and engage with the world. But maybe that's not everybody, I don't know. You probably engage with the circles that we run in that are like way different too, so.
A little bit. I don't run in that many circles.
The commentary circle?
That doesn't really
Didn't we just watch a video of me talking to like 20 other commentary channel people and you popped in like 2 years ago? You popped in to tell a meme or something.
I think I just called you, I think it was just like, are you a cock? Or something like that.
I don't think it was a cuck meme. I think it was something different.
Maybe it was something
because
else.
The cuck jokes didn't act. No, it's funny because nobody considered people in open relationships to be cucks until the red pill shit started, which got really popular like 2 years ago with like the Tates or whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, we'll go over it. So then you can really cut me off.
Absolutely.
And maybe sign an NDA for this entire week.
Maybe.
So I waste thousands of dollars on this trip.
Based. Well, at least you got some good tactical firearms training.
True, I did. Now I can come kill you. Have the divorce and all these falling outs changed how you view interpersonal relationships and the kinds of people you want to interact with going forward and how you're going to handle that?
No, I'm always like learning a little bit better every day on how to set better boundaries, on how like what distance to keep people from me. It'll be interesting managing these things without being in a relationship because it gives me a lot more freedom to manage everything on my own. Like it's hard when you're in a relationship because you've got to manage what you can handle and what your partner can handle. But now without having to worry about that, I have a lot more freedom and flexibility to navigate these things in whatever way optimizes for the content, you know.
For the content?
For the content. Like if Lav and Mr. Girl want to come over for a week, now I can be like, you know what? Fuck it, I got an extra room.
Is that real?
Like 20% real.
So you would do a content house with them maybe for a little bit?
Not a content house, but I'm saying like I might collab with some maybe crazier people if I think it could be good content. Because I can handle the engagements and the separation.
Is your number one priority good, like, funny drama content, or is it, like, political effectiveness? I think these things conflict sometimes.
I think it just depends. Like, I do a lot of different stuff on my channel, and I like doing a lot of different stuff. Like, I like that I have, like, the biggest videos covering, like, the Pokemon Fedmeister drama and the Miskif shit, and then I like that I'm, like, debating Cenk Uygur on, like, Israel-Palestine and Alex Jones and Ben Shapiro. Like, I like doing a variety of stuff. It's super fun for me. It draws, like, a ton of different audiences. It keeps my content, like, fresh and invigorating. It keeps me relevant in terms of, like, everybody looking at me. It makes it so I'm not bored out of my fucking mind going over one thing every single fucking day. So, yeah, I don't know. I like doing a variety of stuff. And drama is, like, fun and crazy. And I don't know, were you watching my streams during, like, the Lavin Mr. Girl arc?
Yes.
Those were some wild fucking streams. Those were, like, these were, like, top tier.
They were excellent, but it's more, like, self-serving to you and your audience than, like, I don't know, helping the broader scope of the political landscape. And, like,
yeah, that's true.
If your number one goal is, like, I think your number one goal is, like, probably political effectiveness.
That's definitely a big one, yeah. There's Peter Singer is, like, one of the biggest, like, utilitarian philosopher writers.
Peter who?
Peter Singer.
Okay.
I think it's him. He wrote, like, a little, I don't think it's a paper. He just wrote, like, a little article, I think, on having a cup of coffee as a utilitarian. And it's this idea that if you're a utilitarian, right, these are people who are supposed to maximize every action for the benefit of society, that every cup of coffee you drink is like 2 African children dying. Every time you make an internet payment, you're killing like 100 people. Like, you could be donating every single extra dollar you make to charity. But at the end of the day, life would be fucking miserable. And you probably
If you're miserable, you're not going to do anything.
Yeah, exactly. So there's like a careful line I have to walk between like how much is too self-indulgent. Like, if we started to do like 12 months of exclusively OnlyFans girls fighting people that are about body count and pedophilia or some crazy shit, and then like no political content, that'd probably be bad. But if I did like 12 months of like what I just did for Israel-Palestine, where it's just like we're researching and reading every single day and that's all we're gonna do, I don't know if that would be as much fun either. So I try to
get boring for you think?
Yeah, I try to like walk a fine line between both.
Is your number one goal in life through everything work? Would you be willing to sacrifice most of your personal relationships right now? If I had a button, one button says sacrifice all my personal relationships and friends, and one button says my job is gonna like 10x in the next year, what would you press?
I mean, that's a hard one because like so much of my job is like stuff that I enjoy doing and is integrated so much with like friendships and everything. So like I think I've even said this to you probably multiple times at this point, that if I worked at McDonald's, I would work at McDonald's, I would come home, and I would jump on my computer and start like fighting on Twitter with people. Like, that's just what I would do, and then I'd play video games. If I 10x work, I'm also getting massive enjoyment out of my personal life too. So I guess so kind of yes, but also it's hard to answer the question because a lot of my work relationships are integrated with my personal ones as well.
You can't have one or the other.
Well, what about like my work friends? What do you count as? If I 10x my work,
I get
10 turkey toms.
I guess the question is kind of silly, but ultimately what I'm getting at is like, where do your priorities really lie?
They definitely lie with work, 100%.
Yeah. I guess you've made some sacrifices for that.
I mean, yeah, kind of, yeah. But also, like, I enjoy, for the most part, like, what I do with my work. Yeah, like, there have definitely been some sacrifices, but, I mean, my career's going really well, and let's see how it continues to go, and maybe my priorities will change in the future, or, I don't know.
What's your goal with your streaming in the next, I don't know, forever? What do you want to do? What goals do you want to accomplish? What mountains have you yet to tackle? Obviously, you just tackled Ben Shapiro was a big one. I can't really think of a more popular conservative right now. Maybe Tucker, but he wasn't popular when he was on Fox.
Yeah.
What is like? I guess it doesn't have to be
the goal, the true goal, and I keep putting this off. I'm not putting it off. I'm waiting for that podcast to take off. I really want a media company. Like, I would want to be able to set the discourse for what people are talking about every day in the United States. That would be my dream, I think.
Like having your own like talent to have
like having talent, having people with a website that like write articles, having like I read like this, like instead of the Daily Wire,
you would read your own. Isn't that a little incestuous?
Yeah. No, but not me, but like another person. Like the idea that I could set like media discourse would be super fun. I enjoy it in the communities that I'm in. It'd be fun to do it on a national or international level.
Yeah, just takes time. Takes a lifetime. Cool. You have fun this week?
Yeah. Did you have fun this week?
Yeah, a lot of fun.
Except getting sick. That kind of sucked, but.
Yeah, well,
we troopered through it.
It happens. Yeah. Gotta suffer for swag a little bit. It happens.
And we swagged out at Walmart.
We swagged the f out. I accidentally left all those clothes in the trunk of my rental.
Oh my god. I'm the only one with the.
Apart from I have the MLK one.
Oh, okay.
Which is the most
important. And I've got the Malcolm X one and the Shrek hoodie. So.
You have the Shrek one?
I'm so sorry.
You better wear that on stream. That'd be so fucking funny.
At the end of the day, I don't think Destiny is for everyone. If If you don't like that he's edgy, then that's fair enough, although I don't know why you're watching my videos either, if that's the case. If you want to make fun of his relationships, I mean, that's fair enough too. If you disagree with his politics or you think he's dumb, I'm sure there are a lot of you out there, and I don't necessarily blame you if you feel that way. But what I found from spending a week with the guy was a pretty intelligent, career-centered person with a strong conviction for what he believes in, a passion for conversation and moving his ideals forward, and he's also someone who seems to like people a lot. He gravitates towards interpersonal relationships and interactions a lot, which is probably why his relationship was open and he couldn't seem to fucking close it for whatever reason. And I guess he's also a coomer, and that's part of him. You can't deny that. He's also not as short as I expected. I literally thought he was 5'3", but in reality, he's like 5'7", maybe even 5'8". It's not that bad. But he's also sort of a sensitive dude somewhere deep down where he can hide it from his audience. Also, Destiny is a girl's name. Bye. Hey, future haircut Tom here. Just want to say if you guys enjoyed this video, leave a like. If you didn't, leave a dislike. And check out the Tom IRL channel in the description and top comment below, where there's a lot more IRL filmed content and real life stuff you guys can check out. And if you like this video, be sure to share it around with your friends. This video is obviously one of those that takes a little bit more effort and production and money than the normal vids. So I would appreciate all of your support very much. If you liked it, if you didn't, then bye. And also if you liked it, goodbye. I'm leaving. Goodbye.
Media survey of
Oh God! Oh no! This is gonna be cringe, isn't it?
left.
Oh man!
Donald Trump's coming by for breakfast. Is that, just so you know, like, okay, fine.
What'd you discuss?
I don't. Let's just say he did most of the talking.
What did you say?
That was it. It was just a breakfast.
Did he ask you for money? The Great Replacement Theory is a neo-Nazi trope.
Destiny, how influential do you think Elon has been on moving the needle forward with electric vehicles and the development of a private space program? I think he was probably instrumental. I don't know if we would have any private space program if not for him, and it feels like he moved the needle forward on electrical vehicles by like 10 years.
Do you know what the term woke actually means?
Oh no.
In a minute, I'm going to bring you my conversation.
Are we at
with
60
Elon
FPS?
Musk, the one that everyone is talking about. Contrary to what you might have heard, we weren't canceled by X. Yes, after months of begging me, wooing me to offer some exclusive content on his platform, Elon Musk decided to scrap the deal. But our plan is, and always has been, to release this show everywhere. On YouTube, on Spotify, on iHeartRadio. Just about any place you stream content. Now for my conversation with Elon. As with all my interviews, no restrictions, no ground rules, nothing off limits or out of bounds. That is until the interview ended. So what went wrong? I don't know. But my hope is that you learned something about both Elon and me.
Elon did this guy so much advertising. True. Oof, this is definitely a Streisand affected debate. Because I think if it would have just released, I mean, I'm sure people would have still, people probably would have still talked about it, but damn, he blew this up way the fuck more.
Two people who come from completely different vantage points on almost every single issue. And I challenge you, Elon, to watch the whole interview and tell the world why this isn't what you claim you want on X.
Thank you for inviting us here.
You're welcome.
Tesla headquarters. I'm surprised at how big it is. I've never seen it.
Oh God, do they use that sound effect for every transition? That's a brave choice.
You're welcome. Tesla headquarters. I'm surprised at how big it is. I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's about 3 times the size of the Pentagon.
Yeah.
And we built it in 16 months. It's the fastest construction project in the United States since World War II.
So I'm here, as you know, I'm on the platform because you say you're a free speech absolutist, right?
They should use the Vine boom instead.
Free speech.
Bro, how sick would it be for the podcast to get like a little DJ thing or whatever, or like a laptop, and then have like actual huge speakers in the room and do Vine booms in real life? How scared would debate opponents be? Oh shit.
As much as possible within the bounds of the law.
Yeah. So the reason I'm saying that is because there are no conditions on this interview. You said that, we'll speak to you for an hour. I don't like sound bites, so I welcome that. So let's get into it. So we're here in Austin. South by Southwest is going on. We're at the Tesla headquarters. You are in the process of moving SpaceX here, I understand?
No. SpaceX has a massive facility in South Texas.
Was this interview supposed to go up on Twitter, especially with Twitter Elon? I think, but Don Lemon made it sound like they were going to post it everywhere. So I don't know if they had an exclusive deal or if it was just supposed to go up on Twitter as well or what. But do you have any interest in talking to Don Lemon? I might be able to hook it up. An in real life friend knows him. If he wants to, I have no idea what we would chat about. But
where we build and launch Starship, and then we have in Bastrop near Austin, we are about to start production at a Starlink, a large Starlink factory for Starlink terminals. But it's but we're not shutting down any facilities in California.
Listen, we are here as part of a launch of a news interview show that is going to be on X.com. It's coming as a media industry, as you know, is going through a whole lot of changes.
Yeah.
X has also been affected by that. Where do you see X.com's role in the future of news and journalism, Elon?
Well, I think I see the X as it's already the #1 source of news in the world. So it is the #1 way that people actually are informed about any kind of news, meaning real
someone said it was supposed to be exclusive to Twitter for 24 hours and then it would go up everywhere. Gotcha.
time events is the #1 way that people actually are informed about any kind of news, meaning real-time events, is on the X platform, formerly Twitter. There's nothing even close for real-time news. So we also want to expand upon that, and we have done so with long-form content. So instead of just doing what used to be called tweets, you can now do long-form posts. You can post an entire essay. In fact, you can now put an entire book, post an entire book to the platform. You can do long-form video content, so you can do up to 4-hour video segments. We really want news in whatever form it is, or information, I should say, in whatever form it is, to be available on our platform, whether it's short, long, text, pictures, video, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, and some of the stuff that we do, long-form video, interview shows, or what have you.
Yeah.
You reached out over the summer and you said, it would be great to have Matt.
Bro, this sound effect. Who thought that was a good idea? Okay. Brave.
You reached out over the summer and you said, it would be great to have Matto, Don Lemon, others on the left put on this platform. You'll receive full support. The digital town square is for all. What do you mean by that?
Well, I just mean that we want to make sure that there are...
It feels like a mobile game, like you just open like the $4.99 daily pack or something, and you get like your...
a wide variety of viewpoints. That it's, we always have, for example, Tucker Carlson, who most people will view as being on the right, and that's quite a prominent name on the right. We want to have prominent names on the left as well, to provide different points of view, as well as centrists. Just basically a wide range of viewpoints on the platform, so users can hear different opinions. They can hear, what's your point of view, what's Tucker's point of view, and and people can make their own decision about what they believe.
You didn't mean that I'm on the left? Did you think that?
I thought you were on the left, but yeah. I don't know. Well, let's just say I don't know what the left is or the right is, frankly, these days, because things can be quite polarized. But my impression was that you're more likely to be described as on the left than the right. My sense is you're sort of center left. I don't know. You tell me.
Well, did you ever watch me on CNN, or did you watch?
I saw segments.
Yeah.
But CNN is generally considered left.
Yeah. Why do you say that?
Why do I say CNN is generally considered left? I think if you look at any sort of media survey of...
Oh, God. Oh, no. This is going to be cringe, isn't it? You know the one meme where it lists, like, all the media outlets, and, like, CNN is usually on, like, the center-left part of that meme? So, like, you guys would be, like, center-left, right? Oh, Jesus. He doesn't know what any of these things mean. This is the... How would you answer that question? You would say CNN is center-left because far-left in the United States implies either ultra-progressive or
further left, illiberal, anti-capitalist, so things like communists or socialists. CNN very clearly didn't give like full-throated support to people like Bernie Sanders. They don't seem to host any communist or tankies in a speech like that, and they're like kind of wokey progressive, but like as much as like a center to medium leftish Democrat would be. But they clearly like represent like kind of the Democratic establishment interest, which makes sense because the majority of the Democratic Party is center left, so the majority of the Democratic electorate is center left, so the largest news media stations are going to be center left, right? And you could say they might be a little bit further than center left, maybe mid left, but like you wouldn't call them far left. It wouldn't make any sense to do it unless you're just like a Trump lawyer, you have no political understanding of media in the United States, I guess. That would be one answer you could give. But he's gonna point to the meme. He's gonna point to the meme pictures. Elon Musk is thinking of this. Bias, ratings, new. This is what popped into Elon's head. 100%. I know exactly what he's thinking of. He's thinking of this. This is what popped into his head. And now Don Lemon just asked him, why do you think CNN is center left? And he's like, well, because he's seen CNN right here on this meme. Why is this chart wrong? I don't know if this chart's wrong, but you should, it's kind of dumb if you think somebody is a thing just because it's like on the chart. Like you would hope that if you run a major social media empire and you want to get involved seriously in news and media, that you would know approximately why these things are where they are. Like,
I think if you look at any sort of media survey of what is on the left or right, I think they would say, like, for example, Fox is on the right and CNN is on the left. Yeah.
Oh, man. It still seems pretty weird to challenge that, though, right? Isn't it pretty common sense that CNN generally sits to the Wait. I'm sorry. He challenged it? I thought he just asked him, why do you think CNN is on the left? Is that a challenge?
To the left?
Why do you say that?
I saw I saw segments.
Yeah.
But CNN is generally considered left.
Yeah. Why do you say that?
Why do I say CNN is generally considered left? I think if you look at any sort of media survey of what is on the left or right, I think they would say, like...
You're overreacting to very simple answers. The question that Don Lemon is very clearly getting into here, when I asked, I want to say Jon Snow, JonTron, when I asked JonTron, what's wrong with communism? My goal there wasn't to defend communism. I'm just curious, like, why do you hate communism? What's wrong with communism? Like, what's your response there? I just want to know. Don Lemon is asking the same question here. Do you think Don Lemon is thinking that, like, you think CNN is to the left? Excuse me, they're completely centrist. Like, they're not to the left. Do you think Don Lemon thinks that? Maybe he does, and he'll give it here later, but the question so far seems to be the case of, like, well, why do you think CNN is left? And that could lead to an interesting conversation. He might say, well, I think they're left because I don't think they give Trump a fair shake. Or he might say, I think they're to the left because they're too woke. And then that opens up potential future conversation. Elon Musk doesn't know why they're left. He has no idea because his media literacy is almost a nothing. And so he awkwardly laughs and he's trying to think of a way to say the meme without saying he saw it on a meme. So he's like, well, there were surveys that said it was left. Really? CNN is left because the surveys say it's left? No, the surveys say it's left because of a variety of reasons for why people feel like it is on the left.
For example, Fox is on the right and CNN is on the left.
Yeah. So that's what...
Am I missing something here?
Okay. Are you missing...
Like, this is a stupid answer to an obvious question that's supposed to probe for why you feel like a particular media thing has a certain political alignment, especially if you say you want to be a large owner of a social media platform that pushes media news. That's a good question. And he gave the dumbest answer.
Something? I don't know. I think that when I read that, I said, like many... of my critics or detractors, they never really watched me on CNN. They just saw.
See, okay, I was even right, and you guys have probably watched this. You should have the advantage of being able to pre-watch this. This is what he's saying. Yeah, like, yeah, you guys make this claim about me. Have you even watched my media before, or do you just call me left without even watching or having any idea of what's going on?
Many of my critics or detractors, they never really watched me on CNN. They just saw the clips of me either on social media or maybe on Fox News or in conservative media, where it's sort of where I've become a character or a caricature of what I actually am, and it's taken out of context.
Sure. Well, how would you describe yourself?
I would describe myself as someone who is, I am independent in my thinking, and I vote for people based on the issues and how I feel about it, not necessarily because of political leaning of some sort.
Well, I agree with that approach. I think that's generally how people should take things, which is.
But that, so he's just giving. This is like every stupid. It's sad because this guy runs Twitter. He's arguably in a position to have more control over media than almost any other singular person in history in the United States. And hold on, Destiny. Surely he should just own that he's left-leaning there. Don Lemon's issue is not that he's left-leaning. It's that when people like you or Elon say somebody is left-leaning, you don't say that to accurately describe where the aggregate of their political view sits in the totality of like all of American political views. You say that to discredit somebody. So when Don Lemon asks, why do you think I'm a leftist? He's trying to see why Elon thinks that, because that's how you guys use that phrase. Oh, he's left-leaning, he's center-left, he's left, he's a left person, right? Elon has no answers because he has no media literacy and probably doesn't engage critically with any media at all. Don Lemon probably knows this. My guess is going to be that a lot of this interview is going to be Don Lemon challenging Elon on level 1 basic questions, and Elon getting ass mad because he isn't in a circle jerk where everybody else is like eager to slurp his cum up off the floor, and he actually has to provide an answer to anything. These two answers alone are astoundingly stupid.
I mean, how people should take things, which is, I mean, there are a whole sort of set of issues which are sort of somewhat arbitrarily.
Like, oh God, like when somebody says, like Don Lemon gave a boilerplate answer. Oh, I vote one way and I like to consider all the issues and do this and that. That's a boilerplate answer. Now, if you disagree with Don Lemon and you think that you're, a biased hack or whatever, which I'm sure Elon's probably said before, maybe I'm assuming that, right? Then you should say, oh, well, hold on. I agree with that in principle, but Don Lemon, you said this or this. Don Lemon, you said this about the J6 insurrection. I don't think it was an insurrection. John Lemon, you said this about the COVID vaccines. You mentioned that social distancing helped all of us so much, and I don't think it did. I don't think the research supports that. Oh, Don Lemon, you were pro-censorship, right? That would be a point where you could intervene and say, well, even though we supposedly share the same principles, I happen to know positions that you have. And it's not like this was a random ambush interview, okay? It's not like, Don Lemon just showed up and started banging on the door asking for a conversation.
Which I think that's generally how,
At Destiny, most people get your point. It just seems like a dumb hill to die on, trying to gotcha Elon. The implication that Elon can't even define what left-right media outlets are is retarded as f. I agree with you, except Elon can't. That's the problem.
How people should, take things, which is, I mean, there are a whole sort of set of issues which are sort of somewhat arbitrarily bucketed into right or left. But I think most citizens would think that they would agree with some things on the left, but not everything. Or agree on
like this is such a retarded non-answer. He's like a. I don't even want to say like a family member, because usually family members that are more invested in politics will have better takes than this or have stronger takes than this. This is like, I think Elon Musk represents the quintessential, he's like 10 years too late. He's like the 2015 lay centrist who's like, oh yeah, I agree with everybody and nobody, all the parties are the same and there's a little bit of good on the left and a little bit of good on the right and I am lay epic centrist and lay epic enlightened centrist and a little bit like, bro, take a position on anything.
Would think that they would agree with some things on the left, but not everything, or agree on some things on the right, but not everything. That's what I think most people feel, I guess.
Like, okay.
How much longer, and maybe the answer is forever, how much longer are we going to have to call it the formerly known as Twitter? I mean, even Prince went back to Prince instead of, is it always going to be X?
It's definitely always going to be X.
So X is going through some changes. As I said, a lot of media companies are going through some changes. You're in charge of an incredible platform, Elon. How do you feel that's going?
I think it's going pretty well so far. We're seeing record usage. We've added a tremendous amount of functionality. I mentioned that it used to be that you could only do short, text and maybe a picture or something like that, short video. But now you can do long form text, long form video. We've added audio-video calling, so you can not just do text DMs, you can do audio-video calling. We've improved the algorithm, I think, significantly, and made the system faster and better, and that's reflected in the increased usage.
Longer, better,
so let's
faster,
talk about that, because you said you wanted all points of view, right? It's a digital town square for all.
Yeah.
It's the platform has kind of picked up where some conservative media has left off. That moving to the right, increasingly becoming.
Do you think they're both being awkward because they're trying to fill each other's positions for arguing? I don't think Don Lemon's been awkward at all. Isn't Don's response similar to the cringe self-proclaimed centrist like Elon? Yeah, that's why I said Don gave like a boilerplate response here. So this is an opportunity if you disagree with him to push back. Because what Don said was basically what every single media pundit will say. Oh, I arrive at my own positions and blah, 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 right?
Part of a conservative dialogue, and sometimes even conspiracy theories, right? There was an...
Why are you all purposefully obtuse? Don Lemon is acting like a dick, making it about himself when the interview is to ask questions about Elon.
An article recently written about you saying that you, Donald Trump, and X were the most important people or places or whatever icons when it comes to the MAGA movement. Do you agree with that? How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, there are nonsense articles written all the time, and I certainly wouldn't agree with that one. I put it in the nonsense category. So, the objective fact of the matter, in my opinion, was that old Twitter was fundamentally a tool of the far left, and that was really, I think, a lot of it was due to being located in San Francisco, Berkeley, and so it was
something San Francisco, the corporate culture being in San Francisco.
Fundamentally a tool of the far left, and that was really, I think, a lot of it was due to being located in San Francisco, Berkeley.
Being located in San Francisco.
And so it wanted to essentially project the SF Berkeley political dogma worldwide.
You think it was far left?
Yes, I do.
Be honest, you have to admit Elon is a pretty smart guy. I don't know. I'm sure he's smart in like running business or something. I'm not sure. I don't think I've ever heard. I think there's probably some narrow fields of expertise where he's pretty smart, but I typically, when I hear him speak, he doesn't sound like he's definitely above average, but I don't think I've ever been blown away at him describing or explaining something. But I would imagine he knows something about rocketry and cars, hopefully. I would imagine, maybe. I would hope. I just haven't heard him speak on these subjects, so.
I used to get, I actually got off the platform because I would get so much hate tweets when it was called in, so much hate tweets and
apparently it's 155 IQ. I seriously doubt that.
And just guff from right-wing conspiracy theorists being called everything from, you know, fag to...
Sure. It's the internet, Jesus. You know, that people will do. I mean, I've been called every name.
Did Don just drop them both? My God.
Times 1,000.
Yeah. Do you agree that it's right now? And
he got near perfect scores on his math SATs, Destiny. He's probably high IQ. Yeah, high IQ, like 120 to like 130 would be pretty, like incredibly high. My guess would be around there, I guess. 155? No. That's retarded.
And that even it's moved into sort of MAGA land conspiracy theory?
I certainly don't think it's right. The old school Twitter suspended and suppressed accounts that you'd call on the right 10 times more than they did accounts on the left. And even when they did suspend an account on the left, it was because of arguments between two people on the left. The political donations of old Twitter were 99% Democrat. Does that sound left-wing or right-wing to you?
The Twitter donations?
Yes. You know, when they look at donations from a company, if a company donates literally 99% of all donations are to Democrats, does that strike?
Wait, firstly, it's not donated by the company, it's donated by employees in the company, right? It wouldn't surprise me if it skews like really, really, really heavily. He said 90% at first? Oh, I thought I heard 99.
It donates yes. You know, when they look at donations from a company, if a company donates literally 99% of all...
Okay, I just heard 99. I don't know what you guys are...
On the left, on the right, 10 times more than did accounts. Certainly don't think it's right. The old school Twitter suspended and suppressed accounts that you'd call on the right 10 times more than did accounts on the left. And even when they did suspend an account on the left, it was because of arguments between two people on the left. The political donations of old Twitter were 99% Democrat.
Wait, why were you guys saying 90%? Did he say 90 at some point?
Does that sound left-wing or right?
Do you think you have 160 IQ? Me? My IQ is probably... It depends on the day. I'd say anywhere from 145 to 185. There are some days where I'm very, very smart. I'm pushing 185, I would say. Easily, for sure. That's why I'm able to be smarter than every single person that I've ever ran into in my entire life and had a debate with. Multiple added together.
Going to you.
The Twitter...
You know what? Hold on. If I drop a 950 right now, you have to acknowledge that my IQ is 170 minimum, okay? This site is broken, okay? It's a busted ass site. It's lagging. It's lagging. It's lagging, okay? It's lagging.
I'd say Destiny's probably 130, 135 IQ.
Okay. Twitter employees still flooding Democrats with 99% of their donations for midterm elections. Twitter employees are maintaining their torrid pace of 99% of their political donations, pouring into Democratic campaigns, committees for midterm elections. Filings show the partisan skew of Twitter employees' donations illustrates the uphill battle facing Elon Musk. Individual employed by the social media giant have dispersed 1,225 donations through Act Blue, the Democrats' central fundraising platform. Meanwhile, just 10 donations from Twitter employees were pushed through WinRed, the Republicans' fundraising platform, for $505 through the end of March, according to the filings. This means that Twitter employees maintain their astronomical pace of 99% of their contributions going towards Democratic campaigns and committees with just over 6 months to the 2022 elections. Damn, that's a hugely partisan swing. Would this not make sense when Twitter HQ is in San Francisco? Yeah, but like I could see like a 90-10 split or like an 80-20 split. 99-1, and it's not even 99-1. It's probably more than that, right? Like it's more than that. It's like 99.5 to 0.5%. 99 is an obvious exaggeration. Well, no, it's not an exaggeration. According to the data from the FEC, it's not. it's even more than that. It's undercounted. It's 99.5% of donations. But what I'm curious about is, I wonder how many. Like I've heard of this Act Blue media platform, or the Act Blue Dono platform, because we've used this, I think. But I'm curious if Republicans use that WinRed platform to donate a lot. I'm just curious about that. Donald Trump donate now. I will never stop fighting for you. Donate $100. 47. Donate this amount if you think Donald Trump Jr. is the greatest president of all time. This does use WinRed. Oh, secure.winred.com. Okay. Okay, let's look for Chick-fil-A employees. Chick-fil-A. Is this what they're actually listed as under the... Did I type this in correctly? Okay, recipient names. Okay, let's look for... Is it called WinRed? Viewing 19 filtered results. 17, so there were only 17 donos for the midterms from all of Chick-fil-A, and the vast majority of them came from one person. It was just this lady donating over and over again. $5, $5, $5, $5, $5, $5, $1, $5. Try Lockheed Martin. Oh no, wait, not this. Chick-fil-A, oh. 29, oh. Mark Kelly for Senate. Holy shit. You're spelling Chick-fil-A wrong? Oh shit, I am, you're right. Wait. Well, but it's listed here. Do you think they have multiple? Oh, this is way more people. Wait, why the fuck was the other one even listed here? It's probably whatever people write on their dono receipts, I guess, huh? Okay, interesting. So if we look at Act Blue for Chick-fil-A, we get 1,059 individual donations. And the other one looked like it had 1,407. Oh, 1,061. So it's like 50-50. I wonder how accurate this is as a metric. Okay, sorry, let me just look at one more quick thing. Don't worry. Is there a way that you can filter this for unique donors? Like, I'm curious if you got rid of all of the, duplicate, you can download a CSV actually. You could export this and then do it. I'm just curious what that would look like. Is this only donos done through a company? That seems like shit data. No. This is donos done by any individual that works for Twitter as a company. When you donate to a political thing, you have to fill out a tax receipt. You've got to fill out a little receipt saying who it's coming from, because the Federal Election Commission, the FEC, is going to track all of this for politically recognized entities. So theoretically, you should be able to go on this website and look up any person that you've seen Although it won't give you like their. Okay. Jesus. It doesn't list like their fucking address or anything, right? Okay. So we can look up and see Joseph Bell donated this. See like occupation, employer. These are all pieces of information that you supply when you donate. So if you look up, oh god, my wonderful mother, Donald J. Trump for president. Wait, what is this Act Blue thing? Earmarked for Elect Diverse Democrats PAC. What the fuck is this? Is this gonna be like some anti-Democrat shit that she donates to? What is this? Bold PAC launches Elect Diverse Democrats to protect the voting rights of communities of color. Did she get scammed? Why the f is she donating this shit? Probably some Cuban thing? No, she doesn't give a fuck. It's a different Mary Bonnell? Oh, true, Michigan. Wait, is there another Mary Bonnell in the United States? Mary. Okay, weird. Donald J. Trump for president. Donald J. Trump for president. 9 cents. Mom, what the fuck? Win red, win red, win red. Eli Crane for Congress. Can I find out her total donos to Donald Trump? I wonder if you can sort through that. Year to date, $857 to Donald Trump. That's this year. Jesus. Oh, true. She probably just typoed. Because she donated 9 cents here, and then the next day she donated, and then a couple weeks later she donated $9. She probably just meant to donate $9. Okay, sorry. Back to this. Okay.
Donations?
Yes. You know, when they look at donations back from a company, if a company donates literally 99% of all donations are to Democrats, does that strike you as a left-leaning or a right-leaning
Oh, you mean the company donated? I understand what you're saying.
What I'm trying to tell you is that Twitter employees, people at Twitter, their political donations were 99%, literally 99%, to Democrats. That's obviously an extremely left-leaning group.
My question too, leading into this, is about MAGA. You, and speaking of MAGA, you recently met with Donald Trump in Florida. What did you guys talk about?
I was at a dinner. I was not done. I was at a breakfast at a friend's place, and Donald Trump came by. That's it.
So you didn't go there to meet him?
No, I went to a friend of mine's house, and it said Donald Trump's coming by for breakfast. Is that just so you know? Like, okay, fine.
What did you discuss?
Let's just say he did most of the talking.
What did
the normal things he says. There was nothing particularly groundbreaking or new, but he...
It's an interview, dog.
You know, President Trump likes to talk, and so he talked. I don't recall him saying anything that he hasn't said publicly, and that was it. It was just a breakfast.
Did he ask you for money?
He's like petrified of like giving an answer that's gonna get clipped. He's like thinking in TikTok terms right now. I'm gonna say something that's gonna f up.
He didn't.
Did he ask you for a donation?
No.
He didn't?
No.
You said you're not gonna donate to any candidate.
That's correct.
Why not?
I think while I'll voice my opinion, I think I don't want to put a thumb on the scale monetarily. That is, you know, significant.
You voicing your opinion is going to be far more significant than the FEC $5,500 maximum donation limit you can make, whatever. Bro, what do you mean?
Are you going to loan him money to help pay his bills?
No,
not at all. Pay his legal bills.
I'm not paying his legal bills in any way, shape, or form.
And he did not ask you for money.
And he did not ask me for money.
Are you going to? So you're not going to endorse a candidate?
I may, in the final stretch, endorse a candidate, but I don't know yet. I want to make a.
I want to analyze all the facts and then make a good decision based on how I feel at the end. Come on, bro.
The candidate, but I don't know yet. I want to make a considered decision before the election, and if I do decide to endorse a candidate, then I will explain exactly why.
Are you leaning towards anyone?
No.
You're not leaning towards anyone. Because you've been.
I'm leaning away from Biden.
You're leaning.
I've made no secret of that.
Are you concerned about losing?
Why does Destiny hate him so much? Elon Musk? Because Elon Musk is a largely influential figure in politics, and he shouldn't be. He's an idiot when it comes to anything political or outside of the very near. Even in tech, he's an idiot because he thinks that he can make comments on everything. He thinks he's like an expert of AI and an expert of computer engineering. He thinks he's an expert in every single field. He has no humility because he's a billionaire, and because he's had two really awesome and successful companies. He thinks it makes him an expert on everything. And generally, when he opens his mouth about literally anything outside of stuff related to Tesla or SpaceX, it's the dumbest shit you've ever heard in your entire life.
I've made no secret of that.
Are you concerned about losing your security clearance if Biden is reelected? Does that have anything to do with it?
No.
You are leaning away from Biden, but you're not going to endorse anyone. It seems like an endorsement of President Trump because there are only two people who are running now. Nikki Haley is out.
I mean, a lot could happen between now and the election, so we'll see who, in the final analysis, are the choices for president. And at that point, I may or may not endorse one of the candidates. If I do, I will provide a very detailed explanation of why I am endorsing one.
What do you think radicalized him? Wasn't he the opposite of this a few years ago? I don't even know if I'd call him radicalized. For a lot of people, if you get bullied by somebody and you don't have strong political views or foundations, it's easy for you to switch your political beliefs completely. And that's what happened to Elon. He got bullied by some left-leaning people, and then he's like, oh, well, I'm gonna go as far as possible, and that's it. He's just defined like as a reactionary. That's why when you ask him really basic political questions, he has no answers to anything. You would imagine that like, oh shit, like you run one of the largest social media platforms in the world, a whole bunch of political news happens on your platform, you might have some very insightful or interesting things to say. Like even Jack had some relatively insightful or interesting things to say when it came to like controlling misinformation on the platform and putting your thumb on the scale of elections and everything. But Elon is just nothing. I don't know if there's people around him that make decisions or what, but.
At that point, might you contribute or donate?
I think it's unlikely.
So you've been posting up a storm, as you always do in the past couple weeks, about the redesign of the Tesla Roadster coming at the end of this year. Are there any kind of updates that you can talk about to expect from your flagship EV? I mean, Tesla stock is down.
Elon is left-wing. Hate to break it to you. Elon is left-wing in what sense of the word? What? He's an anti-establishment. He's just an anti-establishment guy. He just hates anything relating to any establishments. Like, you could print all of his opinions based on that.
On the last 6 months, what's next for the company?
You know, the stocks go up and down, but what really matters is, are we making and delivering great products? The Tesla products are outstanding. Last year, the Tesla Model Y was the best-selling car of any kind in the world. So it was about 1.2 million units. It was the best-selling car despite being, I think, around 50% more expensive than the next.
Is it just me or do Xantas give off hardcore, just pearly things vibes?
In units. It was the best-selling car despite being, I think, around 50% more expensive than the next best-selling vehicle of any kind, not just electric. So I think that's a testament to the incredible work of the Tesla team. And we launched the Cybertruck. Obviously, that's being very well received. We have.
He's a lifelong Democrat who thinks leftists are dragging the party to shitville. Voted Biden in 2000. He might have voted Biden in 2000. I don't know if he did or not. I'd be interested to see a link in that. But it was probably just over the COVID period where people bully him or you'd see weird shit and your brain just gets fucking fried. There's no world where you've got like left-leaning principled positions and you support explicitly or implicitly a guy like Donald Trump. It's totally incompatible. 2020. I said 2000. Sorry, 2020. Yeah, he either never had strong positions or he lied. I guess I don't know.
I think over 1 million orders for the Cybertruck. So it's a really special product. That is. I think the Cybertruck is one of those products that come.
Is Glenn Greenwald a left-winger? Glenn is probably anti-establishment left-leaning guy, I think. Left-winger, I would imagine, yeah. There is either a red wave this November or America is doomed. Imagine 4 more years of this getting worse. Wow, like very left wing here.
Comes along really once in several years, maybe once a decade. A Cybertruck is a once a decade product. It is so special and I think it's our best product.
But everyone improves over time. I mean, Apple, I thought my phone was here, but Apple, you know, the phone got better over time. I'm sure your cars will get better over time. You have been tweeting about the updates in the Roadsters. There's something that we should expect?
Sure. You did mention the Roadster. So, look, I don't want to give away, you know, much more than what I've said publicly, except that the Roadster will be a collaboration between SpaceX and Tesla. So, you know, you can expect some rockety stuff there.
A flying car?
Maybe. It's not out of the question.
Go on.
No, I gotta reserve the cool stuff for the, you know, when we actually unveil it. But
Destiny, Elon said, CNN is generally considered left. Then Elon was asked, why do you say that? The question was not asking why Elon thinks CNN is left, it's asking why he thinks people consider it left. He thinks that because of media polls. He was viewing it from a different perspective than you, but his answer is perfectly rational. Listen, my dude, I love you, I appreciate you, okay? You have autism. It's okay. There's a lot of people that have autism. It doesn't mean that you're gonna die or anything, but like, make sure that when you're operating in social situations, you figure out how to navigate conversations, because you, my friend, okay, are autistic as. If somebody says, CNN is generally considered left, why do you think that? Well, I think that because the polls say that. So that means that's what people generally think. That's not what's being asked at all. I don't know how you can possibly think that. This is, I don't know what I'd have to change. I think they're messing around. Sorry, here's like something we got. This is, if we're using the window like this is way too bright. Also, the background apartments, I think, just look bad here. It's not good. Like, I would never even want to use the window in this shot ever. It just looks gross.
Alright, I gotta pee, and then it's time to really dig into this shit.
I was down there a couple days ago and testing this stuff, but I haven't gone down to like all the camera settings. But like the background with the window looks.
Actually, guys, I'm gonna do a half-hour break. I'm gonna do some stuff around the house, but stick around. I'm gonna play some of my original music while I am on break.
It was a sad thing that I saw. Alright, the bad dream that I had last night. We started war with no end in sight. And likely was for, and then they lied of it. Said they'd hardly make a fight of it. Till I could hardly take the sight of it anymore, yeah, in this world. Oh, I know it's gonna end alright. It'll end alright. This girl, oh, I know it's love, alright. We'll end up alright. And no war in all the world, leave the world alright. They never end alright. And the more I come to know why, the more I wonder if any of it's right. This madness that we did that day ran away and we hid each a different way. But one thing that I know for sure, so never love this song, 'cause it's happier than yours, truly happier than yours, truly in this world. Oh, I know it's gonna end alright, but it'll end alright. This girl, oh, I know it's love, alright, it'll end up alright. And no war in all the world, leave the world alright, they never end alright. And the more I come to know why, the more I wonder if any of it's right. What if I did all I could with every day, and in the end it still wasn't enough? Always tried to be the kind of man who kept going when going got rough. Feel the life that I choose will spiral down to blues and end in my blood flowing or blowing that stuff. But all of it's a ruse, no ruler and no rules, and a lot of it concludes in a flash and a puff. And the only thing that mattered in all of this was love, and that's so right. She's the breeze that blows my mind, and she's the heat that leaves me cold inside, and she's the reason I can't find another soul to keep me satisfied. And I'm seized and eased at the very same time. I'm pleased to say I my soul in my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. She's just a bird, bridges high. She's along the river that flows on by. She's just a bend in that river that flows on by, that redirected the wind but let the breeze blow. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. And how long it has been since I took such a blow to the mind, and how wrong does it seem for me to touch one so sublime? And this song, it is not mine. It belongs on the breeze, yeah, the breeze that blows my mind. September 3rd, and I haven't heard from her. I thought for sure we were starting something that wouldn't allow for what's just occurred. I thought for sure we were, but I haven't heard from her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way. At the end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, 'cause it's no longer that April day. October 3rd, and she hasn't yet called. It seems after all, we were never starting nothing that would ever last past the fall. It hurts after all. It hurts after all. And now as I fall, I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause it's no longer that April day. November 3rd and not a word from her. I still haven't heard from her, but I still remember her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. The end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause it's no longer that April day. Most of what I wanna know is what's going on. What's wrong? How long has it been since you've seen the sun? Made a joke or said a pun or even made fun of me. You used to make me think that you wanted me. It's so sad to me. How can I mend you now? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry. So I think I might go by the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flying is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there or here, they're taking my ditch. But I don't care, I'll meet you anywhere. So meet me. Rest of what I wanna know, I can't ask. No things stuck in the past that you maybe should have asked about the last time we spoke about pastimes. Like, are you lonely tonight, or were you only lonely that time? Because time won't be the end of another line. Even if this is the end, are you my love or my friend tonight? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, a little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry. So I think I might go by, hang my feet from the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flight is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side. don't care. I'll meet you anywhere. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We'll let the sunrise be both of our alibis. So meet me. You're like the sea I'm sinking in, falling 1,000 leagues in love. And if I were to meet my demise, I wouldn't regret nor rise above. And if you were to wear a disguise, baby, your eyes would be enough to see your worth. It lies far within. I believe I found a diamond in a rough, and I wanna do something with this life I'm lucky to live, for this world I'm living in, so I'll never stop loving, because I am a man made up of more than just the sum of all my parts. And baby, I believe your body's a work of art, so show me an open mind and I will hold you in my arms, so you can feel my heart beat faster for you. Can't you feel my heart beat faster for you? Can't you feel my heart beat faster for you? I stand stressed and looking at a mess from the corner by my bedroom door. I never want to see her anymore. I now know nothing could ever be what I thought it could be before. But my eyes keep slipping towards the door. You slip away and out from under my soul implore. 'Cause I have run out of you time, and I will no longer lend you any of mine. As a man I'd planned to enjoy your curving line, but the sand in your hourglass has become too fine. I think less than I should about the mess that I left on my bedroom floor, but after all she had to be ignored. You slip away and out from under my soul employed. 'Cause I've run out of you time, and I will no longer lend you any of mine. As a man I'd planned to enjoy your curving line, but the sand in your hourglass has become too fine. And I want to see her ever again no more. Yeah, and I won't see her ever again no more. It's my pleasure, but baby, no more. Oh, because I've run out of you time, and I will no longer lend you any of mine. As a man I'd planned to enjoy your curving line, but the sand in of our love has run dry. It's dark and cold and empty as you're right. And as I arrive outside your lonely door, you realize the time ain't on outside no more. It's just about time. Oh, 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 oh. You feel it a bit unfair. There's no one there to look after you. Your disciples are scared, but they will all come back to you. Yeah, they will all come back to you. But nobody there means no one to share your last meal with. Your spirit's in disrepair. You wonder if Siddhartha wished all the Buddha. Was he scared? Hope his people make it back to hell. Hope his people make it back to hell. Was Jesus Father fair? Was justice done there on that limb? God's hand must have been scared, because the devil's always after him. Yeah, the devil's always after him. Oh, Apollo, can we be spared? And wait for impending disaster. Oh, does anything care? Oh, they write in Zoroaster. Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, What do you think about the way the world's crumbling down and down and down? No beach, just coast will come closer to town. Well, I see San Francisco Bay in the the sundown through goggles or underground. take a good last look around. It's closing time. I leave on the neon glow and the open sign. You're coming anytime, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time. How long do you think we'll stumble around and drown, saying the structure of the world was faulty found? For what it's worth, the earth is round. Ain't got no good news to say, so say nothing at all, at all, at all. How long till the third tallest tower falls? It's closing time. I leave on the neon glow and the open sign. You're coming anytime, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time. There's hope alive inside. You're coming anytime, 'cause there's hope alive inside. You're running out of time, but there's hope alive inside. You're coming anytime, 'cause there's hope alive inside. Oh, but you're running out of time. love is all I want for my life. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. So I want for my life to have love is standing on the patio outside your door, I knock once more, wishing that you loved me so much more, and that you'd open up this door. Baby, if you could somehow see the simple man I could be, I think you love, my love, and if you want it, then it's yours. Got a ticket in the crowd outside your door. I feel ignored, but now I know I hold the number 4. And know you'll never love me more. Baby, if you could somehow see the simple man I could be, I think you love, my love, and if you want it, then it's yours. Hanging on the handle on your door, never felt less like a man before. Can't you see that I need this? And we could be so damn much more. Oh baby, if you could somehow see the simple man I could be, I think you love, my love, and if you want it, then it's yours. Since you left me guessing at the scene of this crime, baby, I've sought to find out heaven, everything you've left behind. Got the memory of the moment you last lived in my mind. However, heaven right here on earth is now so hard to find. So I will travel to eternity to see creation's most beautiful sight. If to me your heaven, your gates are even open past tonight. And if I say it, you can trust it's true, 'cause I have put my trust in you. So lie is what I must not do, unless in love and just with you, just with you. Since you left me guessing at the scene of this crime, baby, have sought to find out heaven, everything you've left behind. I've got the memory of the moment you last lived in my mind. However, heaven right here on earth is now so hard to find. So I will travel to eternity to see creation's most beautiful sight. If to me, oh heaven, your gates are even open past tonight. And if I say it, you can trust it's true, 'cause I have put my trust in you. So liar's what I must not do, unless in love and just with you, just with you. Don't you wonder where the fireflies go when it's raining? No, no, no. Don't it make you wonder where you're supposed to go? And don't you wonder what a yes would mean when you're saying no, no, no? Well, don't it make you wonder what you fear to know? It's just like those fireflies. We got a reason, yeah, a reason to hide, and we want to come out from inside. But we're sleeping with our eyes open wide. Don't you wonder day to day how the sun decided on that beautiful yellow glow? Don't it make you wonder what the time will show you? And don't you wonder why the biggest rocks always tumble, while the water always seems to flow? It kinda reminds me of the people I know, and I know you. It's just like the sun in the sky. We got a reason for giving people their darker side, and we want to come out from inside. But we're sleeping with our eyes open wide. Look at don't you wonder day to day, day to day? Don't you wonder day to day, day to day? Don't you wonder day to day about the way the words you say, they turn monotone? And that's why you find me here today, singing mellow melodies through the microphone. 'Cause wherever your fears bring you is where I'll see you. You know, people, our fears are the same. Please believe you never really know what it is you could have needed, if it's only what you want. And you never really know what it is you could have seen, if it's only what you've been shown. Don't you wonder when the fireflies go when it's raining? No, 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 no. Don't it make you wonder what you feel? No. Baby, now I know I loved you like a funny story of a favorite pastime. Remember when you came and sat here at my side? First time I ever really sang my mind. Layla left you for dead, no. Upon return, nobody did I find. I lost my head, left you behind. How I wish I could have turned back that time. But today I'd say could be a good day. on on ocean waves that make the spray that hurtles to my face without hurdle fill the space between me and the golden rays. If it's play upon this place of ever cleansing slates and ever shifting sands and yet ever uplifting hands. I fell up out of love. I don't know how I came back down, 'cause I felt like I lost gravity without you around. I don't know if I am stuck or how to get around this ever-growing cavity where once my heart was found.
Oh. And today I say it could be, just 'cause the way I say it could be how to change the way it would be, and you finally understood me. Alright boys, we're back. We're live. We're living. We're loving life. About to rip this leaderboard to shreds. Had to do a couple of chores before the boss lady got home. My sincere apologies for keeping y'all waiting. Let's get right back into it. Destiny, fire it up.
It's really nice, but it has to be lit properly, and I don't know if that's going to be possible. So like this was, when I had the white angle down there, and it requires a different position, but like there's so much cool shit back here. This is a darker shot, so it needs more lighting and adjustment. But like there's a lot of like cute, cool shit back here that I think looks very dynamic and interesting for, but you would have to, the f-stop needs to be set better to blur this in the background a bit. And then you have to change, I don't know if you can, I don't know if you could light this while fighting with the background or not. But like something like this I think would be interesting. It just needs to be blurrier in the background, and then the front subject a bit more, but I don't know, we'll figure it out.
Alright.
They'll figure it out. Or I'll figure it out.
Alright, now we're cooking with gas, boys.
Okay.
But it's gonna be really. It's not out of the question.
Go on.
No, I gotta reserve the cool
Whose
stuff
laugh
for the,
was that?
When we actually unveil it. But it's gonna be really cool. It's gonna have some
I don't get
rocket
like,
technology in it.
Which one of them laugh like?
I think the way to do something that's cooler than the Cybertruck is to combine SpaceX and Tesla technology to create something that's not even really a car.
Then what would it be?
Something that's never existed before.
Sorry, buddy, no.
I'm getting
no.
Jetsons vibes.
Totally Jetsons vibes. The audience may not be aware, like, some things that I have said publicly is that it'll do 0 to 60 in under 1 second. So that's by far faster than any sports car that exists. And that's not even the most exciting thing about it.
Does it have wings?
No, it does not have big wings. Because big wings would be unwieldy on the road.
Does it have propellers?
It does not have propellers.
Okay. It has wheels.
It does have wheels. Roadster 20 questions.
Does it have a steering wheel?
Not exactly.
What is it?
It'll have a drive-by-wire yoke, essentially, like kind of like the way aircraft or modern jets are controlled.
And do you think it's the way of the future that everyone will follow your lead on this?
I don't think anyone will ever make anything like the Roadster that we're gonna make.
Let's talk now about SpaceX, Tesla. You got a lot of lawsuits. You've got X.com. You got a lot going on. How do you relax?
Well, I relax. I spend time with my kids, my friends, and I, think somewhat of a nerd technologist. So I like playing video games. So I'll play video games with friends online.
Which one?
lately I've been playing Diablo, but I've played almost all the games over the years. A long time ago, I was like semi-pro good at Quake. This is really dating me, because we're talking about like more than 25 years ago.
I don't know video games. I just know that my great nephew loves Fortnite and some other stuff. He's always with the headphones and doing the thing. So that helps you relax, right? So
and the nice thing is if you've got friends in different cities and they're playing the same game, you can both go online at the same time and play the game together, even though you're in different cities.
Listen, I'm not asking you anything that anyone else hasn't asked you about your controversial stuff that you tweet. You post a lot of controversial stuff. Is that considered blowing off steam?
Well, I guess I do enjoy using the platform. I mean, I do call the X platform the PvP, or player versus player platform. So in video games, there's
have you seen the frozen meal versus DoorDash discourse on Twitter? No, I have not.
A platform. So in video games, there's player versus like environment, where you're not playing against other people. And then there's PvP, which is like hardcore. You're actually playing against other people, and
but that's blowing off steam for you.
Yeah, it is to some degree, not always. I mean, obviously I use it for to post jokes, to post sometimes trivia, sometimes things that are of great importance.
So you do a lot of it at night, like late at night. So when you're doing this, are you sober when you do it?
What kind of question is that?
So when you're doing,
he's trying to get another weed smoking moment.
This, are you sober when you do it?
Almost always, yeah.
Under the influence of anything?
No, I don't drink. I don't really. No.
So you got no drink, no smoke, no nothing. I mean, you smoke pot with Rogan.
I had one puff.
Yeah.
I think anyone who smokes pot can tell I don't know how to smoke pot.
But you've admitted that you have a ketamine prescription.
Yeah.
What's that for?
Well, a ketamine prescription? Damn.
Well, I mean, it's pretty private to ask somebody about a medical prescription, you know. But I think it's something I'd say, like, there are times when I have sort of I don't know.
Is there a FDA recognized use for ketamine right now as a prescription? I know they were trialing it for what? Is it anxiety or depression? Ketamine prescription. There's one it's approved for, it's FDA approved, or it's just like oh, it is. I mean, it's garnered increasing approved. It's the first ketamine-derived medication, Spravato, as a Schedule 3 controlled substance for treatment-resistant depression in 2019. It was 20 years of clinical research that produced varied and complicated results. Oh.
Like a negative chemical state in my brain, like depression, I guess, you know, is or like depression that's not linked to any negative views, and then ketamine is helpful for getting one out of a negative frame of mind. Well, listen, I in fact, I generally, obviously I'm not a doctor, but I would say if someone has depression issues, they should consider talking to their doctor about ketamine instead of SSRIs.
Listen, I think that ketamine and drugs.
To be fair, SSRIs do sound like they suck shit. You know what? I'd co-sign that statement. Fuck SSRI.
Therapy is increasingly becoming more in the mainstream.
Yeah.
Do you think that you're doing it under a doctor's care, right?
Yeah. Literally a prescription from a real doctor, not like, you know.
Yeah, but do you feel like you ever abuse it?
I don't think so. If you use too much ketamine, you can't really get work done. You know, so I have a lot of work. So I'm typically putting in, like, you know, 16-hour days. That's normal for me, and it's rare for me to even take off a weekend day. So I don't really have, like, you know, a situation where I can be not mentally acute for an extended period of time. Like, I can't really get wasted because I can't get my work done.
So how often do you take it?
Well, it'd be like a small amount once every other week or something like that.
But there's not on the bottle where it says take this dose.
Damn, Lemon is mining for some drug abuse here.
Dose this many times a week or whatever. If it's
Yeah,
not
I'm not sure
doctor's
there's a dose. There are several weeks will go by where I don't use it.
You don't use it.
Yeah, I think it's just, like I said, I think what I find kind of is if you like literally like a chemical state in your brain.
Just as a quick thing, every single person in Kick and YouTube chat that's getting so mad about these medical questions, keep in mind that every single one of these guys would be cheering if there was an intense 60 Minutes interview with Biden and they were asking him intense and extreme questions about his health, and they would have a whole set of rationalizations for why that's actually a-okay and it's important. We need to know the health of the president, we need to know all these things and blah 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 blah. But for somebody like Elon Musk, who might be the singular individual who has the most power over news related media in the United States potentially at the moment, they don't care about any of that. Just remember that, okay? When you see all these people who are asked mad about it, they would love the same questions to be aimed at any Democrat or Mark Zuckerberg or anything else. Just as a heads up.
You can't just think yourself out of. Then ketamine is helpful for getting you out of a depressive mind state.
You suffer from depression, or you have a depressive mind state? And I asked you as someone who has suffered from depression.
I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that I have a case of extended depression. It's just once in a while I get into a negative sort of chemical mind state. Once in a while, it's not a common thing. But once in a while it does happen.
Where do you think that comes from?
I think it's just genetic, basically.
You think it's just genetic history?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, some people are just wired to be happy all the time. Some are unfortunately wired to be sad a lot of the time. And in my case, I'm generally pretty positive and optimistic. But once in a while, I don't know what happens. There's some, like I said, I think just chemical tides in your brain. Once in a while, it's like a brain storm.
Yeah. Do you ever worry that this may get in the way of your government contracts and clearances, and also and Wall Street as well?
Well, from a standpoint of Wall Street, what matters is execution. Are you building value for investors? Tesla is worth about as much as the rest of the car industry combined, from nothing. So that's pretty good. As I mentioned, we had the best-selling car on Earth last year. So from an investor standpoint, if there is something I'm taking, I should keep taking it.
Don deserved to get dropped by Elon for this, honestly. So I understand for a lot of you guys, you use the social media or you don't know what a good interview is or whatever, but these are probing. These questions are uncomfortable and they're probing, but this is a singular man that controls a whole bunch of information relating to how we consume and process media in today's world, right? He's also one of the wealthiest men on the planet. Asking probing questions relating to drug abuse or asking probing questions relating to state of mind, especially stuff that he tweets himself. He's tweeted about this ketamine shit. He's tweeted about all this, but is completely and totally fair. He doesn't want to answer the question. He's within his right to say, I don't want to go down this line of question. That's fine. But to pretend like Don needs to stay away from things that are uncomfortable, I'm sorry. Grow the fuck up. This guy is a fucking billionaire that has more control over media than 99.999% of all the people in all of human history. It's a fair line of questioning. If the guy that was running Twitter was going down K-holes every fucking 2 days and playing video games all night and all this shit, I would want to know that. I think that's newsworthy, media-worthy attention. You can get ass mad about it and feel like it's insincere or not nice or whatever the fuck. But again, billionaire guy runs a media company. This is the type of digging through analysis. There's a word I'm looking for that you would expect. He owns one media company. You're being so hyperbolic. Hey, buddy. Sorry, those were his words, not mine. He said that Twitter was, I said one of the, he said Twitter was the most important company on the planet for breaking news, or for news in general. I think he said it was the most. What were the words that he used? We're at 23 minutes.
Picked up where some conservative media has left off, that moving to the right, increasingly becoming part of a conservative dialogue, and sometimes even conspiracy theories, right? There was an article recently written about you saying that you, Donald Trump, and X were the most important.
No, it wasn't this. He said it earlier, I think. He said it earlier because I remember I was going to object, but I was like, for breaking news, actually, Or for news, it might be because more people do it. I can't find it right now. I'm not going to just go back to it. Listen, they were his words, okay? Somebody else can go find it.
Just a standpoint, if there is something I'm taking, I should keep.
So it'd be fair for Don to interview Biden in the same manner? Sure, yeah, Biden's the president of the United States. Yeah, leaders and these people get asked pretty tough questions depending on where they go. Yeah, it happens, yes.
Take it.
Have you talk about your ketamine use and depression, have you also have said, and
The reason I should say, the reason I mentioned the ketamine prescription on the X platform was because I thought maybe this is something that could help other people. That's why I mentioned it.
Yeah. Can we talk about the Great Replacement Theory now? Some of the things that you post, the Great Replacement Theory, you claim that Democrats, President Biden's immigration plan to open up the border, you said that the president is getting, and Democrats are doing it to get more votes.
255, wait. 23,
So it is number one, the number one way that people actually are informed about any kind of news, meaning real-time events, is on the X platform, formerly Twitter.
There, fuck you. He said it. Okay, sorry.
Can we talk about the Great Replacement Theory now? Some of the things that you post, the Great Replacement Theory, you claim that Democrats, President Biden's immigration plan to open up the border, you said that the president is getting, and Democrats are doing it to get more votes. But undocumented immigrants cannot vote in federal elections, so how is that possible?
Right. Well, you're conflating two things. One is Great Replacement Theory. The other is, which I don't subscribe to that. I'm simply saying that there is an incentive here. If legal immigrants, which I think have a very strong bias to, at least everything I've read, it's a very strong bias to vote Democrat.
Did you say legal or illegal immigrants?
Which I don't subscribe to that. I'm simply saying that there is an incentive here. If legal immigrants, which I think have
legal, I don't know what the fuck he's saying. Legal, illegal.
There is an incentive here. If legal immigrants, which I think have a very strong bias to, at least everything I've read, it's a very strong bias to vote Democrat. The more that come into the country, the more they're likely to vote in that direction. But it is, in my view, a simple incentive to increase voters, Democrat voters. And yeah, so the question is like how? So there's a few ways that this works. One is that when the census is done, the census is based on all people in an area, whether they are citizens or not. So if there are a concentration of people who came here illegally in a particular state or in a particular state, that state will actually then get an increased number of House seats. So the House seat apportionment is proportionate to the number of people, not the number of citizens. So the illegals overwhelmingly go to places like California and New York, and if you just look at the math, if you look at the apportionment with and without illegals, I believe California would lose. I believe the blue state, there would be a net loss of blue states of approximately 20 seats in the House. This also applies to the Electoral College. So you say, like, well, this also applies to electing the president, because the electoral votes are also done via apportionment the same way that House seats are done.
But the reason...
Is he wrong? He sounds reasonable here. What am I missing? No, he's technically right. Harkness loves you. Thanks for the $10. This interview is long because Junior can't stop. Good one. He's repeating. These are like the conservative memes that are floating around now. It's how the goal is for Democrats to use illegal immigrants to boost their representation in the House in order to get more House votes. The funny thing is, though, is I'm pretty sure, even if you take into account illegal immigrants, Republicans still enjoy a structural advantage in the House because of the way that it's not necessarily apportioned directly proportional to the population. Now, a counter response to that would be like, okay, sure, but at least that's like a constitutionally mandated process for its apportion. Illegal immigrants are kind of like a loophole to that, which is fine too. That would be a decent counter. But then you can also say that one is you'd have to prove that Democrats are trying to let illegals into the country, which, even though Republicans say that over and over again, I don't think there's any strong evidence for that, number one. And then number two, you can also argue the flip side of this, to where, okay, well, then Republicans aren't incentivized to have good stances on immigration. If you're claiming Democrats just want more immigrants because they'll vote blue, then what is the contrapositive to that? Republicans just want less immigrants because they would vote for them. Like, so is everybody's stance on immigration policy just coming down to who they think they'll be likely voters for? It's a little reductionist, but that's how conservatives view the world. Whatever.
And Elon, the electoral college is in place is to balance that, so that doesn't happen. So what you're saying about it is the exact opposite of the reason why the electoral college is there. The electoral college at this point in our history gives people who are in smaller states and red states much more of an influence over our elections than people who are in blue states, and the majority of the people in this country. That's what the electoral college does. It actually does the exact opposite of what you're saying. It protects people who are in smaller states and protects people who are in red states.
Well,
the red states because they tend to be smaller and less popular.
I think that statement is what you said is true, but what I said is also true, which is that if
why are you ignoring the fact that Dems want to give amnesty? I mean, amnesty is like the only reasonable path forward. It just has to be that. I mean, you're not deporting 15 million people in the United States.
If, as is the case, a disproportionate number of legal immigrants go to blue states, they amplify.
Destiny, it's the opposite. The Senate represents less populous states more robustly because it's representation irrespective of population. No, the Senate is more egregious, but the House of Representatives also represents smaller states more as well, proportionately compared to the population of a state, given how many representatives you have. It's not as egregious as the Senate, obviously, but even the House disproportionately represents smaller states.
By the effect of a blue state vote. And the math, as I understand it, you can research this obviously very easily on there. It's pretty straightforward to research this.
Are there 15 million of it? I said 15. So 15.
But my understanding is that there would be that the Democrats would lose approximately 20 seats in the House if illegals were not counted in the census, and that's also 20 less electoral votes for president. So the illegals absolutely do affect who controls.
I don't think Elon's claims of net 20 seats is true. I'm seeing 5 seats. Yeah, I don't even know how much. Again, all of this stuff is usually passed around in Republican memes, like image memes and shit. I don't know how much of this is true or not, or what would actually change. I haven't looked into that.
The House and who controls the presidency. It does not affect the Senate.
In blue states, you're talking about. Yeah. I don't believe that your information on that is right. So listen, let's talk more about the Great Replacement, because the first time that you posted on X about this Jewish conspiracy, you ended up apologizing.
I didn't call it a conspiracy. I just said that there's a simple matter of incentives. You don't need a conspiracy when you have basic incentives. In my view, there's a basic incentive that is fundamental that for the Democrat Party to foster and usher in a large number of illegals. And you don't need a conspiracy in that case because you have a very basic incentive.
This is a true point, that if somebody's claiming a conspiracy theory, this is the only reasonable way to point to some bad things happening on a larger scale that nobody's being intentional about. Is if you look at a long chain of incentives, you can find bad behavior that isn't necessarily a result of a conspiracy. It's just every individual actor who's incentivized to do a particular thing. Like 2007, the housing market crash wasn't a big conspiracy. It was every single individual actor along the step from mortgage to CDO derivatives all had their individual incentives to play their role in the big crash. Destiny will shout when someone says he's wrong and not say way yet he didn't hear he should. Okay. Destiny, I feel like you do this with respect to conspiracies all the time, though. Sorry. Why is no one leaked? Well, no, because those conspiracies, usually the people that those conspiracies are talking about aren't ones that would be explained rationally by just individual incentivized actors. They usually require some extraordinarily anti-American or evil action. So like forcing somebody to approve a drug that they know is harmful, or forcing somebody to attack or kill fellow Americans like in 9/11, or forcing somebody to contravene U.S. law to the detriment of the average American. Like these, usually, once you get into that line of thinking, you don't have obvious incentives. You need a conspiracy to explain.
Say I'm wrong about that incentive, but that's my view. I'm not buying into. I didn't buying some great replacement theory. I'm simply saying there appears to be a very clear incentive for Democrats to maximize the number of illegals because it helps them win elections.
I'm talking about
Destiny. You are biased to disbelieve conservative memes, so you shouldn't speak on this. I don't get any of my media or news from memes. So yeah, I am biased against conservative memes. I'm biased against liberal memes too. I try not to live in pictures on the internet to define my entire political outlook.
To maximize the number of illegals, because it helps them win elections.
I'm talking about the Great Replacement theory is also part of a Jewish conspiracy theory. And when you did the tweet, or you responded to the tweet about that, you ended up apologizing, and which I think is, it's good that you ended up apologizing. You went to Auschwitz with Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
So you said you learned your lesson. What did you learn?
I said I learned my lesson.
You said you learned your lesson when you apologized, and you said you went to Auschwitz. You saw what.
Why don't you look into this then? Bro will spend a day research some brain development shit. What is there to look into? The U.S. Census will count, I'm pretty sure, every single person in a particular area, even if they're not a citizen. So if you're an illegal immigrant and you fill out the U.S. Census, you might be counted in an area, and then House votes, and then consequently, I think EC votes will be apportioned to states at a higher level than they would be. That's factually true. I just don't know if number 20 is right. What is there to look into there? That's just a factually true statement. I don't know, like, the amount. Also, I don't know how that would affect literally any part of my policy or any other thing too. If you want, do you want to change it so that only citizens are counted towards, or only citizens and residents are counted towards apportioning house votes? I'd probably agree with that. No, we should just do that then. Boom, there you go. Problem fucking solved. This isn't like a huge issue. The problem is, you don't think this is a thing that you want to fix. This isn't a thing that you actually give a fuck about. You don't actually give a fuck about any of these problems. You don't want to change the way that House representation is done. You don't want to change the way Electoral College representation is done. You're just using this as a wedge issue to fight against brown people or immigrants because you don't fucking like it for whatever fucking retarded reason you have for not liking immigrants. Right? That's it. Right? So we just talk about immigration. That's why we focus on immigration, not on changing the way that House seats are apportioned to a fucking state. Retard.
When you apologized and you said you went to.
How many illegal immigrants live in Texas? Okay. Illegal immigrant population in each state. Do we even know if like illegal immigrants are favoring like blue states for house apportionment at all anyways? So we've got a ton in Florida, 775,000, a ton in Georgia. Obviously a fuck ton in California, a ton in Texas. US is, this is working on the overall estimate of 10 million. If you were to add up like both sides of this to look at like red and blue states, does it say it here? Is there even a? This is from 2020. Removing unauthorized immigrants from census statistics would affect House reapportionments. So first, census of the U.S. since 1790, counts include both citizens and non-citizens used to apportion seats in the House of Representatives, which states gaining or losing based on population. If unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. were removed from the 2020 census apportionment count, which is what I was to do, 3 states could lose a seat. 3 states could lose a seat they otherwise would have had, and 3 others each could gain one, according to a Pew Research Center analysis based on government records. If unauthorized immigrants were excluded from the apportionment count, California, Florida, and Texas would each end up with 1 less congressional seat than they would have been awarded based on population changes alone. So this is showing California losing 1, and Florida and Texas. So it sounds like, according to this, well, let's see who would gain. California would lose 2 seats instead of 1. Wait, okay. If unauthorized immigrants were excluded from the apportionment count, California, Florida, and Texas would each end up with 1 less congressional seat than they would have been awarded based on population change alone. California would lose 2 seats instead of 1. Florida would gain 1 instead of 2. Texas would gain 2 instead of 3. According to so this is working off of a reapportionment that already happened, basically. So California would have lost an extra seat. Florida would have gained 1 instead of 2. And Texas would gain 2 instead of 3. Why is this mindfucking me so hard? Okay. If unauthorized immigrants were excluded, California would lose an extra seat. Florida would gain 1 instead of 2. Doesn't that mean Florida's losing a seat and Texas gain 2 instead of 3? Oh no, instead of, never mind, I'm understanding it. Okay. Wait, so this makes it sound like the illegal immigrants are favoring the Republican House right now. how we did this. Alabama, Minnesota, and Ohio would each hold on to a seat that they would have lost. Cato thingy on immigration. Okay, so this 2020 thing seems to show that abortion and immigration. This is from 2024, January 24th. 25% of non-citizen growth went to GOP states since 2019. Non-citizen growth is a bit sneaky because residents would be included in that, right? Immigration. We're not really talking about non-citizens. We're talking about illegal immigrants. So this is about 62% of the 3 million increase in total immigration population March 2019, 2023 as occurred in GOP states. What about non-citizens who might be excluded by for them? And overwhelming 95% of the increase in the non-citizen population has been in GOP states from March 2019 to March 2023, eliminating the growth in the non-citizen population. 2019-2023 would have cost Republican states 1.2 million people, about 2 seats in Congress. Oh, so this analysis is the same, showing the same as the. Okay, wait, who? Destiny is purposely looking at 2020. I'm just being linked. You're retarded. Literally, God, holy fuck. Where is Jacob? Help me find what I need for the AR-15. I'm ready for the Civil War. I don't want to share a country with you retards. Holy shit. I'm getting linked stuff and I'm reading into it now, and now you're mad because it doesn't agree with your preconceived notions. You got pictures on Twitter? This is this argument was published in 2024, 2 months ago. Is that how long you've been fucking edging? Is that why you're so angsty in my fucking chat? Jesus Christ. When was the last fucking census? Isn't the census like is it 4 years? How often? US Census. Every 10 years. The last one was 2020, you fucking moron. What? Don't tell me to look into something if you're gonna be mad if I don't find the answer that you want to see. Christ, my bad. Link me a picture next time, okay? Holy shit.
To Auschwitz. You learned your lesson. What did you learn?
I said I learned my lesson.
You said you learned your lesson when you apologized, and you said you went to Auschwitz. You saw what.
No, I was already aware of these things, and the nature of my comment that really inflamed people. What I was trying to say, and I did very quickly clarify. This is what I'm saying: is that a number of prominent Jewish philanthropists fund groups that they should really take a closer look at funding, because some of the groups they fund, I think, are anti-Semitic.
Do you understand the connection between the two? There's a connection between, you said Democrats, the Great Replacement Theory, but when it comes to the actual Great Replacement Theory, originally it was started about Jewish people, as you said, flooding the country, and then now people are using it for Democrats, saying the same thing about Democrats. Flooding. In my view, it's a simple matter of incentive. Yeah. I actually don't see an incentive for Jewish people to want to have legal immigration. I don't think there is such an incentive. The Great Replacement Theory is a neo-Nazi trope. It's in the neo-Nazi manifesto. It's in the Turner Diaries. It's referenced by the Buffalo mass shooter in his manifesto, where 10 people, black people, were murdered in Buffalo. There's the actual title of the Christchurch Shooters Manifesto. 51 people in the Muslim mosque were murdered. 23 people murdered in El Paso by a shooter who used the same language that you use in that manifesto when you say Hispanic invasion.
You want Trump? The next guy will be much worse? No, he won't be. Trump is especially stupid. And you guys have no principles or whatever the fuck on Trump anyway. So in 4 years, you'll have forgotten about Trump. All of you will pretend it was some cringe shit. You'll all pretend like you didn't support him. You move on to the next whatever dipshit conservative there is to support. 100%.
Is that not?
I didn't say an Hispanic invasion.
And you quoted a tweet that called it a Hispanic invasion.
If I quote something, it doesn't mean I agree with anything.
God, this is so boring. Like, you're never gonna hear Elon Musk say something like, God, that was such a good point. It's so insightful. Like, compared to any other person that could be speaking about anything in media, Elon is the most boring, like, basic, like, baser instinct, like, copy-pasted Republican bot that posts on social media. It's every single bot-like opinion you could ever imagine from somebody. There's not gonna be a single insightful or surprising thing he says in this entire conversation.
That called it a Hispanic invasion.
If I quote something, it doesn't mean I agree with anything in it.
Brilliant.
It's just something that I think this is something worth people should consider.
Why would you quote something that you didn't believe?
Because anything I quote is going to have a whole range of statements. Doesn't mean I agree with everything in it.
Do you think if you moderated yourself more, if there was better content moderation on the platform, that you wouldn't have to answer these questions from reporters about the great replacement theory as it relates
I
to
don't have to
Democrats,
answer these questions.
great replacement theory as it relates to Jewish people? Do you think that
I don't have to answer questions from reporters. Don, the only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Otherwise, I would not do this interview.
What a hack thing to say. Christ. I'm just trying to promote my shit. Like, that is also telling. And it was the same thing with the Twitter files as well, right? Like, I'm only doing this to make me and my platform look good. I don't actually give a about any of the underlying, which is also the funny thing, because you conservatives will dick suck this guy, and he's only here because he makes money off of you fucking morons, because you're so easy to monetize, because you're so predictable with your outrage and your reactions to everything that you fucking see.
So you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Otherwise, I would not do this interview.
So you don't think do you think that you wouldn't get in trouble, or you wouldn't be criticized for these things?
I'm criticized constantly. I could care less.
You don't care?
No, I don't.
Why not?
I don't think people should care what the media thinks about them. They're terrible judges of character.
Even someone who has one of the biggest social media and biggest information platforms in the world, you don't care? You don't think that you have any X.com, or you have any responsibility to the truth or moderating the platform?
You're conflating the truth with the media, and I think the media is not truthful.
Well, not, but
hold on, I'm getting too upset. I need to soy regulate my body. One sec. My DNC provided chocolate soylent. Thank God.
just the media. I mean, just the truth in general.
I care about the truth very much. That's why we have, for example, community notes on the X system, where in order for a community note to surface and provide corrective information about what somebody posts, and my post.
I'm spamming this in chat. It says illegal immigrants can now legally carry and buy weapons. From End Wokeness, great source of information. Obama appointed federal judge Sharon Johnson Coleman just ruled that illegal immigrants have a right to carry guns. Illegal immigrant can carry guns. Federal judge from the Epoch Times. Firstly, number one point to your fucking retardation. The fact that you would ever link a fucking tweet that, one, has a picture of the black judge, nice, no dog whistling there, dipshit, and doesn't even include a link to the article, should be the first major indicator that you might be a fucking tool, okay? If you are taking news seriously from an account that doesn't even source you the fucking article and is linking pictures of people because they're black, you might be a fucking moron. But that's fine, we can go find the fucking article and see what it's about. Illegal immigrant can carry illegal immigrants carry guns, federal judge. Judge rules illegal immigrants have gun rights protected by Second Amendment. Okay, what is the actual ruling here? The U.S. District Court judge ruled earlier this month that completely prohibiting illegal immigrants possessing firearms is a violation of the Second Amendment. The ruling issued on March 8th by Obama-appointed District Judge Sharon Johnson Coleman pertains to the case of illegal migrant Heriberto Carbajal Flores Jesus. Flores is charged under Title 18 of the U.S. Criminal Code, a measure preventing illegal migrants from possessing firearms. Had no criminal history of improper use of gun, and therefore, according to the court, did not present a public danger when exercising Second Amendment right in Chicago in 2020. It contends that he received and used handguns solely for self-protection. Protected property. The court finds that, as applied, Title 18 is unconstitutional. In her decision, Coleman cited the Supreme Court's ruling in New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin, which found New York State could not constitutionally prevent anyone from carrying a pistol in public. The case, she said, established a framework for analyzing whether a challenged firearm regulation violates the Second Amendment. Oof. 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 The case, she said, okay. The non-citizen possession statute, Title 18, violates the Second Amendment as applied to Carbajal Flores. The judge wrote, thus the court grants them a motion to dismiss. Courts continue to elevate the rights to bear arms and who is responsible for illegal acts committed with guns in Washington earlier this month. Federal judge rejected a challenge to a law allowing lawsuits against gun makers to use them properly. Okay. Am I missing something? Shouldn't pro-Second Amendment conservatives be cheering for such a decision? I don't know personally, and I know you don't either because you have no fucking idea, I don't know how the Constitution or constitutionally allowed things are applied to non-citizens or people that are here illegally. Like, if you walk up to an illegal immigrant and you murder an illegal immigrant, that would be illegal. And you couldn't challenge that. Well, they're illegal, so why do they have any rights afforded to them in this state? Constitutional rights apply to anyone under U.S. jurisdiction via the 14th Amendment, including illegal immigrants. Why did you say oof? Oh, because it came under an expansion of gun rights that every Republican cheered for, and now they're ass mad when it's used in a way they don't like it. Rights are for registered taxpayers. Really? Children don't have rights in the United States of America? People that don't have jobs don't have rights in the United States of America? Do you really think illegals should have a right to carry guns? It's not about what you think. The fact that you even phrase the question like that is so stupid. You think they should? Doesn't have a, it's not what you think, it's about what's constitutionally afforded to you. That's how the law works, you know, that thing that you guys used to care about like 10 years ago when you were the party of law and order, instead of the party of insurrectionists and Confederacy supporters, whatever cringe autistic shit you retards are eating now from whoever will spoon feed it to you on whatever alternative media platform you consume your shit from. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person. Is there citizens of any person? Is there a reason why they use? I would have to look. I would have to do a whole deep dive into understanding what the constitutional allowances are for people in this country that are not here as a citizen, that are non-residents or are illegal. I don't know the answer. You just want to hear. I understand what your thought process is. Your thought process is illegal immigrant bad, them having gun bad, and it should be bad. But this is the law, not Facebook or whatever blog spam site you read. So I don't know what the actual legal. I don't know if this is a good legal decision or not. I would read the underlying analysis of the case.
Are equally subject to this. I've been community noted many times.
The law says that American citizens can own and carry guns. The Second Amendment says a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Is there some other part of the Constitution that delineates between citizens or non-citizens or whatever in regards to what particular amendments apply to? There is a legal argument here, I just don't know it. But you don't either, so I don't know why you have such a strong fucking position on this, other than the fact that you fucking hate anything having to do with illegal immigrants. What is the people? We the people? I don't know. What do you mean? What is the people? Do you think the people is only citizens? You don't think residents have any rights in the United States? So it must be at least citizens and residents. What I don't know in terms of not... Never mind. Why am I arguing? Why am I arguing, you guys? You're right. You're totally right. The meme is correct. There is a picture of a meme, and that picture is correct. You got it.
In order for before it can provide corrective information about what somebody posts, and my posts are equally subject to this. I've been community noted many times. In order for before a community note to surface, people who have historically disagreed must agree in order for a community note to surface. And all of the code for community notes is open source. All of the data is open source, so you can completely recreate it from scratch. The way to build trust is transparency.
I have noticed.
When you buy a gun and fill out that background check form, don't you have to say that you are a U.S. citizen? Oh, see, that would be a good counter. For the ATF forms, the 7744, what the fuck are these? I always forget the fucking number. What the fuck is it? It's 4473. Okay. Do you have to attest to your citizenship on this form? The question I'll have after this is if you do a private sale, does everything have to be, when you do a private sale, do you have to make sure that somebody would have passed a 4473? I don't remember. Let me check. Okay. Okay, so this is your gun shit that you buy. Bullshit. Okay, last name, first name, middle name, residence. place of birth or foreign country, social security number optional, ethnicity, race, both, blah, 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 country of citizenship, other country. If you're an alien, record your U.S. issued alien or admission number. I guess you just wouldn't have one. Are you the actual transferee / buyer of all the firearms that's on this form? Do you intend to sell it? Otherwise, it's you're under indictment or information in any court for a felony. Have you ever been convicted in any court? Are you fugitive from justice? Are you an unlawful user of? Have you ever been adjudicated or discharged for a subject to court order? Have you ever been convicted in any court of a misdemeanor crime? You ever renounced your... Oh, are you an alien illegally or unlawfully in the United States? Okay, this would be the argument then that I would be curious for how could you acquire a firearm? Because I'm pretty sure that for a private sale firearm pass 4473. I think even for a private sale, I think you have to be able to pass the 4473. Is an ATF form 40% required an unlicensed person sells explosive a firearm? No, it's required only for sales of by license. Oh, maybe not. Wouldn't the court ruling mean that question is unconstitutional? Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if the 4473 is required for private sales. But can't you argue the Second Amendment overrules that? You could. But again, I don't know her rationale. Do we need to go and dig into this case? Destiny, this is the opinion of the Supreme Court. Aliens are only allowed the due process from the Constitution, not all the other rights. An amendment is part of the Constitution. If it is an amendment, it is part of the Constitution, just as much as any other word written in the Constitution. In fact, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Amendments supersede the Constitution. It's in sequential order, whatever's last. So whatever amendment exists is going to be part of, in full force, part of the Constitution of the United States, and it will supersede whatever original text is there. Mr. Gonzalez argues that 18 U.S.C. 925 G5, which is the same statute and subsection we're dealing with, which bars unlawfully present immigrants from possessing guns, is unconstitutional on its face and as applied to him. Both Bruin and the Seventh Circuit's recent decision in Atkinson compel a proper, fulsome analysis of the historical tradition supporting the statutes at issue here. Under Atkinson, the court must analyze every constitutional challenge to a firearms restriction, criminal, civil, administrative, or otherwise through the framework set out in Bruin. Nothing allows courts to sidestep Bruin in the way the government invites. In other words, the court must undertake the text and history inquiry that Bruin court so plainly announced and expounded upon at great length. Ooh, I think I'm understanding what's happening here. Wait, is Pisco available? I haven't done the deep dive. This is that big New York case that everybody cites, right? It sounds like in this New York case, it sounds like what they basically said was, we think that a lot of the ways that states are banning firearms is probably unconstitutional. So it sounds like they laid out a new test to determine the constitutionality of whether or not a particular statute or law or policy or whatever the fuck was constitutional or not. That's what it sounds like they did. And in doing so, I think in New York City, they were able to ban some of the restrictions they had on firearm owners there. But now it sounds like what illegal immigrants are doing is they're saying, oh, well, hold on. If we're applying this test, well, let's go historically. Has the Second Amendment ever been, or has the United States ever passed laws or done things to deprive illegal immigrants or unregistered citizens of their firearms? And it sounds like what the court is arguing, or rather what the plaintiffs are arguing, what the defendants are arguing, and what some of the judges are agreeing with as well, if we apply this Bruin test here from this other court case, it doesn't seem like there's a compelling reason historically, in terms of text and history, to think that these citizens ought to be deprived, or I'm sorry, not citizens, these people ought to be deprived of firearm ownership when you do a historical analysis. That's what it sounds like is, I got it, okay. When the Second Amendment's plain text covers an individual's conduct, the Constitution presumptively protects that conduct. The government must then justify its regulation by demonstrating that it is consistent with the nation's historical tradition of firearm regulation. Only then may a court conclude that the individual's conduct falls outside the Second Amendment's unqualified command. Oof, I understand. So this is like a little bit of a bite you in the ass, but I got it. Okay. Hold on. So my guess is what this test is going to look for then is when you go to court, what the defendants are going to argue is, okay, well, hold on. Okay. Constitution says that, right of the people to bear arms, all right? Doesn't say only citizens, doesn't say any shit like that. So if you want to take my firearm away from me, that's fine. But show me historically where that's ever happened. Was that a matter of conversation? Did anybody talk about that around the time of the Second Amendment? The Bill of Rights, right? And if you can't show that, then it seems like you would have failed the Bruin test, and the state would not have a compelling constitutional reason to deprive anybody of their right to own a firearm. That's what it sounds like. Okay. That's my layman's understanding of this. Does 922G5 address a general societal problem that has persisted since the 18th century? So here's them applying that test to an illegal immigrant. Bruin, and then it's citing into this case. If this problem existed during a relevant historical period, did earlier generations address it with similar or materially different means? What does history tell us about disarming those convicted of crimes generally, and of felonies in particular? Among other sources, the parties could look to commentary from the founders, proposals emerging from the state's constitutional ratifying conventions, any actual practices of disarming felons or criminals more generally around the time of the founding, and treatment of felons outside of the gun context, to the extent that this treatment is probative. The founders view the Second Amendment. When considering historical regulations and practices, the key question is whether those regulation practices are comparable in substance to the restrictions imposed by 922G5. To answer the question, the parties should consider how the breadth, severity, and underlying rationale of the historical standard are the parties uniquely. Okay, this is just that test, I think, right? These are this, I think, right? Or and that test is applied to this particular criminal statute. The parties should freely cast a wider net and provide more detail about whatever history they rely on. They also should freely employ their... Okay, it's just... Okay. Oh, wait, fuck. The government shall file its response brief by no later than noon on September 21st, 2023, and then... Okay, so there is no... The assessment of any gun regulation should begin with a look at the type of measure under consideration. To use Professor Volok's taxonomy. Is it a what, who, where, how, or when regulation? Once we know that, we begin to task. For example, felon disarmament is a who restriction. That directs us to historical restrictions on the class of persons who are allowed to own or possess guns. In addition, one needs to look at the regulatory method that statute embodies: total disarmament for life, disarmament for a term of years, qualified rights to have weapons. Throughout all of this, one must bear in mind that Bruin does not demand historical dead ringers. It is enough to identify a problem, which private gun ownership, and find the relevant... Okay, sorry, back to this. Okay, so in Bruin, the Supreme Court established a framework for analyzing whether a challenged firearm regulation violates the Second Amendment. First, Bruin instructs courts to determine whether the Second Amendment's plain text covers an individual's conduct. If it does, conduct is presumptively protected, then the government bears the burden of demonstrating. Okay, so Second Amendment, we the people, blah, blah, blah. This court previously held that Flores' conduct is covered by the plain text of the Second Amendment. See U.S. Nothing has occurred that would cause the court to depart from its prior ruling. Although the Second Amendment's plain text presumptively protects firearm possession by undocumented persons, that does not end the analysis. Under Bruin, if the government can show that the felon dispossession statute is part of this country's historical tradition of firearm regulation, then the statute survives. Thus, the court will reanalyze the historical tradition with Atkins' guidance. The government argues that the historical record establishes category disarm. Okay. The government argues that the historical record establishes that legislatures categorically disarm individuals who are not members of the political community, and two, individuals who threatened the social order through their untrustworthiness adherence to the rule of law. So that's why they look to see if he had a felon background or if he was a dangerous member of society, because that would have been something that historical analysis could have lent credence to this particular regulation, possibly, right? The court recently issued opinions guided by Atkins on identical challenges that discuss the government's position regarding the untrustworthy adherence to the law historical analog. Because the government's arguments are identical in this case, this court adopts and incorporates the reasoning of those opinions as to the finding that Section 92G5 is facially constitutional, or facially constitutional. It stands to reason the court can apply its reasoning from a section. The government makes identical arguments to both. Okay, wait, hold on. The court now turns to Flores' as-applied challenge to Section 92G5, its constitutionality. This court found that the British loyalist example in the untrustworthy adherence to the law historical analog contained an exception allowing British loyalists to sign loyalty oaths. Griffin, blah, blah, blah. This exception necessarily requires an individualized assessment to determine if the former British loyalist is so untrustworthy or dangerous that they should be barred from possessing a weapon. The court also determined that based on the government's historical analog, where exceptions were made that allowed formerly untrustworthy British loyalists to possess weapons, the individuals who fell within the exception were determined to be nonviolent during their individual assessments, permitting them to carry firearms. While the analysis in Griffin was in the context of felons in possession of firearms, the court finds that the identical government arguments and analogies are equally applicable to non-citizens unlawfully present in the country. Thus, to the extent that the exception shows that some British loyalists were permitted to carry firearms despite the general prohibition, the court interprets this history as supporting an individualized assessment for Section 92G5, as this court previously found with 92G1. The government argues that Flores is a non-citizen who is unlawfully present in this country. The court notes, however, that Flores has never been convicted of a felony, a violent crime, or a crime involving the use of a weapon. Even in the present case, Flores contends that he received and used the handgun solely for self-protection and protection of property during a time of documented civil unrest. Additionally, bureaus confirmed that... Sorry, okay, I gotcha. Okay. Okay. Now that I've read it, I agree. Makes sense. Yep. Boom. Okay. Who wanted to fight in Cake Chat? I understand the rationale. I think it is probably a fair ruling. Undocumented immigrants have a right to own guns, judge rules. This seems to be the case if you adhere to the written and historical tradition of how firearms have been regulated in the United States, and then as per the test applied in that Bruins case. Hello. Oh, it's esports Batman. What's up?
I know. I'm the lesser, the cheaper of the two.
No, you're okay. What's up? Do you agree, disagree? What's going on?
I agree. So what I was trying to get you to see in chat is that as far as the form stuff is concerned, this has been something that's already been addressed in other manners as well. Fifth Circuit overruled, I want to say late last year, on the drug question, which is super interesting, where they sat there and using the Bruin test set, compared it to alcohol use, where they sit there and say, yeah, historically you can deny somebody a sale of a firearm if they were under the influence, but you wouldn't deny them the sale of a firearm just because at some point in their life they ever drank alcohol. So you're starting to see that Bruin is taking a much more nuanced look at a lot of these questions on the 4473.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like if this Bruin test, how recently was this decided? It was in the past year or two, right?
Yeah.
I feel like there's got to be like dozens or hundreds of court cases now that are probably moving to reevaluate a lot of the criminal code under this new Bruins test, would be my guess, right? Are there a lot of
these? There's a ton, because there's the one in the Fifth Circuit. A lot of people are pointing to that because keep in mind that's what Hunter Biden was charged with, and depending on how that could settle out in a SCOTUS or even in his particular district's context, that could erase those charges. And then there's the broader issue of undocumented people, which is super interesting because one thing that was talked about in my circles versus the opinion is the fact that you could potentially cure that deficiency, right? So you might be here illegally, but you might later on get a visa, or you might get citizenship, or you might get some road to amnesty or something like that. Would that necessitate your inability to own a firearm at that point? No. If that's the only thing that's really stopping you, then is that really historically what we've been concerned with? And the answer is kind of no. So on that basis, it could fail as well. Okay. But it's a whole different story. But yeah, I figured I'd come in and talk to you and give you kind of a broader view on that.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I love you, buddy.
Great. Hold on. My Discord's screwed up. Can you just kick me?
Yeah, sure. Also, your mic is fucking horrible. Fix this, motherfucker.
I'm on my phone on the couch right now. I apologize.
Fuck you. Okay, bye.
See ya.
Community notes. I think that you are right about that, and I do think...
Okay, look, that only took us like an hour. Okay, fuck you.
Notes is open source. All of the data is open source, so you can completely recreate it from scratch. The way to build trust is transparency.
I have noticed community notes. I think that you are right about that, and I do think community notes are helpful.
Hey, dog, what's up?
Oh, okay. Real quick. I'm going to fly through something, and you tell me if I understand this or not, okay?
Sure.
You're familiar with that Bruins case for New York or whatever, right? The gun
kind
shit?
Of. Yes. Yeah.
So, so I'm watching this Elon Musk interview, so every single, ass-mad conservative is in my chat screaming about all these horrible things in the United States and blah, blah, blah. And one thing that was brought up recently was a judge made a ruling, district judge, I think overturned or dismissed a case where an illegal immigrant was charged with violating, it was part of Title 18 having to do with an illegal immigrant owning a firearm. And it seemed like, even though they had failed on their first two motions to dismiss, it seemed like the judge reconsidered on the third motion, because of that Bruins ruling, it seemed like there was a test now that was established in Bruins that says, okay, well, hold on. If we're going to deprive citizens of a right to own a firearm, now we need to consult the historical record to see if like states have a compelling, a good reason to do so in accordance with like what happened in the past. And now, when you look at like illegal immigrants owning firearms or undocumented people owning firearms, it looks like when they consult the historical record, well, they found, I think the example used in this case was British loyalists who were illegally or whatever, undocumented or whatever the fuck, like British loyalists were basically allowed to own firearms as long as they hadn't like committed violent crimes or they weren't seen to be, as like violent, horrible people, and that's the test that's applied. So you can't just de facto, or you can't just like as a general rule say that like just because you're an illegal you can't own a gun now, basically. My understanding is basically?
Well, you're right in that the Bruin case established like kind of a different sort of analysis, much stricter analysis than traditional kind of scrutiny, tiers of scrutiny balancing. It's more, like you said, historical, right? And you have to look at the analog to see if there's some, again, I'm not an expert on
that basically it's like now it's presumptive that you are covered. If it's not explicit, it's presumptive that you're covered. In order to take that away, you've got to find a historical analog of the state or something doing this, basically.
Some complications. Number one is this country didn't have an immigration system really when the Second Amendment was passed. The first immigration law we had, I think, was the Alien Friends Act and the Alien Enemies Act. These are, acts under the Adams administration, but it's not really an immigration system per se, and we don't really have a full immigration system really at all until 1875 and thereabouts, when we start passing the Chinese exclusion laws, and then we're having like the Treasury Department enforce it, or we're using state officers to enforce immigration law. And so the kind of historical analog that you'd want maybe for the modern day immigration system maybe isn't present in history, because we don't have the immigration system that we have now back in the day, right? So that's kind of what I think everyone should take this historical analysis. I think it's a good place to start for sure, but it can't end there. There's not perfect analogs for what we're looking for here. And what you get is you get a lot of people who are very outcome oriented and are twisting history or just ignoring it when it doesn't suit them. And so anyway, I hear you, but what was the controversy on?
Some guy just thought it was a bullshit ruling. But it seems like if you apply that Bruins test as is to the guy, I mean, I don't see how it fails. Or rather, I don't see how you could restrict, I guess, an undocumented person from owning a firearm. It seems like the default assumption would be, again, it's the Second Amendment is presumptive of everybody here, and then you need to find a compelling historical analog to show why you can deprive a particular person, according to the Bruins test. I don't know if that's a good test. Like you said, there might be issues with that. I don't know if that's the best way to go about doing it. But
one of the purposes that was sold to me about the historical analysis, an exclusive historical analysis. I think everyone wants to look at history, but an exclusive historical analysis is kind of get away from the general balancing of state interest, where we're fearful of the way courts might generally balance generalizable interests and national security against a right. And so the whole purpose of having a very historically tailored approach is to avoid the kind of policy making from judges. And if that's going to be your analytical approach that you're going to take, then you can't really I don't think that you can dispute and say like, okay, well, I don't like this outcome, and so therefore I'm not going to apply the historical analysis here. It seems a little bit inconsistent. I don't know.
Wait, what can you explain? What do you mean? What is the inconsistent part?
So like
within Bruins or within other cases?
If your whole purpose of doing a historical exclusive approach to judicial philosophy or whatever is to try to avoid activist judges or judicial policy making, and just get to what the historical analogs are and use that to guide everything, then I think it's a little bit hypocritical to have that approach when it suits you, but when there really isn't a good historical record of there being an analog to restrictions on guns pertaining to immigration violators, whoever those people are, back at the turn of the 20th century, or sorry, the 18th century, then you're kind of stuck with it, and it shows, I think.
Well, isn't the idea that they start with the fact that the Second Amendment, the presumption is that it applies to all citizens, and then limitations have to come from there. So we're starting from the area of all people have this protected right, and now we need to make positive arguments to remove it.
Well, yeah. Well, I think you said the perfect word there. You said the people, right?
Mhm.
The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Yeah.
The Constitution is very clear when it refers to citizens and when it refers to people.
Mhm.
And for example, there's the privileges or immunities clause and the privileges and immunities clause,
Mhm.
which sometimes refer to citizens.
Yeah.
And
But the Second Amendment, I think, says explicitly
the right
with
of the people, to keep
yeah.
and bear arms.
Yeah.
And that's so, unless you're saying like that doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter when they specify citizen versus non-citizen.
Or wait, I don't understand what you're saying. Wouldn't we, the people, then include like undocumented, just whoever?
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
I think that's what you just pointed out.
Yeah.
And I super agree with that. Now you could say, well, if you break immigration rules, you're a criminal, and there are things against.
Well, so while
criminals
that's
having
true,
this,
the
but-
argument that this
but
particular
immigration-
the argument that
Go
this
ahead,
particular federal judge made was that there were British loyalists at the time who were still in the United States after the Revolution, but when they were determining whether or not to take their guns away, they did like a per person analysis. So that's why they were saying this particular part under the Title 18 U.S.C. 92 was failing because there wasn't this individual analysis done. So part of this case was saying like, well, look, this guy doesn't have a history of any criminal behavior. He reports his work shit and everything else. It seems like if he was a British loyalist, he would have been allowed to own a gun, even if he wasn't like a documented citizen or whatever. Therefore, yeah.
But there's another more fundamental issue with taking that approach, which is immigration law has long been now upheld that it's not criminal in nature. There are some provisions of criminal law that sort of are related to immigration. Falsifying credentials at the border can be a crime.
Mhm.
Crossing the border illegally can be a crime for sure.
Yeah.
And is a crime. But a violation, holding someone for immigration proceedings, that's not criminal in nature. A removal proceeding is not criminal in nature. You don't have all those beautiful criminal procedure rights that attach as a criminal defendant to someone who's a respondent in an immigration proceeding. And that's a long-held precedent. That's kind of why I speak up whenever someone like Tim Pool is like, call them what they are, criminal aliens. Because the truth is, it isn't the case that everyone who's here without status is a criminal. Just because you're breaking the immigration code, just because you do something illegal.
Yeah, there was like a really
criminal.
there was a really weird period for, and yeah, the immigration shit in some ways is really weird. When Melina was here for, I think under the K1 visa to get married, I think that between her coming here and between us actually getting married, I think she's considered like an illegal, basically, person. Like they said that if you leave the country and try to come back, they won't let you in, that you can get in trouble for that. So you have to stay here until the marriage is done, and then after that, then you're like clear once you start your application for green card, everything else. But like that period of like
situations that can rise there. So like the K visa, you have to stay, but by virtue of the K visa, because
Mhm.
you're doing something through USCIS adjustment of status. I'm
Mhm.
assuming, as
yeah.
opposed to
yeah, but that K visa is only good, I think, for 90 days, I believe.
Correct. But you can adjust your status, right? But if you, in certain situations, if you leave the country
Mhm.
without having adjusted your status, and you accrue unlawful presence in the United States, there are these 3 and 10-year bans, or either it's 5 or 10.
Yeah, it's
3 or 10. But like if you leave the country having accrued certain amounts of unlawful status, you're not going to be allowed back in.
Mhm.
I don't know if that applies to the K visa, but
Maybe that's. I just
do know
heard
that-
weird shit about like basically it was said that like while you're waiting for the something to do with the adjustment of status, while you're waiting for that filing on that if you leave the country and try to come back in, they might not let you in. And in the United States, getting turned away at the border is supposedly really bad. Like if you try to come in and they turn you down, that like looks bad on you and hurts you in future or bullshit or whatever. I don't know, some shit like that. Okay.
There are people who come here on like non-immigrant visas, on visitor visas, and try to get married on a non-marriage visa.
Mhm.
They usually have to overstay their visa
They do it,
because
yeah.
if they don't, there'll be a presumption applied against them that they were lying when they said they were coming here for pleasure or whatever,
Mhm.
or just for visiting.
Yeah.
And so yeah, you can accrue some unlawful status, and that's not in and of itself a crime. People who can't get into their heads the difference between doing something illegal or against the law and the set of things that we call crimes that are defined by the states as crimes.
Mhm.
And so it isn't the case that just because someone violates immigration law that they're necessarily criminals. Obviously, if you cross the border illegally, you've committed a crime for sure.
Yeah.
But not everyone does that.
Yeah, because they come on visas and they stay for a variety of things happen. Yeah. There's a lot of weird shit too around working that seemed like it was retroactively okay. Don't take legal advice from anybody, but it seemed like you could work in the U.S. like kind of sort of illegally or whatever. But like if you apply for a card, you get it. Like retroactively becomes okay if you do it within some bullshit or whatever. I don't know. It's really weird to me, but I don't know.
It is a little bit insane. I think that people should put it into perspective. that for the vast
Obey.
majority of the start of the country through the Civil War, there was no structure of immigration law really in this country at all. And we had some treaties about the start of our immigration system had to do with some treaties that we made with China about how we would treat Chinese nationals who came into the country.
I can't get into the race. I did it one time.
Yeah, which kind of makes sense if you think about it, right? Because I mean, other than
got
like
some
people that
J-Lo
probably
hair
have to
going
vote
on.
a lot, I imagine. Like, it's not like people are gonna be boating over from all over the world to come and just.
That was funny, Batman.
As much like in those years now,
But a lot of these anti-immigration memes that exist now, you know, they're copy and paste from earlier eras. And so I urge people, illegal immigration is a big problem, but I urge people not to like catastrophize and remember that we still had a country
how
back
was
in the day
dentist
without
and
an
work?
immigration system. The
Mwah!
notion of
You
a
look
nation
cute,
in
nice
the
glasses.
country is more than just having borders and you know, having an immigration system.
Do you think so? I think it's important for the census to count everybody. I support that. Do you think there's a good argument for them though apportioning house seats based on
God
like,
damn it.
non-resident illegal people in it?
No, because I think just because you can't vote or because you're not a citizen doesn't mean the laws of a state or of the country don't affect you. As a country, we recognize that there are people here besides just citizens. And we know that because the Constitution refers to them as such. The people. The people is more than just the citizens. The people includes lawful permanent residents and other categories of individuals. You know, American nationals is another example. An American national, it might be just from American Samoa, but there's a category of non-citizen who is American but who is not a citizen, and I think and they're called American nationals. I think American Samoa is where they're from mostly. So there's a community of individuals in America who are not just citizens, and obviously people who are like attempting to become citizens. These are all stakeholders in our country.
Sure.
And so I don't think it really makes. I agree with rules that preference American citizens, like having citizens be the only ones who could vote. But I don't think that therefore means that we can't have rules that apportion equally the people of the United States.
Okay. All right. I'm just curious. I don't know if I fully agree or not, but we can fight later on it. I love you, baby. Be careful.
I'll be right.
Well, I have noticed community notes. I think that you are right about that, and I do think community notes are helpful. I think
All of the data is open for a community note to surface. And all of the code for community notes is open source. All of the data is open source, so you can completely recreate it from scratch. The way to build trust is transparency.
I have noticed community notes. I think that you are right about that, and I do think community notes are helpful. I think any type of content moderation, I do think that's helpful. You recently called content moderation, though, a digital chastity belt. Do you think that you believe that X and you have some responsibility to moderate hate speech on the platform?
I think we have a responsibility to adhere to the law, and we have a responsibility to be transparent about it.
All right, guys, I'll be right back. Hold on.
Why they're showing. That's why we open source our algorithm. I think once you
some cleaning, and some of it ended up in the bowl, and I didn't want to murder that man. He sucks, but not that much.
I guess. What are you doing, your butthole?
What's in?
Gonna squeeze that shit. Oh yeah, that's weird.
What?
Probably my tongue went too extra. Demetrius, you want a beer?
No.
Buddy.
Dangerous.
When I go back, I might want her to file it down a little bit more. Just slightly. And she says I should use the water pick. So I don't know. I'll think on it to stimulate my gums and get them to fill up my little gappies now that my teeth aren't moving around.
Yeah. Stimulate. I'm so bummed, man. I'm like.
What's wrong with Shipbreaker now?
I played one round of this fucking
You still can't get in.
cutters race thing, the thing that I was doing leaderboards on, and when it had just come out, and there were like only 4 people on the leaderboard, and I was kind of just like noodling around and like playing with the objectives and seeing how it would be best to do the objectives. So I got like a shitty little score, and then I got up and vacuumed and shit. And when I come back, I've tried everything. I deleted and re-downloaded the game. I fucking.
Could it just be there's too many people on?
Maybe, but it's
Try
not.
another game to see
I
if it's
did.
the
I
internet.
played a Ghost of Tsushima round, and it's fine.
Oh yeah, it's got to be more people on the server or something.
I don't think so.
Or
Like.
they're bugging with this new thing they released. But anyway, Shipbreaker's about at the end of its sunset years. Cause Rise of the Ronin happens in the night.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. I want to watch a couple of reviews for it.
Yeah, okay.
Is there maybe a demo? Can I play a demo?
Oh, check it out.
Tsushima.
Okay, so this is a game that Team Ninja is making, right? Team Ninja, yeah. Aren't they releasing this game on the same day as Dragon's Dogma 2? That's so silly. Why would you do that? PS5 exclusive as well? Yeah, it's the game. It's a game PC from the beginning. It hasn't been.
Rise of the Ronin has been a blast so far. While not a graphical stunner like Ghost of Tsushima, I have been very impressed with the depth and sheer
I can
number
see
of
this.
things to do. The story is compelling and gives you motivation to keep going to see what's next. There's plenty of gear you can acquire to make a stronger build. Characters you meet during your journey will join your crew and fight alongside you. There's a transmogrification system that lets you customize your appearance while also
You can get a
having the
horse.
best gear possible equipped, and you can pet cats.
Oh, wow.
Isn't all bad. The core gameplay felt like a mix of the
That was pretty fucking cool. I'm gonna be honest. Parrying a flaming arrow and then it makes your sword go on fire. I haven't seen that before in a game. That's cool.
storytelling and exploration in Assassin's Creed 2 with a smidgen of Ninja Gaiden combat.
That's one of the criticisms that I had of Wulong. I was gonna say Wukong of Wulong, which is like the game I think the Team Ninja made before this one. Is that every single map and every single zone in Wulong was so formulaic and so samey. It was super fucking boring. Like I really, really did not like that. Every single level had like you have to get these banners, you have to collect these things, you have to kill these guys. It was the same shit. So like the fact that this is like more open-ended is very good to hear. Wulong wasn't Team Ninja. It wasn't? Was it not? I remember the people told me that it was. It was? Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. Now maybe I'm
Damage from Dark Souls difficulty. In other words, this recipe seems to be a perfect mix of gameplay ingredients that I've been loving.
I'm gonna be curious if this game has more, like, cause like Wulong had a lot of kind of fantasy elements where you could actually like do magic spells and shit. I'm curious to see if this game's gonna have that too.
The main storyline of Rise of Ronin is all about a duo referred to as Blade Twins. In this case, it's believed that the duo
Not.
began on
Let's not
missions
watch
as
Asmongold.
original
He's kind
players
of a
before
sellout.
cultivating a young.
Let's watch an Asmongold review.
Rise of the Ronin confounds me. On one hand, it's an action game with combat that's a cut above most of its peers. It takes place in an interesting historical fiction world with cool characters. It has entertaining co-op, and supports plenty of neat little flourishes that make traveling through its map and completing missions a lot of fun. On the other hand, it's heavily weighed down by the forces of the all game. Bloat, the stereotypical Ubisoft map with tons of icons to clear, and an outrageous amount of loot, loaded with meaningless incremental stat upgrades. If developer Team Ninja had used its razor-sharp katanas to cut the weaker bits that only dilute its strength, Rise of the Ronin might have become more than the sum of its parts, rather than less.
I don't know.
Rise of the Ronin is set in mid-19th century Japan, just after Japan is forcefully reopened to the world. Your Blade twins are kind of blank slates, letting you customize the pair in a robust character creator, and then sending you on a mission to sneak aboard the black ships from America and assassinate Commodore Matthew Perry. It's a compelling opening that quickly establishes the kind of game Rise of the Ronin is, and doesn't waste your time getting you right into the action. The story gets much grander than that, of course. You'll meet historical figures, join a pro or anti-shogunate faction, and make tough decisions during one of the most interesting eras of Japanese history. Though your choices can only rewrite history so much.
Do you two happen to know this man? Could you kindly stop him bothering me?
If you have a fondness for the period, it's fun to pal around with the fictional versions Genzui Kusaka and Sakamoto Ryoma.
Just climb it, then go swoosh right in. How does one swoosh exactly?
That said, Ronin's story is the video game equivalent of a fun popcorn movie. Enjoyable while you're watching it, but easily forgotten the moment the lights come back on several dozen hours later.
You decided to come back to propose, haven't you?
Actual missions are a bit more memorable. They're either encounters you enter and complete seamlessly on the world map,
Who the hell are you?
or as standalone missions a la Ninja Gaiden or Nioh, where your protagonist and a pair of followers, who you can switch to at Take on a unique objective like breaking a friend out of prison or assassinating a government official. The latter allows for either single player with AI teammates or co-op with two friends joining up as your allies. I much preferred these to the more standard and mostly unremarkable open world tasks.
I'm short on wood. Could you gather some for me?
And being able to play them with friends is a fantastic addition. My main complaint here is that I wish the two modes weren't so intertwined. It's a bummer to be playing with a friend and do a one-off mission, only to then have to do a couple more by yourself before you can play together again. Rise of the Ronin is at its best when you're clashing its many swords. Sure, you can wield a katana like a traditional samurai, but you can also use the quick and flashy paired swords, the massive high damage Zodachi, a western saber, and a lot more. I like almost all of them, but my go-to quickly became the double whammy of the Oxtail Sword and the Greatsword, which allowed me to live out my Michelle Yeoh and Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and Siegfried from Soul Calibur fantasies simultaneously. Each weapon type comes with several fighting styles, all with their own special techniques. Styles follow a kind of rock, paper, scissors balancing structure, with a couple of exceptions. So picking the right option to beat whatever your opponent is doing will help you out considerably. The downside of this system is that some weapons benefit from it more than others. The katana has 8 combat styles to choose from, including one that's based off of Ryu Hayabusa's moveset in Ninja Gaiden, Izuna Drop. But the paired swords in my beloved Oxtail Sword only have 3 or 4, though what's there is excellent. The quickest way to take someone down is to choose a combat style that beats theirs, then wear down their ki until they're staggered, and land a critical hit that deals tons of damage. Throw in secondary weapons like bows, guns, smoke bombs, and even a flamethrower, and Rise of the Ronin gives you a lot of freedom in combat. It also manages to look and feel good while doing it, especially if you dismember your opponent with a critical hit as a grand finale. Enemies are aggressive and deadly. Even a regular run-of-the-mill dude can send you packing. If they do, you respawn at the last bonfire. Site of Grace. Veiled Edgebear you interacted with. Minus the karma you've gained from defeating enemies, with a vendetta against the enemy that killed you. If you slay him, or even land a critical hit, you'll get your karma back, creating a high-stakes duel against a worthy opponent. It's a nice change of pace from the traditional Souls-like system where you just pick things up off the ground. Without spoiling anything, yes, the boss fights are fantastic and difficult in true Team Ninja style. They move fast, force you to learn their attacks, and reward you for using advanced mechanics. You can just dodge and punish as you would in most Souls-like boss fights, but you'll be missing out. The real trick to dispatching foes is Counterspark, which works as an attack that also deflects your opponent's attacks, staggers them, and opens them up for counterattacks. The more advantageous your style is against theirs, the longer you can open an enemy up for punishment. Countersparking is risky because the window to deflect an attack feels relatively small, and you're wide open if you miss, but the potential reward is huge. Add in a grappling rope and abilities like Violent Gale or Blade Flash, which allow you to change the style mid-combo, and clean the blood off your blade after an attack to restore Q, respectively. Plus some other mechanics I don't want to spoil. And Rise of the Ronin has a lot of depth, and you'll need to mine it to win. I went through the classic stages of feeling most bosses were unfair and impossible, to feeling they were beatable if I played carefully and got a little lucky, to demolishing them, or barely scraping by, once I learned their patterns. It's an exhilarating feeling, and it never gets old.
Alright, I think I might do it.
Another great idea is the upgrade system, which rewards you for choosing how you want to play, both in and out of combat. Each of the primary stats comes with its own skill tree, and putting points into one also boosts the stats associated with it. If I level up my Speechcraft Liar ability in the Charm tree, I also get a stat increase in Charm, which makes my weapons that scale off of that stat better. Similarly, there are side quests that increase your character bonds with the people you meet, rewarding you with additional conversations, upgrades to any styles associated with that character, and weapons, gear, and items. And then there's the Longhouse, your home away from home, where you can chat with your friends, greet your character's appearance, inspect your skill points, decorate, and a lot more. Later on, you'll also get the ability to go back in time via a book called The Testament of Souls and redo missions from earlier in the story, make new choices that can alter the present, and finish up any stuff on the map you may have missed. It's genuinely one of the best systems I've ever seen in a game like this, because you can advance the story, which takes place over several years and across several different maps, without worrying that you've missed something by crossing a point of no return. It's also cool that you can see what happens if you let a certain character live or side with a different faction without a whole new playthrough. I just wish everything else worked as well as these systems do. The entire package feels as overstuffed as the loot pinata enemies, who are always dropping mostly useless gear.
That's what I hate.
If you're not constantly in your menus getting rid of it, you're likely to end up holding several hundred weapons, armor pieces, and items by the end of a few missions. Team Ninja tries to alleviate this by letting you upgrade items you like and disassembling ones you don't for parts, but it doesn't work well enough to hold back the avalanche of the largely pointless stuff that is constantly getting thrown at you. Even the side activities are poisoned by the loot overdose. To be very clear, I love finding cats because you get a cute little scene with them, and interacting with the pilgrim dogs, who I would gladly die for, is adorable on its own. I like the photography missions, getting skill points for finding shrines, the shooting gallery minigame, visiting real-life landmarks, and even developing new technology with inventor Igasaichi Izuka. You must have the inventor's spirit. It's not that any of these things are bad, per se, but when the reward is even more loot or filling up another reputation meter, I just wasn't interested after a while.
Please accept this as a token of my gratitude.
To be fair, these tasks are mostly optional unless you need to grind levels, but they all seem tedious next to using your grappling hook to scale a rooftop and assassinate somebody, or scaling a tower with your buddies and whooshing into a walled prison on your glider.
No, I'm definitely playing this game. I'm definitely playing this game.
Rise of the Ronin marries the cool
And sorry, we're moving you
Ninja's
for a
mastery
minute
of
next
tough but
weekend.
fair combat, and some smart RPG design to make a game that is immediately compelling and fun with friends. It's full of cool little touches, whether it's throwing something at an enemy with your grappling rope or dropping it from your glider onto your horse. Unfortunately, it's also a game full of map clutter, bloated systems, and a truly absurd amount of junk loot. Rise of the Ronin is excellent when it has the courage to be itself and lean into the challenge and reward in fighting. Too often, however, it feels stuck in indecision, torn between being what it wants to be and what it feels it's expected to be. And not even the best samurai can overcome that. For more, check out our reviews of Dragon's Dogma 2 and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
What is Dragon's Dogma 2?
Idiot.
In a way, Dragon's Dogma 2 reminds me of Sam Raimi's Evil Dead 2, which was more of a remake of his first cult classic comedy horror movie than a sequel. The much bigger budget allowed Raimi to really dial in his true vision for Ash's Bad Night with the Bad Book. Like Evil Dead 2, Dragon's Dogma 2 doesn't stray too far from the blueprint that turned it into a cult classic of its own over the past decade, keeping its second-to-none action design and vague but robust and alluring world as its centerpieces. Like the 2012 original, it is unforgiving out of the gate thanks to brutal enemies and chaotic encounters that are not designed to gradually ease you in. It's also high levels of janky. All of its systems seem precariously fitted together with the fragility of a well-pruned Jenga tower. Yet, remarkably, it never falls over, and its open-ended design allows for a barely controlled chaos that makes some of its inconveniences almost feel intentional. Almost.
Certainly so.
Yeah.
And as with anything in the modern day world, whenever something becomes popular, people begin to flock to it in
Oh,
an
they
effort
sure
to
do.
try and subvert it to their own goals, which is what we're seeing happening here. Helldivers alerts. You might first at a glance be tempted to think this is an official account saying,
I'm gonna try and see if this Cutter's Race thing's working, and if it's not, then I'm gonna cancel. I'm gonna get off screen.
Start going beyond the law, now you're putting your thumb on the scale. And we don't want to put our thumb on the scale.
What is that? What does that mean? There's not laws against spamming people, but I imagine you don't want spam or bots on your platform. You don't want to make any content moderate. Like, you don't need to have rules about the laws on your platform. What does that even mean? You wouldn't put those, like, my guess is if I go to the Twitter TOS, I'm probably not going to find a rule in the TOS against murder. Like, those are laws already. You don't need rules about that. What do you mean you wouldn't go beyond the law? I don't understand.
Start open source, adhere to the law, and we have a responsibility to be transparent about when things are shown, why they're shown. That's why we open source our algorithm. I think once you start going beyond the law, now you're putting your thumb on the scale.
Elon often talks about the market cap value of Tesla. Have you enjoyed dabbling into trades? What do you think about that bullshit point? Has Tesla been more successful than other car manufacturers? Is Tesla more successful? I don't know if they're more successful or not, but it isn't. The market capitalization is huge. I don't know what your question is.
We don't want to put our thumb on the scale.
It doesn't concern you that hate speech has gone. Research shows that it's gone up on the platform since you took over. That's not concerning to you?
I believe that is false. In fact, the research that I've seen says it went down.
Wow.
The study from the Institute of Strategic Dialogue found that anti-Semitic tweets doubled from June 22 to February 2023.
God.
One study
All
reported
right,
that as many as 86% of the posts reported for hateful content remained up after being reported. Hate speech on the platform is up.
This is also a thing where, like, man the fuck up, bro. Say fuck it. We're not here to moderate hate speech. One man's hate speech is another man's Allah Akbar, okay? Listen, we're not here to moderate hate speech. If you don't like it, use the ignore feature. We got plenty of features on the platform. You can mute certain words. You can ignore certain accounts. Like, we don't moderate hate speech. We're not in the business of that. We don't care about that. Just say that. Why be a pussy about it? Maybe he'll say that. Let's see. Maybe he'll say that.
Hate speech on the platform is up.
So what they will typically do is they will count the number of posts, but not count the number of views. So what matters is, was that post given high visibility, or what did like one person see it? And if you look at the number of views of how many times was hate content viewed on our platform, it is down substantially.
Yeah. Well, that's not what the study shows. And you said you like transparency. I'm going to show you this. And
Don, you can get a study that will tell you whatever you want.
But these are just a handful of extremely. You look at those anti-Semitic and racist tropes and tweets. And as of this morning, they're still on.
This is why it's all the same shit. You guys, you're such fucking losers in chat. This would be like the one area where I could have a little bit of respect for Elon, but I have none because he's a fucking loser. And you guys are losers for supporting him. You think that Elon coming here changes everything significantly, that everything is going to be more honest, more open. And look at all this cope in chat. He doesn't want to lose advertisers. He's going to lose advertisers. What about the advertisers? They're going to fucking blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, isn't that why he is a private owner now? Isn't that why we don't have it as a publicly traded company? You know, Elon can be based. Like, this is an opportunity where, and by the way, this is an area where I do have strong feelings. Fuck hate speech. In terms of regulating it. If you want to do hate speech, whatever. If you want to have rules on your platform against like spamming slurs, whatever, I go for it. That's fine. I don't think it's as big a deal as people make it out to be. Let the people show you who they are, okay? This is where Elon could give a based answer. Go, listen, I agree that a lot of these things are disgusting, abhorrent, deplorable, but, you know, this is our social media platform. This is what the people want to say. This is what the people want to see. And, you know, we allow people to come on and have conversation. It might offend some people. It might not offend others, but you know, you might think that this anti-Semitic meme is incredibly extreme and incredibly horrible. Other people that might agree with you were sharing videos of Aaron Bushnell setting himself on fire. And that was a really extreme and crazy video. And some people would have wanted that taken down. Do you want that taken down? Like, how much stuff should be removed? How much stuff should be allowed? Like, in our opinion, we're not here to moderate that. We're here to allow people to post as long as they adhere to our relatively bare bones TOS. Like, everything's fine. Like, that could be a based answer that you give. Maybe he will say that. Okay, I haven't watched this. Maybe he will say that, though. Maybe he'll say that. Yeah, it's unimportant, it's disgusting, it's bad, but we're here to protect the idea that people can come together and do free exchange of ideas and blah, blah. Maybe he will say that. Let's see.
Next. And from your own content policy, these posts should have been deleted. So why haven't they been deleted? Why are they still there? Did you...
That noise.
We delete things if they are illegal.
But these have been up there for a while.
Are they illegal?
No, they're not illegal, but they're hateful, and they can lead to violence. As I just read to you, the shooters, you know, in all of these mass shootings, attributed social media to radicalizing.
So Don, you love censorship, is what you're saying?
No, I don't.
Oh my! How does he manage to take this point and make it the most soy fucking? Okay.
Love censorship.
Then why are you asking?
I believe in moderation, but I don't believe in
censorship. Moderation is a propaganda word for censorship.
But don't you think?
Bro, you literally censor things from certain governments depending on whether they.
Moderation.
Take
radical mass shooting. Things that lead us.
Emily.
Study reported that which is gone.
What your question is? So market
beyond the law. Things are showing.
Community of, I think American Samoa is where they're from mostly. So there's a community of individuals in America who are not just citizens, and obviously people who are like attempting to become citizens. These are all stakeholders in our country.
Sure.
And so I don't think it really makes. I agree with rules that preference American citizens. Like
here we
having
fucking go,
citizens being
boys.
the only ones
It's
to
time
vote.
to fucking...
But I don't think
I stole your vape.
Therefore
Here, can you
means
come
that
grab
we
this
can't
from me?
have
Or no, I'll
rules
just
that
bring it to you.
proportion equally the people of the United States.
Okay. All right. I'm just curious. I don't know if I fully agree or not, but we can fight later on it. I love you, baby.
Vape
Be careful.
stealer.
Love you.
Shit.
Well, I think I have noticed community notes. I think that you are right about that, and I do think community notes are helpful. I think
Well, the data is open for a community note to surface. And all of the code for community notes is open source. All of the data is open source, so you can completely recreate it from scratch. The way to build trust is transparency.
I have noticed community notes. I think that you are right about that, and I do think community notes are helpful. I think any type of content moderation, I do think that's helpful. You recently called content moderation, though, a digital chastity belt. Do you think that you believe that X and you have some responsibility to moderate hate speech on the platform?
I think we have a responsibility to adhere to the law, and we have a responsibility to be transparent about when things are shown, why they're shown. So that's why we open source our algorithm. I think once you start going beyond the law, now you're putting your thumb on the scale, and we don't want to put our thumb on the scale.
What is that? What does that mean? There's not laws against spamming people, but I imagine you don't want spam or bots on your platform. You don't want to make any content moderate. Like, you don't need to have rules about the laws on your platform. What does that even mean? You wouldn't put those, like, my guess is if I go to the Twitter TOS, I'm probably not going to find a rule in the TOS against murder. Like, those are laws already. You don't need rules about that. What do you mean you wouldn't go beyond the law? I don't understand.
Start open source, adhere to the law, and we have a responsibility to be transparent about when things are shown, why they're shown. So that's why we open source our algorithm. I think once you start going beyond the law, now you're putting your thumb on the scale.
Elon often talks about the market cap value of Tesla. Have you enjoyed dabbling into trades? What do you think about that bullshit point? Has Tesla been more successful than other car manufacturers? Is Tesla more successful? I don't know if they're more successful or not, but it isn't. The market capitalization is huge. I don't know what your question is.
We don't want to put our thumb on the scale.
It doesn't concern you that hate speech has gone. Research shows that it's gone up on the platform since you took over. That's not concerning to you?
I believe that is false. In fact, the research that I've seen says it went down.
Wow.
The study from the Institute of Strategic Dialogue found that anti-Semitic tweets doubled from June 22 to February 2023. One study reported that as many as 86% of the posts reported for hateful content remained up after being reported. Hate speech on the platform is up.
This is also a thing where, like, man the fuck up, bro. Say fuck it. We're not here to moderate hate speech. One man's hate speech is another man's Allah Akbar, okay? Listen, we're not here to moderate hate speech. If you don't like it, use the ignore feature. We got plenty of features on the platform. You can mute certain words. You can ignore certain accounts. Like, we don't moderate hate speech. We're not in the business of that. We don't care about that. Just say that. Why be a pussy about it? Maybe he'll say that. Let's see. Maybe he'll say that.
Hate speech on the platform is up.
So what they will typically do is they will count the number of posts, but not count the number of views. So what matters is, was that post given high visibility, or what did like one person see it? And if you look at the number of views of how many times was hate content viewed on our platform, it is down substantially.
Yeah. Well, that's not what the study shows. And you said you like transparency. I'm going to show you this, and
Don, you can get a study that will tell you whatever you want.
But these are just a handful of extremely. You look at those anti-Semitic and racist tropes and tweets, and as of this morning, they're still on.
This is why it's all the same shit. You guys, you're such fucking losers in chat. This would be like the one area where I could have a little bit of respect for Elon, but I have none because he's a fucking loser. And you guys are losers for supporting him. You think that Elon coming here changes everything significantly, that everything is going to be more honest, more open. And look at all this cope in chat. He doesn't want to lose advertisers. He's going to lose advertisers. What about the advertisers? They're going to fucking blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, isn't that why he is a private owner now? Isn't that why we don't have it as a publicly traded company? You know, Elon can be based. Like, this is an opportunity where, and by the way, this is an area where I do have strong feelings. Fuck hate speech. In terms of regulating it. If people want to do hate speech, whatever. If you want to have rules on your platform against like spamming slurs, whatever, I go for it. That's fine. I don't think it's as big a deal as people make it out to be. Let the people show you who they are, okay? This is where Elon could give a based answer. Go, listen, I agree that a lot of these things are disgusting, abhorrent, deplorable, but, you know, this is our social media platform. This is what the people want to say. This is what the people want to see. And, you know, we allow people to come on and have conversation. It might offend some people. It might not offend others, but you know, you might think that this anti-Semitic meme is incredibly extreme and incredibly horrible. Other people that might agree with you were sharing videos of Aaron Bushnell setting himself on fire. And that was a really extreme and crazy video. And some people would have wanted that taken down. Do you want that taken down? Like, how much stuff should be removed? How much stuff should be allowed? Like, in our opinion, we're not here to moderate that. We're here to allow people to post as long as they adhere to our relatively bare bones TOS. Like, everything's fine. Like, that could be a based answer that he'd give. Maybe he will say that. Okay, I haven't watched this. Maybe he will say that, though. Maybe he'll say that. Yeah, it's abhorrent, it's disgusting, it's bad, but we're here to protect the idea that people can come together and do free exchange of ideas and blah, blah. Maybe he will say that. Let's see.
Thanks. And from your own content policy, these posts should have been deleted. So why haven't they been deleted? Why are they still there? Did you...
That noise.
We delete things if they are illegal.
But these have been up there for a while.
Are they illegal?
They're not illegal, but they're hateful, and they can lead to violence. As I just read to you, the shooters, you know, in all of these mass shootings, attributed social media to radicalizing.
So Don, you love censorship, is what you're saying?
No, I don't.
Oh my! How does he manage to take this point and make it the most soy fucking? Okay.
Love censorship.
Then why are you asking?
I believe in moderation, but I don't believe in
censorship. Moderation is a propaganda word for censorship.
But don't you think...
Bro, you literally censor things from certain governments, depending on whether they... What was the one thing in, was it the Turkish political opponent that there was that huge blow-up over? Am I making this up? Was it India? Was it Turkey? There was some country that was, they were threatening to ban Twitter or some bullshit if Elon Musk didn't ban somebody or deboost somebody on, oh, fuck me, I'm not gonna be able to find it. Was it Turkey? Why can't I find this? Elon Musk, censorship, Twitter, Turkey. You wanted him to say the thing you wanted him to say, and now you're saying, no, it's because he's saying the most pussy way possible. Don't be like, are you pro censorship? Own it. Own it. Don't be a snake. Own it. Don't be like, oh, I don't want you censorship. Be like, no, listen, we will keep hateful content on the site. It's part of what people post. Not like, are you pro censorship? Defends decision to limit tweets in Turkey during tight presidential election. In response to legal process and to ensure Twitter remains available to people of Turkey, we have taken action to restrict access to some content in Turkey today, reads a tweet from Twitter's Global Government Affairs account posted at 6 a.m. Turkish time on Saturday. What a pussy. Do you think if President Biden would have passed a law saying you can't post anything bad about Democrats anymore or else we're going to ban Twitter, do you think Elon would tighten down on Twitter? No, of course not. He'd take a huge stand. The fuck out of here.
Free censorship is moderation is a propaganda word for censorship.
But don't you think free speech is one thing, right? Or not, you know.
Look, if
not
something's
censorship?
illegal, we're going to take it down. If it's not illegal, then we're putting our thumb on the scale and we're being censors.
But you already do this. You deboost Substack, for instance. Like your whole algorithm like favors and disfavors like certain types of content, depending on like the sites it posts to and everything as well, right? Like
You're putting your thumb on the scale for moderating hate speech. I mean, you don't put out child pornography. That's not.
It's illegal.
Some people would say that's considered censorship. I'm just saying, you.
No, I literally, Don, you know, I literally said, if something is legal, okay, we will obviously remove it.
Okay.
But if it is not legal, the laws in this country are put forward by the citizens. We're a democracy. If those laws are put in place by the people, we adhere to those laws.
Okay, I
we
agree.
adhere to the laws of others. If you go beyond the law,
Wait, what was Don's example?
But if it is not legal, okay, we will obviously remove it.
Okay.
But if it is not legal, the laws in this country were legal.
Some people would say that's considered censorship. I'm just saying, you.
No.
Or moderating. You're putting your thumb on the scale for moderating hate speech. I mean, you don't put out child pornography. That's not.
It's illegal.
Some people would say that's considered censorship. I'm just saying, you.
No, I literally, Don, you know.
oh, that's a retarded counter.
I literally said, if something is legal, okay, we will obviously remove it.
Okay.
But if it is not legal, the laws in this country are put forward by the citizens. We're a democracy. If those laws are put in place by the people, we adhere to those laws.
Okay, I
we
agree.
adhere to the laws of others. If you go beyond the law, you're actually going beyond the will of the people.
Okay, agreed with the law. But if you are doing something that promotes hate and violence and ultimately leads to killing, you don't feel you have any responsibility not to do that? When the people who are doing it admittedly are saying
there's articles all the time that lead to violence and killing. Don't they? Shouldn't they? Like you're applying a differential standard to.
But that would never be in mainstream media. These types of images, that type of language, those things would never be. We'd never. When I was in mainstream media, we'd never promote things that would be anti-Semitic. We would never promote things that would.
Anti-Semitic either.
Did you not see those?
You said promote. If content is on the platform, that doesn't mean we promote it.
But that wouldn't be on a platform.
Lemon's like he's fishing for a soundbite.
For mainstream media at all.
No, but you can think of that's because the mainstream media has like whatever 20 articles a day. We have 500 million posts a day.
Okay,
500
understood.
million.
Does it bother you? How do you feel about that when you see it?
I obviously disagree with that. I think it's not good at all. It's terrible.
But you don't want to get rid of it on the platform, or at least moderate it.
The rules, what you're suggesting is censorship that goes beyond the law. And what I'm saying is that we, I guess, have a disagreement, because I do not believe in censorship that goes beyond the law, and you do. We have a difference of opinion in that regard.
I understand that, but these are your own rules on your own platform. These go against the rules on your platform. That's why I'm asking you. If you said, listen, we allow everything, but that's not what your content rules say. And that's why I'm asking you, why are they still there? Your own content policy. That's why I'm asking you that, not because...
Which part of our content policy says that we should delete these things?
Your content policy talks about hate speech.
Yes, we don't promote hate speech.
And so you don't consider that hate speech?
I guess you're not understanding what I'm saying. There's if there's you can find you can sign up right now and do 100 things that are hateful, but if nobody reads it, it doesn't matter. So you can think of X as being, it's much like the internet. It's not some tiny publication with like 20 articles a day. It's 500 million.
But everyone has the opportunity to read it, Elon.
Everyone has the opportunity to read the internet. Are you suggesting we should shut down the internet?
No, but you don't own the internet. I'm asking you about you and your responsibility on your platform. And so I see how you feel.
Retard versus retard.
You don't agree. We don't agree on this.
Yes, you want censorship and I don't.
No, I don't want censorship at all.
Yes, you do.
No, I want responsibility. I think there...
You desperately want censorship?
No, if I want a censorship...
You want censorship so bad you can taste it.
No, that's not true. It's not true. I think that there's right and wrong. And I think
therefore
that,
you want censorship.
and I think that when you have a platform that's as big as yours and as powerful as yours and as influential as yours, and you are a person of consequence to the world with what you do, that there is a certain responsibility that goes along with what you have on your platform and what you put out to the world. And I think that's important. You don't see that responsibility.
I think we have a responsibility to adhere to the law, and if people want the law changed, they should talk to their elected representative and get the law changed, and then we will adhere to the law.
Okay.
But if you want us to go beyond the law, that is us deciding to be censors. And I'm against censorship. I'm in favor of freedom of speech.
Yeah.
And freedom of speech only is relevant when people you don't like say things you don't like. Otherwise, it has no meaning.
But I do think that there should be guardrails, and I believe in free speech as much as you. I would fight. I don't disagree. I don't agree with a lot of what you put out on social media, but I will fight for your right to be able to say it.
Great.
Elon should ask him. So then, what kind of guardrail should go up? That would be a good counter question. What do you think are the guardrails that should ban it? You say ban hate speech. What is hate speech? The U.S. doesn't define hate speech in any way, size, shape, or form. How are we equal adherence to freedom of speech if you want to ban something that's not explicitly called for to be banned in the United States law? Like, would be a good counter question, but Elon is not a conversational guy apparently.
Yeah. Okay. So listen, let's talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. All right. That's been a target of yours lately on X. There was a repost of Ben Shapiro. That you claim that DEI is killing people. Specifically, you point to medicine. You claim that DEI programs are putting people at risk. Do you really believe this to be true? And what evidence do you have to support it?
What I was referring to there was that if we lower the standards for doctors, so that they, if the test for a doctor is lowered, then the probability of them making a mistake and killing someone is...
In Elon's defense, I think he just offered Lemon millions of dollars and assumed that bought him some good faith in an interview. Well, he assumed that he would do PR for him. That was just like the Twitter Files journalist did. Is Elon thought he could just buy PR. Like Elon right now is basically Jaime Lannister walking through the forest with the weird dude that chops his hand off, and he assumes that his money is going to save him for everything, that people love him or suck up to him just because he's rich. I think this is a big reason why Elon has trouble with like media related stuff. I really think that like it would do him so much to take like a month or two of, I don't know if it would be public speaking or fucking debate classes or some fucking anything to learn how to actually put together coherent thoughts and respond meaningfully to the things that people say, because his conversational abilities are some of the well, not some of the worst, that's not true, they're bad, not some of the worst I've ever seen, but like they're pretty bad.
Obviously going to be higher.
Wait, say that again. I'm not sure I understand what you said. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
Yes, if
he stutters just as much when he's on Rogan. No. This isn't about stuttering. It's not about autism. It's not about stuttering. He just has a really bad time hearing somebody say something, understanding what they're asking, and then putting together a response that coherently refutes or agrees with whatever's being said. He has a really hard time like following conversations and then tracking that in a live environment. He's like, I don't know if he's incapable of it, or he doesn't practice it, or if he gets nervous, or if it's whatever. But like, yeah, he needs to like practice this skill.
If the standards for...
I'm not sure I understand what you said. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
Yes, if the standards for passing medical exams and becoming a doctor, or especially something like a surgeon, if the standards are lowered, then...
Is he just giving PR answers? I don't think he wants to answer 100% honestly. I think it's a combination of a few things. I think one is, Elon just either, maybe he has a low verbal IQ, I don't know. One is it just seems like he's in general not very adept at navigating conversations, period. He just seems to not be a great conversationalist.
What?
And I think that's born in almost every single interview, stage, presentation, like everything.
Being
he's not a great conversationalist.
Number two. Me being on fire just set that off. Jesus
Christ.
Christ.
He doesn't want advertisers to clear the platform and everything, even though he said fuck advertising and all that. Like, yeah, it seems he's trying to be somewhat PR friendly. That's why he's saying like, oh, well, I'm against censorship rather than owning the hate speech thing, right? And then 3 is it seems like he probably hasn't actually thought through a lot of these political opinions. It's just kind of like the hip, current, cool thing right now, and he doesn't actually understand.
Yeah, I was going pretty quick on those too.
Opinions that he kind of holds because he's been like meme influenced, and I think these 3 things together just lead to him being really bad when interviewing with people like Don Lemon, who I'm pretty sure Don Lemon has a history of doing fairly aggressive interviews. Does he not? This is the first one he's ever done. Doesn't Don Lemon is known as kind of a, or at least has potential to be. I'm trying to think of interviews I've seen him do in the past. Unless I'm crazy. It's been a long time since I've seen anything like Standard and these guys. But yeah, he's just not at all like ready or capable of doing this type of an interview.
If the standards are lowered, then the probability that the surgeon will make a mistake is higher. They're making mistakes in their exam. They may make mistakes with people, and that may result in people dying.
What evidence do you have, though, that they're lowering the standards? There's no evidence of that.
I believe that.
So, like, this is the problem, is Don Lemon is obviously going to ask him to go a little bit deeper than the meme picture. And I don't know if Elon can go deeper than the meme picture on any of these points. But maybe, but we'll see. Elon did understand the apportioning of the House seats in Congress. He did have an understanding of that. So
you have, though, that they're lowering the standards. There's no evidence of that.
I believe there is.
There's no evidence of that, Elon. What is the evidence?
I believe they have literally lowered the standards at Duke University, and that is what the article was referring to.
There's no evidence.
You say they have not lowered the standards?
There's no evidence about lowering standards, and I think that there is.
I believe that is a false statement you're making.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I think
the interesting thing is, when this is posted on the X platform, there will be a whole bunch of things that rebut what you said and what I said.
Right.
And so people can then make their own decision based on the replies.
they're both saying nothing. Well, keep in mind that Don Lemon is basically playing the role of like Ethan from H3H3. Don Lemon's goal in this interview is to try to get him on a soundbite or to get him to own something that he has a headline for. So I would imagine you would expect that coming in, but that's Don Lemon's goal. Don Lemon's goal is basically just to see if Elon will trip over himself and say something stupid that he can run with as a headline. That's the whole goal.
The rebuttals and the community notes.
I think that's fair, but I do think that on this particular topic, I do think that you and Ben Shapiro are reaching in about this, because there was what Ben posted said that he gave instances of people who were deliberately harming people. Nowhere in the thread does Ben suggest at all, I should say, that anyone is being killed as a result of DEI. That's purely speculative. There's research on DEI in medicine, and there's no evidence that standards are being lowered, that DEI is affecting medicine. Actually, like only 5% of doctors are black, and a small percent.
Yeah, well, I think you'll find that when this is posted to the X platform, that people will reply to it with evidence.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see.
Okay. So, but that's my whole thing about moderation. Maybe you're wrong, but you'll put it out there. You don't know if it's right. Do you think that your responsibility to make sure something is right before you, the person who owns it, Elon Musk, who's a huge figure in the world, that you should know that it's true, that there are people at X who can get research?
Why aren't you acknowledging how dumb it was from Don from a business perspective to do this gotcha interview for his first one? Well, the thing is that if the political alignments were flipped, you would actually say this is based. I think it's pretty based for Don to do this. To be offered a deal from Twitter and then to shit on the fucking CEO in the first interview, that's actually pretty fucking based. And you would be saying that if the political alignment was flipped, but since you're a political partisan hack, you only see people attacking anti-institutional people as being bad and mean and evil and not nice or whatever. But if it was Donald Trump up here calling somebody a name over and over again, and then the hats were flipped, you would be thinking it's super based. But no, I mean, I respect Don Lemon for doing this and nuking this deal, as opposed to being a suck-up fucking loser like those Twitter file hack journalists were, or anybody else that tries to sell a program to X and suck up to Elon at the same time doing it. So, the interview has been pretty snaky. Like, I don't know why I say snaky, but like Don Lemon was clearly just fishing for gotchas. I don't think any of the points he's brought up have been like illuminating or good, but Elon just sucks at talking. So,
figure in the world that you should know that it's true, that there are people at X who can get research for you before you put something out there like that. That's not necessarily true, even in other examples.
If I say something that is inaccurate, I'm immediately corrected on the platform. That's the advantage of a real-time system like X. So there'll be immediately in the replies people correcting me. There'll be a community note that will correct me, which is attached to the actual post itself.
Do you think as many people read
Yes.
You think as many people read that as it reads your tweet?
Yes, in fact, and if there's...
It's so annoying when you keep referring to Trump conservatives. There's a lot of us that are not conservative, and it's annoying watching you avoid the simple question. What question did I just avoid? I'm pretty sure I answered explicitly. What was the last question? Don't you think it's lame for Don to do this? I said, no, I think it's pretty base to bite the hand that feeds, to shit on the guy, the CEO of the company that is trying to sell you a deal. What do you think I'm avoiding?
There's a community note that happens later that where somebody didn't see, but they replied to that interacted with that post, we will notify them that there is now a community note correcting that post.
Just so you.
Whereas if you consider the conventional media, that doesn't happen. Conventional media makes false statements all the time and nobody ever hears the correction.
When I was in conventional media, I can only speak for myself. If I got something wrong, if someone got something wrong on the platform that I was on, it was corrected, and we made sure that it was corrected. Now, I can't speak for anyone else.
I don't think that's a universal situation.
Okay. So I just the research, so when you talk, do you believe that people are dying because medical standards, DEI is causing medical standards to be lowered? Do you actually believe people are dying because of that?
I believe that if we lower the standards for what it takes to become a doctor.
You're saying if we lower the standards,
Yes.
but do you believe people are dying because the standards are being lowered?
I don't think that is
lowered?
yet an issue, but it could become an issue.
Okay. But the actual evidence in history shows the exact opposite. If you look at how minorities are treated by the medical system, most doctors now are white. And there are lots of mistakes in medicine. So you're saying that white doctors have bad medical care? I'm trying to understand your logic here when it comes to DEI, because there's no actual evidence of what you're saying.
No, I said, so if the standards, like let's say, I think that particular thing was referring to surgeons. Let's say a surgeon is asked to, a surgeon in training is asked to do a series of operations under the supervision of a senior surgeon, and they get a bunch of those operations wrong. If that happens, and if they are still approved to be a surgeon, the probability that someone will die, I think, at some point is high.
Okay, I understand that, but that's a hypothetical. That doesn't mean it's happening.
I didn't say it's happening.
You didn't say it was happening.
I said it will. I said if we lower standards, people will die.
But why respond to something or put something out there that has not happened? Because I could say,
Because I don't want it to happen. I think we don't want to lower standards.
Okay, if you look at the history of the medical industry, especially when it comes to Black Americans, it shows the exact opposite. If you look at the Tuskegee experiment and on, only 5% of doctors in America are Black. All of them are white. So are you saying that if the majority of doctors are white, are you saying that and there are still these inequities, right? And there's still mistakes. Are you blaming DEI for that?
No, I'm very basically saying that if we lower standards for what it takes to become a board-certified surgeon or an oncologist or something where the kind of disease we're talking about, if you make a mistake, causes someone to die, then more people will die than if we don't lower the standards. Therefore, we should not lower the standards.
But why do you think they're lowering the standards for minority doctors or women doctors or?
That's what that article suggested. Yes, at Duke University.
Okay. The evidence that I have shows that that's not true.
Okay.
So listen, after the door.
I feel like Elon should ask more questions. Like Elon should say, "Oh, okay. Well, if they're not lowering the standards, what does DEI mean? If somebody could already qualify to get in, why would anything have to be changed?" I think that if Elon, I feel like Elon could completely destroy Don if he would just ask a simple question in exchange. Like, oh, if DEI isn't about lowering the standards and you just want to do it all merit-based, well then why would we have to change anything?
Or blew off this mid-flight.
Don't you think the way that Lemon Guy is talking makes him appear to be partisan? What are you talking about? Yes, Don is hyper-partisan, of course. This is a Elon Musk assassination interview, and I think he's like a solidly left-leaning, like Democrat partisan person. Yeah, that's his like whole brand. That's like asking if like Ben Shapiro and the way that he interviews people makes anything partisan. Yeah, Ben Shapiro is a right-leaning part of the fucking Daily Wire partisan pundit. Yeah, of course.
So Alaskan Airlines flight, do you remember that? You responded to a post claiming that the average HBCU grad was less intelligent than the average airline pilot, and stated that it will take an airplane crashing and killing hundreds of people for them to change this crazy policy of DIE. I don't know if did you misspell it on purpose, which it should be DEI. Do you believe that women and...
He's trolling him so hard. I'm sorry. It's dumb.
But on purpose, which it should be DEI. Do you believe that women and minority pilots are inherently less intelligent and less skilled than white male pilots?
No, I'm just saying that we should not lower the standards for them.
Okay. But there's no evidence that standards are being lowered when it comes to...
The funny thing is, though, Destiny, Lemon claims not to be partisan at all in the beginning of this interview and claims CNN is also not necessarily left. I don't think he claimed that CNN wasn't left, but yeah, he does claim to be not partisan. But guess what? Everybody claims to not be partisan. That's why it's a worthless fucking tag. It's stupid to say you're not partisan. Everybody says they're not partisan because they think it's some fucking virtue. Yes, everybody says that. Congratulations. Welcome to media.
To the airline industry.
You've repeatedly said that there's no evidence that standards are being lowered, and watch the replies showing all the evidence that it is.
Replies, though, on social media or on Twitter are not necessarily fact and evidence.
No,
That's people's
They will
opinion.
cite the replies to this. You will see how often the information is cited, showing that indeed there are significant cases where standards are lowered.
And I do hope that happens. I do hope that happens, and I look forward to it. And as you said, if you're wrong, then you're wrong, and if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong.
Yes.
Okay.
How can DEI possibly enforce their policies without lowering standards? Isn't it fundamentally hardwired into it? Yeah, that's why I think I'm not sure. I don't know. That's why it would be a good counter question for Elon to ask, because then it would put Don on the well, fuck, yeah.
So and I'm glad we're having this conversation, debate. This is what we should be doing, debating the issue. So if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, and then I'll be proven.
Don Lemon is using the conservative talking point. It's good that we're having open discourse. But Elon, for all of his ranting for an hour here about how he's not pro-censorship, apparently decided to axe this show. But
and then the thing, and you as well. But I just want to tell you that pilot that you talked about.
I don't get how Lemon can be so obtuse. Affirmative action is this. Don Lemon is not being obtuse, or rather, he is being obtuse, but it's intentional. Remember, his only goal here is to try to goad a misstep or a misspeak or get a sick clip out of Elon. That's essentially that's all this interview is, right?
In fact, was a woman pilot, landed the plane safely despite the major malfunction with the equipment. Boeing has taken responsibility for that incident, saying that it was caused by a faulty door panel. So I'm not sure what that had to do with lowering the standards for pilots when it was a faulty...
No, it's not lowering standards for pilots. It's the incentive structure, I believe, at Boeing changed to include DEI as a fundamental executive.
Lemon is embarrassing himself in this debate. If you are being honest, he looks really bad. Do you really think that's the case? Personally, I kind of agree. I don't think Lemon looks great in this interview. I don't think he's made like a ton of great points, and he's circling the same thing over and over again. But if that's true, why didn't Elon want it on his platform? If Elon thought he blew him the fuck out of the water, why wouldn't he have him post it then? And make everybody laugh at how dumb Lemon was? Why would Elon get triggered and axe the show?
Executive incentive. But in my view, it should be purely about passenger safety.
Okay, but do you understand how by saying just that standards are being lowered, that you're implying that they're being lowered because people are less skilled and less intelligent, and you're talking about people of color and or women?
Look, I'm saying we should not lower standards.
But you don't...
That's it.
I think everyone can agree that you shouldn't lower standards.
Great.
But you're implying that they're lowering standards because of people of color
God, is he
or
finally
women.
gonna ask him? He's
Because
gonna ask
someone
him?
is not a white male. You're saying that they're less skilled and less intelligent. That's what
No,
you're
I'm not saying that. I'm simply saying that they are.
Then why would they be lowering the standards?
I don't know. Why are they lowering the standards?
Just so you know, 5% of pilots are female, 4% are black. So you're talking about this widespread takeover of minorities and women when that's not actually true.
I'm not saying there's a widespread takeover.
Well, you're saying that the standards are being lowered because of certain people. And you don't believe in DEI, right? Do you not believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion?
I think we should be treat people according to their skills.
There's also, I'm sorry, but like, again, like, Elon has conducted this interview about as well as I would expect, like a 62-year-old, overweight, dying of type 2 diabetic, conservative guy with a MAGA Trump hat protesting in an Alabama MAGA march would. Like, Elon has, like, this guy's a billionaire. He owns a social media platform. I feel like I should be getting way better answers out of this guy. Like, he could be doing this so much better. It's just, technically, I don't even know if I probably agree with him more in this debate or this interview, whatever the fuck, than I would with Don Lemon. I think I probably would. But he's just he's so basic. Ugh. Like, there are so many, if you thought about these things for 2 seconds, there are so many better responses to everything. Like, when the guy brings up the percentage of female pilots, the percentage of black pilots, like, the answer is, well, yeah, wouldn't you expect them to be? Wouldn't you expect there to be less black pilots if pilots are a thing that happens after a large amount of education and black people live in areas in the United States that are historically disadvantaged and don't have the same economic opportunities or educational opportunities as white neighborhoods, yeah, I think that that's a problem. Now, is DEI the answer to that problem? Do I want worse pilots in order to make it more diverse, or do I want more funding for education and neighborhoods to make so that people can go to pilot school, right? Like, there's so many other ways you can walk down these things to make good arguments, but he doesn't know anything. He's just a fucking retard. He just like parrots memes. He lives in memes. He's like the Norman Finkelstein of social media owners. It's just like random, thoughtless, pointless platitudes of stupid fucking shit. It's just so boring.
Treat people according to their skills and their integrity, and that's it.
Do you know that studies show?
Studies show.
Yeah, well, we can look them up. Well, so your reaction to studies show, and I understand, right? Because I always like to say, I always like to point to an exact study, right?
Sure.
Something.
What would you do if he hired you to teach him debating? Well, step one, if you're gonna have a debate with somebody or in a combative interview, you should probably have an idea of what they want to talk to you about. That'd probably be really important. Now, if this is a show paid for by Elon Musk that was going to be hosted officially and supported by the platform X, my guess is going to be Elon probably could have made an ask, hey, what about do you think you want to talk about for this interview? I doubt this is an ambush interview, and if it is, that's Elon's own fucking fault. If it's your own goddamn employee or talent that you're hiring doing an ambush interview on you, you don't even ask to bother. You don't even bother to ask for a list of questions. Also, Elon should just know that he's been tweeting crazy shit like this forever. And imagine how much of a mindfuck it would be if Elon spent 2 hours, since you guys say he's got 155 IQ, he can take his perfect flawless SAT scores, his perfect flawless South African rich boy education, and actually apply his mind for a couple days and learn all of the really good, thoughtful answers and responses to all of these questions. That way Elon could be an actual advocate for not for lack of censorship and you know, saying fuck hate speech and to have an open platform where ideas are discussed and things are fact checked. He could actually be a good advocate for it instead of like a blumbering fucking random idiot who is just giving like the meme talking points. Like, he has the capability to do that, I imagine.
That is factual. I always like to point to an exact study, right?
Sure.
Something that is factual. It's the same thing when you talk about, well, let's see what the replies are on Twitter or on X.
Yeah, so
I feel the same. I feel the same way about that. But this is what studies have shown, and people will reply and they'll say that companies with more diversity and their leadership team.
Imagine making Destiny the CEO of SpaceX, and when a rocket crashes, Elon is like, "Why didn't you do better, Steven?" But like, I didn't follow any of these companies that closely, but I feel like that's actually kind of what happened. This is how I feel like modern Elon would answer SpaceX questions. Okay. Everybody's watching the rocket takes off, and then the rocket crashes. And modern day Elon is like, somebody's like, so what happened? And he's like, well, you see, there's a lot of challenges. And when you're making rockets, the fuel propulsion systems there's a lot of challenges when it comes to making rockets today that a lot of people aren't aware of. Like, it feels like that would be his answer today. Like, 10 years ago, because I remember watching rockets crash and shit. I feel like I remember Elon Musk saying shit like, hey, rockets crash. That's part of the process. When they fail, we get a lot of data, and then we do better on our next one. I feel like that's what I remember him saying back in the day. It wasn't a bunch of weird, autistic, stupid shit. I thought it was usually him being pretty honest, like, yeah, sometimes they crash. We expect to lose some of them. When they crash, we learn, we collect data, and then we do it better the next time. Like, that's what it feels like his answers used to be. But my guess is when it comes to rocketeering or rocket engineering and car shit, he probably has a little bit more engineering information, or that's a little bit more technical to speak about that a little bit more honestly, whereas this is just autism.
Have reported higher innovation.
No, not autism. This is stupidity. Sorry, it's not even autism. I don't want to give him that.
Send those with lower diversity or low diversity, and they're better companies and they make more money. This whole idea about DEI, if you go woke or whatever, you go broke, that's not necessarily true. People with diverse leadership teams and diverse workers make more money and more innovative.
Like I said, my view is that the only basis for promoting somebody should be their skills, talents, and their integrity, and that's it.
I want to ask you about, there's a federal government EEOC. They are also currently involved in a lawsuit against Tesla that alleges that there's a history of widespread racial harassment against black Tesla employees, as well as a pattern of retaliation for speaking out.
Wait, you can see the trash speaking here. Wait, what?
Yeah. But we are constantly talking about, do we have the right number of grids? Like were they designed correctly?
Yes. So like we're not saying we're right. To be clear, like we're definitely not optimal, but we it'll work.
Okay, don't.
What do you say to that? There's a federal government EEOC. They are also currently involved in a lawsuit against Tesla that alleges that there's a history of widespread racial harassment against black Tesla employees, as well as a pattern of retaliation for speaking out. What do you say to that?
Well, I don't believe that is true. I think we've got a very good, like if you walk around the Tesla Fremont plant, I think it's a very good atmosphere.
Elon Musk doesn't debate for a living. Also with rockets, he is an expert. He isn't a DEI expert. Also, he is trying not to say anything that would cancel him. Okay, well then don't offer massively strong opinions about it on your platform. That's easy. Isn't that easy enough to do? Don't reply under like, all Jewish people raping 4-year-olds constantly. And then like, looking into this. Like, just, you don't have to have an opinion on every single thing on your platform. I don't know what Mark Zuckerberg thinks about the average. I don't know any of his political positions. Is Mark Zuckerberg on Facebook all the time agreeing under crazy stories like, oh, true, Trump rapes all women. Oh my God, checking this out now. Curious. Like, you don't have to comment on every single thing.
In fact, I practically lived there for 3 years trying to make the production work.
Were you aware, if you lived there, were you aware of such behavior?
I never saw it.
That's I think you would want to give a positive instead of a negative answer there. Rather than like, I never saw it, it would be like, Tesla, we have a strong commitment to all of our employees. We have firm policies on the books that we enforce about not harassing any employees due to anything like race or sex or gender, whatever. We've got HR. If anybody's ever wanted to make a complaint, they're free to do so. Like, we've never had a complaint like this before, blah, blah, blah. Like, rather than just like, I didn't see it.
Behavior?
I never saw it.
It lets it hang there too.
So you're saying that this is not true, it's not happening?
Well, I mean, there's over 20,000 people. So you say like, if there's over 20,000 people in one building, well, is everyone going to behave publicly? No.
Oh, like this is like you're almost like admitting the thing. You don't have to bite this bullet. There's no, especially as a CEO, you don't have to bite this bullet, bro. Damn.
Over 20,000 people in one building. Well, is everyone going to behave publicly? No. Did I see any situations that I thought were improper? I did not.
Let's talk about trans rights and the woke mind virus, because you talk about that a lot. You write about that a lot on the thing. You have been deeply outspoken about the issue of trans rights. You posted trans rights. You posted that pronouns and bio mean the woke mind virus ate your brain. Do you know what the term woke actually means?
Oh no.
It's come to mean a lot of things.
Oh no.
What originally it was meant to mean. It's just being aware of inequities in society and being aware of facts and history.
Yeah, I think it's come to be. I think being aware of inequities in society is fine, of course, but trying to blame everything trying to make everything a race issue is, I think, divisive and corrosive to society.
Even as it relates to trans issues, which is what I'm.
Yeah, race or gender or whatever.
You think that society blames everything on racism now?
It blames a lot of things on it, and yeah.
You think that's unfair?
Yeah.
Why?
I think we should not make this a constant subject. I think we need to move on. I think we should.
Destiny, doesn't he talk like Ayla a bit? Ayla is very good at hearing something, understanding what's being asked, and forming a coherent response that addresses what was being asked. Regardless of if Ayla speaks in whatever way, she very clearly can follow a conversation at a high level and participate in said conversation.
Just, treat people like people.
How would you define Twitter woke? Twitter woke is like when the 2014 SJW, okay, started trend and is now out of fucking control, all right?
You don't agree that this country was founded on racism and founded on slavery and in many ways inequities? That still continue on to this day.
Meanwhile, Destiny would never have the courage to make these kinds of statements if he was the CEO of a company. I'm the CEO of Destiny.gg LLC, and I make these statements. I make stronger statements than these all the fucking time, motherfucker. We'll have a... Never mind. That was way too edgy. You.
I think every country at that time, and I think even today, was extremely racist. Every country. And obviously, slavery was present in about half of this country, and no, but was not present in the North. There was racism for sure, but you know, I think we want to look to the future rather than the past. And,
no, man, no.
Engaging in constant rehashing of the past.
God damn it.
Because in fact, if you look at history, if you study history broadly, everyone was a slave. Everyone.
Yes. Well, not everyone was a slave.
No,
but
everyone was a slave.
Okay, but
we are all descended from slaves.
Yeah. Well,
all of us.
Yeah. But,
it's just a question of when. Was it more recent or less recent? That's it.
Right.
But what future do we want? Is this something we want to make part of our constant dialogue forever, or do we want to say, like, let's just move on and treat everyone, according to just who they are as an individual?
I agree with you with that. That's the ideal. But what the evidence shows is that that's not what's actually in practice.
I think we're doing better than anywhere else.
That's true. I agree with that. But that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean a lot to a whole lot of people who aren't able to take advantage of the opportunities that you were able to take advantage of, simply because the color of your skin.
What advantages did my color of my skin give me?
Bro! You're like a 40, 50-year-old guy from South Africa. Where did he grow up at? I don't actually know where he grew up. Maybe he went to fucking London or some shit. That's a wild question. Wait, not this. Born in 71 in Pretoria, South Africa's administrative capital. Some British and Dutch ancestry. He lived up there through high school. He got a 61 in Africans. Uh-oh. And then it looks like he went to college in the U.S. Oof. Oof.
Well,
oof.
What advantages did my color of my skin give me?
Well, there's an ease that you have in society that many people of color don't. You were able to come to this country voluntarily. There are many people who are not able to come to the country voluntarily.
Oh man, does Lemon have no idea about?
There are people who came here as slaves,
for me to come here.
And there is a legacy of slavery that still continues on. There's a legacy of racism that still continues on in this country.
Oh shit, Lemon is so woke brain. He forgets that other countries in the world exist and have their own racist policies. Because he's actually This is where Elon Musk should say it's interesting. You don't ask me about growing up under like actual fucking apartheid or whatever in South Africa. It's interesting you don't ask me about that because you've been eaten by the woke mind virus, Don Lemon. You had a great gotcha here and you missed it. Or maybe it'll come up. Hold on.
That's undeniable.
Well, if we keep talking about it nonstop, it will never go away. If we keep making it the central thing, it will never go away.
Why do you believe that?
I think I'm just making a simple statement of fact.
Hey, it's true because it is.
I think we want to get away from making everything a race or a gender or whatever issue, and just treat people like individuals.
Do you have any desire to understand what?
How many people do you think we're talking to Don after this? Like, Don, he grew up in South Africa and says he doesn't think his race gave him any advantages. Don, how did you let him escape this point? Don. He must be killing himself after this.
People of color and even trans people, how they feel about this country and how they're treated in this country. If they say and they believe that they are treated a certain way in this country, why don't you believe them?
You cannot have a situation where someone is a self-described victim, and they just get to be that because that's how they feel.
I think that does happen in some cases, but not all cases. And I think that not understanding the history of the country, I think it...
Theoretically, if 4% of pilot school grads were women, but only 0.4% of pilots hired a year were women, would you see that as a problem some DEI initiative could solve, or should all hiring be in touch? I don't know anything about DEI. Like I said, I can imagine things where DEI or affirmative action things are done in good ways, and I can imagine where they're done in bad ways. Yeah, it super depends. Probably anything that involves the lowering of standards. Obviously I don't think I would ever support that. I don't think anybody should, but it just depends on what these policies look like in practice.
Is a real shame. Look,
We should understand the history of the country and other countries.
I've had incredible opportunities as a person of color.
Right.
But I've also
been very well.
But I've also been discriminated against, and I know that I have.
Can you give an example of good and bad? Sure. I guess, like, let's say that in order to become a pilot, let's say that you need 250 hours of registered flight time. Or for a commercial pilot, let's say you need 500 hours or 1,000 hours of registered flight time. Let's say that you find that women don't want to make that commitment. Well, let's say you change it so that you want to hire a certain percentage of women, and then you drop the required flight time to 750 hours so that more women pass that hurdle of 750 hours, and now you can have more women to choose from. I would say that that's probably bad. That would be a not good thing. Let's say that you want more women as pilots, though, and part of your diversity, equity, inclusion, you think that women could be pilots, they just don't seem to have an interest in going to schools for it. So let's say that you start increasing funding in like job fairs or career fairs or college fairs or whatever, where you make an effort to go out and try to intern more women or try to recruit more women to pilot training programs, right? And you don't change the standards at all, you just like reach out more to them. And then as a result of that, you're able to boost up your female pilots. I don't think that's the worst thing. I think it's fine, probably. If you want to try to increase the allotment of women or black people or whatever the fuck there, and you're doing it by increasing your outreach or increasing the education or the capabilities, I think it's probably okay. It depends on the thing, it depends on who we're talking about, how exactly it's being executed. Yeah.
And I know that that's real. And for someone to say that that isn't happening, I should just move forward and not think about that and ignore the past is insulting.
I'm not saying it. Don, you keep putting words in.
Why would you want more women pilots when you want more better pilots regardless of who they are? Well, my understanding is you would have qualifiers to pass, and as long as people are passed, it's fine. It shouldn't be like this is the good pilot and these are the shit ones that are more likely to wreck their shit. Like, it should be like pass fail in general, not like Delta gets like the A+ pilots and like the D- ones go to Frontier, and as long as there's not too much turbulence, they won't crash the fucking plane.
In my mouth. I'm not saying it's
I didn't say that you said it.
But in general, I think more diverse work environments, more diverse environments tend to be better for a variety of reasons. There's just a lot that happens when you're pulling in different people from different backgrounds. I'm pretty sure you can actually see like higher returns to firms over long periods of time when they have more diverse workforces. Although it's really hard to tease out why that happens. But there's been, I think, a couple of large studies. I've seen a couple of MBER papers. That's not a journal. Working papers, and then I think there was a published thing on a big one. I'd have to go look for it. Somebody go look for this. You can find it. Or don't believe me, whatever, you can go.
Just move forward and not think about that and ignore the past.
Is Destiny LLC diverse? Yes, we hire women. We hire Somalians. We hire Australian, Asians. We're ran by a proud Cuban American. Yes, Destiny LLC is incredibly diverse. They did this in Texas for hairstylists by reducing the hours needed to graduate. Not as big of a deal, but an example of lowering the standards to graduate.
Is insulting. Not, I should just move forward and not think about that and ignore the past is insulting.
I'm not saying it. Don, you keep putting words in my mouth. I'm not saying it.
I didn't say that you said it.
I'm saying that we want to. We as a country should move beyond the questions of race and gender, and we should treat people like individuals and base our opinions on them. On the, their character and their skills.
I don't think that anyone will disagree with that.
Exactly.
All I'm saying is that that's not happening and is not equal for everyone. That those opportunities don't happen for everyone, and I am a living example that they don't. I know that they don't because I live it.
You've been incredibly successful.
I have been, and in spite of it all. But I know what I know. I've experienced what I...
All right. Time for the black test. Is Don Lemon an African American, or is he like a second generation African immigrant? I have no idea. Let's find out. I'm curious. He's born in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Okay. All right. son of Catherine Marie and Wilman Lee Richardson. His father was a prominent attorney who was part of a lawsuit sexually challenging segregation and public transportation in Baton Rouge. Okay. Lemon was born under the surname of his mother's then husband. It was mostly African American, not Creole. His mother. Okay, based. Baker High School, public high school in the town of Baker in East Baton Rouge Parish. And he attended Louisiana State University. That's a strong African American black card.
I've experienced. You have.
How would that change your take? Because when second generation, like Kenyan, like super wealthy African immigrants come to the United States and talk about the struggles of the black experience, it's cringe as fuck. Okay, but Don over here he's a credentialed true American black man.
Successful. I have been, and in spite of it all. But I know what I know. I've experienced what I've experienced. You haven't done that, and I cannot. I don't know what it's like to be from South Africa. I don't know what it's like to be a white man. I don't know what it's like to be a woman. I don't know what it's like to be a Latino person. I don't know that, so I wouldn't speak for them and just say you need to move on. That's not for me to say. I believe that it would be great if the country could live up to that ideal. You think that everyone has the same opportunities in America regardless of their background and ethnicity. Do you agree?
No, I don't think everyone has the same opportunities.
Okay. So when you talk about, let's talk about trans rights. When you decided to talk about the trans rights movement, you said that it was a woke mind virus. Why do you believe the trans rights movement is a woke mind virus? What do you mean by woke mind virus?
Woke mind virus is when you stop caring about people's skills and their integrity, and you start focusing instead on gender and race and other things that are different from that. I think the woke mind virus is fundamentally racist, fundamentally sexist, and fundamentally evil.
Okay.
And
Elon thought he was going to have a high-quality interview with a skilled presenter/journalist. Unfortunately, got a lemon. Good one. Elon isn't worth a high-quality interview. He just can't. He doesn't have the verbal skills to have one. Has there ever been like an incredibly insightful interview with Elon Musk that wasn't just a dick-sucking fest? Don doesn't know the true burden of the white man neither. True.
We've got a little bit more time, so you choose your question.
Okay,
carefully.
okay, thank you for that. But I would appreciate you.
Right. Fundamentally evil. The woke mind virus is fundamentally racist, fundamentally sexist, and fundamentally evil.
Okay.
And we've got a little bit more time, so you choose your question.
Okay. Except for the Lex interview. If Lex interviewed him, I bet that was the most insightful, amazing interview of all fucking time. Okay.
Okay, thank you for that. But I would appreciate you answering these. I think it's important that we're doing this. I think it's important to the world to hear this, especially what's going on in our country. The reason
every time he interviewed, if it was 3 or 4 times, then that's probably why Elon gives such bad interviews, is because Lex milks all of the best interview material out of Elon Musk.
I ask you, listen, there are a whole lot of things that people maybe have questions about when it comes to transgender people. Even people who are part of the LGBTQ plus community have questions about that. But if you are a free speech absolutist, right, and that is part of the First Amendment, also the freedom of expression falls under that First Amendment as well. So why can't people choose to identify with the gender that they feel comfortable with, or use a pronoun? Isn't that part of freedom of expression?
I guess no. They can ask others to do whatever.
Are only verbally skilled people worth skilled interviewers? He is the richest person in the world. You would want a good interviewer. Like I said, I could be wrong. I don't know. Maybe they are buried in those looks. I just never heard Elon say anything that's just like that insightful. That's like, oh, huh, I never considered that. Or, oh, that's like genuinely like really interesting. Same thing with Donald Trump too, though. Probably same thing with Mark Zuckerberg. I haven't heard him do a bunch of speeches either. Mark Cuban is kind of interesting to listen to sometimes. I don't know if maybe you consider him left-leaning though, so that's like doesn't count. But I don't know. I just don't know if that many billionaires are that interesting or have that much interesting shit to say. I'm not sure.
But they feel they can ask others to do anything. It's a different question whether they mandate that others do that thing.
Okay, let's talk more about free speech and for advertisers, right? Because all this controversy, I believe, as you know, has made X less appealing to advertisers. About half of them have left.
Oh, Warren Buffett stuff relating to investments and everything. It's been a long time since I've listened to anything he said. I haven't heard anything recent.
You call advertisers that left X.com. You said they were oppressors. You've even gone as far as saying it publicly that they can go F themselves or go fuck themselves.
If they're going to force censorship on the company before advertising, then obviously I find that unacceptable.
You find it unacceptable. Why is that not a form of free speech? They are free to advertise where they want. They're not beholden to. They're not obligated to advertise.
They're not obligated.
On X.com.
Right.
So, how is that not free speech?
That's. Whereas the other platforms will censor on behalf of advertisers, the X platform will not.
Okay. So, but you think you don't think it's okay for them not to advertise with or have their...
That's because Lex is in a bad faith partisan hack out to just get clips. Lex is actually capable of having an intellectual convo. Thank you, Sleepy Joe.
Content or their advertisement next to something that is anti-Semitic or...
That is a different question. You can absolutely choose where, next to which content do you want your advertising to appear. Absolutely, of course. And we have, I think, very good ad placement controls in this regard.
Yeah. So you said if they kill the company, it's them. But doesn't the buck stop with you? I mean, you're on...
I have to say...
oh, man, he getting mad. Uh-oh.
Choose your question carefully. There's 5 minutes left.
So
is this the question you want to ask?
The same question is, you said that they are killing the company, but you're the head of the company. The buck doesn't stop with you?
I acquired X in order to preserve freedom of speech in America, the First Amendment. And I'm going to stick to that. And if that means making less money, so be it.
So I have to be, listen, I'm just being honest, right? I'm not trying to, like, get you or anything.
How do you, oh, he's about to try to get him. How do you think Musk compares it speaking to Biden? I don't know. I haven't heard Biden in many, I think they try to control his speeches pretty carefully. I don't know how good Biden would do in an incredibly hostile or combative interview. My guess is probably not very well at this age. That'd be my guess. But his appearances are pretty well controlled, probably in part due to that.
To be, listen, I'm just being honest, right? I'm not trying to, like, get you or anything. I was just surprised that you would blame other people for killing the company. I mean, when you say the buck stops with the President of the United States regardless of what happens, right? So,
Wait, what? Did Satan just speak for a second? Wait, am I crazy?
Regardless of what happens, right? So...
Sorry, okay.
Stops with the President of the United States regardless of what happens, right? So, why would that question upset you? You seem upset by it, are you?
I think you...
And I'm not trying to upset you.
Well, you are upsetting me because the way you're phrasing the questions, I think, is not cogent.
It's not what?
Not cogent.
Cogent?
Yes.
Go ahead.
If given a choice where an advertiser is saying, like, you have to censor all this content on the platform, irrespective of where their advertising appears, then our answer will be like, look, you can choose where you want your advertising, what you want your advertising to appear next to, but you can't insist on censorship of the entire platform. And if you insist on censorship of the entire platform, even where your advertising doesn't appear, then obviously we will not want them as an advertiser.
So what would you say to advertisers who have left the platform or who are considering coming back or not coming back? What would you like to say to them?
Well, first of all, almost all of our advertisers are coming back to the platform. So it's a very short list of advertisers who are not coming back to the platform.
Church of Scientology called the Threaten Me Once, and the first part was in demon voice. I have this on camera.
And our advertising revenue is rising rapidly, and our subscription revenue is rising rapidly, and I feel very optimistic about the future of the X platform.
Okay. Listen, honestly, I'm not meaning to offend you. You're an intense person. Where does that intensity come from?
I was born that way. And I had a tough childhood.
Did he though? Did he actually? Maybe he did. I don't know. I don't know as much about his background.
You did?
So, yeah.
How so?
No time.
Right, Walter Isaacson goes into it in the book, and we only have a couple minutes left, so...
All right.
Too long to describe.
Yeah. Apparently when his parents split, he went with his dad, and he said that he hated that decision, so maybe he super hated his dad, yeah.
There are 1 or 2 questions I can do, and then we'll have to call it.
Right. Okay, again, I don't mean to upset you. Why are you just...
No, I have a whole room full of people waiting to meet with me.
Okay.
So we're just going over time.
Okay, all right, I understand that. So when you talk about, you said you were born that way. Is that, did you think that the way that you see the world has to do with your relationship with anyone, perhaps your father or someone in your family?
I think we're all affected by the people we grow up with. My aspiration is to do whatever it takes to extend consciousness into the future. That's my goal. To make life multiplanetary as part of extending consciousness into the future.
Have the past few years, and considering everything that's gone on, has it been difficult for you and your family life?
Is this an act by Lemon? Surely he would have known he's agitated him. Well, yeah, of course. Again, he's trying to get him to say something more like, oh, well, why are you upset? Like, there's a chance that that answer blows up. And he's like, well, I'm mad because you did blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, he's prodding the fuck out of him. Yeah, of course. That's what he's doing. He has been, like, throughout the interview, right? That one little thing where he's like, oh, D-I-E. Did you spell that incorrectly, I guess? And then keeps going. He's prodding the fuck out of him. Yeah.
Hey, dude.
It's been okay.
Hi, what's up?
Hey, I watched most of your debate with Finkelstein.
Oh, yeah, fun time.
I think you did really good. One opportunity you missed, though. You know how they refuse to engage with any of the actual material with the ICJ ruling? And Finkelstein just, harped on about, oh, the American judge and all this shit. You should have brought up his hypocrisy with Russia and the ICJ.
Oh, true, I could have. I tried to demonstrate that at least with the Houthi question, but I'm not fully aware of the ICJ case with Russia right now. But that is true because, but I don't know what he said about it. Does Norm Finkelstein think that they were wrong about that?
Well, he thinks the Russian, I don't know if he thinks they're wrong, but I know
he supports their invasion, or he says it like they've got good reason to invade.
Yeah,
but I don't understand anything about it.
Suck my fuel
as far as I
pipe,
understand, he also denies the idea that Russia has kidnapped children. So, given that the ICJ has ruled that the Russian invasion's illegal, Putin has an arrest warrant out for himself, and they've also ruled that Russia is kidnapping children. Pretty crazy for him to put so much value in the ICJ, saying there's plausibility with a genocide, for Israel, but then when they rule on all that with Russia, he doesn't give a shit.
Yep, I don't know, maybe. I don't know his opinion on any of that, but yeah, that could be a good point to bring up, yeah.
Yeah, but I also wanted to say, you definitely should have gone a bit harder on Finkelstein, say especially at the beginning of the debate. Not only was the guy calling you a moron, but give me a second. Not only was the guy calling you a moron, but I just thought there was a lot of opportunities for you to just press him harder. Like, no, answer this question. Like, he dodged like crazy so many times, and yeah, I think the debate bro thing would have been appropriate there, because like that guy is so disingenuous and he just dodges like crazy. Really, both of them did. The other guy was just more respectful and tactful, whereas Finkelstein, you moron, you uneducated simpleton. Like,
what the?
Yeah, I mean, I understand it. Bro. I think it might have been more satisfying, but I think it was okay. I think I demonstrated that Finkelstein is unhinged like crazy. So, but we'll see. I'll see in a month or two how I feel about it.
Yeah, but I think you did good overall.
Okay. Well, thanks.
All right, man. We'll take care.
Take care. Destiny, how influential do you think Elon has been on moving the needle forward with electric vehicles and the development of a private space program? I think he was probably instrumental. I don't know if we would have any private space program if not for him, and it feels like he moved the needle forward on electrical vehicles by like 10 years. I feel like before Tesla, people were talking about electric vehicles for a long time, but even today, has anybody made as much significant progress towards it as Tesla? Doesn't seem like it, so.
So then, how do you see your legacy, Elon? How do you see how people see you in the...
First of all, I say that if I died knowing that I did what was right, or did my best to do what was right, and even if in the history books they said I did wrong, I would still feel okay about that. I care about the reality of goodness, not the perception of it. I think we should view civilization as tenuous, as fragile. If you do study history broadly, you'll see that there's a rise and fall to civilizations. They don't always go up. So we should do everything we possibly can to preserve.
We have had Lockheed Martin and ULA rockets for decades prior to SpaceX. Oh shit, my bad. Can you link me the videos of Lockheed dropping astronauts off of the ISS? Can you link me videos of ULA rockets carrying human astronauts into space? I must have missed all that, my bad.
And extend civilization as we know it.
Yeah.
And improve it. To become more enlightened over time. And we therefore want to address civilizational risks. We want to make sure that we don't have, for example, demographic collapse, which is the case in a lot of countries, just very low birth rate. We want to obviously avoid World War III, anything that is a civilizational risk. That's what I care about, civilizational risks. How do we extend consciousness into the future such that we are able to better understand the nature of reality? That's what I care about. That's my motivation.
I know you have to go. If you'll just give me, I'll do a rapid fire thing here. Is there anything that you would change about anything that you've done in your life, in the past or recently?
I've made many mistakes over the years. If I had a time machine, I'd go back and fix them, but I don't have a time machine.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So that's it. And as Elon would say, you be the judge. Let me tell you something about this show. The conversation doesn't end just because the camera stops. We'll see you next time. Thanks for watching.
Thanks, Donnie.
Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show. Click on the image in the top right to subscribe to my channel, and the thumbnail in the bottom right to watch more content from my show. I'll see you next time.
What does epic Redditors think? It's hilarious to see Elon changes his mind about hosting Don's show in real time during this interview. Don was either being intentionally obtuse or was genuinely an idiot. Everyone is going to pile on Elon, but Lemon is also a piece of shit. Damn.
$337,000. Tell us the story briefly.
In 1970, in Analog magazine, Harlan Ellison and Ben Bova published the short story Brillo. Ellison's one of the most famous writers in history, but Bova's no slouch. He soon became editor of Analog, where he was beloved and won the Hugo Award for Best Professional Editor 6 times. This isn't one of his. He accepted this one on behalf of George R.R. Martin, whose career he started. George couldn't make it. He was running a chess tournament at the time. Writers used to have fun. Now we just complain about Twitter. On Twitter. Brillo was about the world's first robot police officer. His name's Brillo because Brillo pads are metal fuzz. That's pretty good. This is one of the earliest stories in fiction about a robot cop.
Oh, I've seen this. What the fuck?
It wasn't the first example. The most famous earlier one would be Isaac Asimov's Caves of Steel. Remember this. It will come up later. Ellison and Bova thought the idea had legs and decided to adapt it into a...
Well, how do you feel about these quote-unquote conspiracy theories?
The trans athlete is going to do a lot to foster a lot of really bad will against trans people in general. I think it's a really good turf argument for, well, look, these people just want to destroy women's spaces. Everybody else.
What's up, fellas? And by fellas, I mean the non-existent Destiny chat, and I also mean Axhole12, who's sitting in here muted like a bitch. You got nothing to say there, buddy?
I'm only here for Palestine.
Yeah, none of that today, all right? We've already solved that problem, okay? Here's what we're gonna do.
No, I don't think so.
You guys can take the desert. We're taking Germany. That's the answer. Now we can move on. You know, here's the thing. Okay, we're not really making any progress. I can tell you that. Okay, there's nothing changing. I don't care. I don't think anyone cares anymore. It's just, it's it. You gotta move on, man. You gotta find something new, a new thing to do. All right.
And we could all move on once there's a solution. If you mean by
like a final solution. Is that what you're looking for? Like a permanent final solution to the question?
Yes.
That's right. See, how is it that you guys are always looking for a final solution to this Jewish question you have out there? It's weird.
I wouldn't say it's a Jewish question, more of a question about partitioning land.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Well, yeah. So let me ask you, what new thing do you have to bring to the table today? You're in here, you're very excited to talk to Steve. You want to talk about Israel-Palestine. What new thing has come to your mind and you're ready to be like, hey, I have this new thought that we haven't discussed before? No. No unloading. There's got to be new shit. It's a new age, as be honest. There's no more repetitive shit. There's got to be something new.
Specifically, why he lost, I feel, the debate he had recently.
That's weak. We need better than that.
I feel like it's pretty juicy.
The best you got is I want to discuss why you lost the debate.
Yeah. I mean, he's asked several times that people are just taking clips of him out of context and that he hasn't really seen any substantive arguments against why he or his
You know what I'm hearing? I'm hearing that you want to be on stream and you don't have a cool thing to say. So you're just going to do the you lost to Norm and he wasn't being performative type of thing. And it's not enough. I need more.
I promise you, there's nothing less I want than to be on stream.
First off, I don't believe you. Second off, I'm going to give you a chance, okay? But if it's coming off weak sauce, we're moving on, okay? There's a new age, okay? I had dinner with Steve, and he's like, Dan, I was like, yo, what's up, Steve? It's been a while. He's like, Dan, I need help. Please. I can't do it. I'm going to look mean if I do it. I am so fucking tired of this shit. I want to move on. But I can't say it to these people. So that's why I'm here. I'm here to help.
Move on from Israel-Palestine?
Just move on from, kind of repetitive conversations, things like that along that board.
I would love if you moved on from this topic.
Well, we can.
I would love it.
Tell you what, you know what we can talk about? Hey!
Every time I log in and I watch a stream and I pull it up, it's just some, bullshit being said, and I feel obligated to come on and say, no, Steven, that's bullshit.
Okay.
See, if he was talking about, I don't know, the border, then I'm like, fantastic, I don't care.
You really care about this issue a lot, yeah?
Yeah, I feel obligated to come into the lion's den, the enemy territory, and at least put out the other side's argument. Because
can I ask you a question? Do you think that you're doing your side, whatever side that is, a favor?
Yes.
You do. So you think that your presence here is strengthening the Palestinian cause?
Not strengthening the cause. My objective, at least I feel like most of viewers that care about this topic that watch Destiny are usually Israelis. So it's usually just to put out the Palestinian perspective in front of them.
You know how on wrestling, a lot of people tune in when there's going to be a crazy thing and someone's going to get the shit beat out of them and it gets that other side really fucking riled up? You think
this is definitely not a pay-per-view.
This is definitely that. Over and over and over again. And I feel like you're hurting your side doing it, and you got to have something new. All right? You don't want to come in here and get fucking body slammed from the top of the ropes every fucking day just because you're on stream. There's got to be some cool fucking shit that you just discovered. Hey, did you know XYZ? And it's like, oh, that's new. I didn't fucking know. So, yeah, that's what we got to figure
Keep
out.
that in mind.
All right.
Keep that in mind.
All right. So what do you?
Something paper-worthy.
So I am being serious though. You do have to have something new for today. You can't just say that you disagree that he did good in the debate. That's weak sauce.
Yes, I'll go over all.
All right. What do you got? Well, what do you got?
Why?
I am the gatekeeper. I know that you are new here and you have no idea who I am, and it's very awkward. It's like a tier 1 caller bullying you, and I got it.
I googled Bob Villa, and an old real estate person came up.
Oof. That is exactly what I am. So I am an old real estate person in
home repair.
Okay, listen, that's fine. I know it's awkward because like you're like, who the fuck is this tier 1 caller coming in here telling me I gotta be prepared? But it's just the new way around the parts. So let me ask you, what's news?
Thank you.
Give me a statement that we can go with.
What's news? Sure. I reject what Destiny said during the debate.
Yeah, no shit.
Around the pre 48 events that happened around Arab rejectionism. I think that's bullshit and not true. Around the majority of land acquired via purchases, I think he framed that in a way that the 55% of the land was purchased, which it wasn't. I think his framing there was uncharitable. The rejection of living with Jews, I think, is also partly wrong, given that they've been living with Jews up until the early 1900s. Also, brought up the Lausanne Peace Conference, which was, again, not a real offer made by Israelis, and I think I've heard him on stream acknowledging that at some point, but I'm not sure, so I want to check in with him on that.
Gotcha.
Also, when he made a point that Israelis couldn't have possibly expelled 400,000 Arabs because they wanted to appease the West, right? And that's simply not true because the Labour Party passed a resolution before the war even started, basically endorsing the transfer of Arabs out of the land. So I don't see how he wouldn't have been okay with it.
That was the most boring shit I've ever heard, ever. It was so boring that Steven left while you were mid-talking. This is not a good argument for you to have. This is all weak-ass shit, bro.
Please give me your response
to any of that shit?
And what, yeah.
I don't know, the fucking Romans had it first. There you go. Who cares? Like, I don't understand.
Okay, so you're clear. Okay, Bob, I don't know. Is your name Bob? Are you trolling me? I can't tell if you're trolling me. Okay, Bob. Clearly, this topic is of uninterest to you, and that's fine.
No, I'm very interested in it, and I already gave the real solution that should actually happen. You have no solution. No solution.
I absolutely have a solution.
You have no solution.
It's the two-state solution that everyone else agrees with.
No, people aren't. They're not agreeing on it. I'm sorry.
One side is not agreeing on it. You're right. So there needs to be an enforcement mechanism to make that side agree on it.
Yeah, but they're not going to.
Why are we, Dan interrogating him? Aren't we just going to have to redo this whole conversation twice? Wait, why are we doing this right now?
No. I'm getting to the quick parts so we can like speed through this instead of being here all fucking day.
Oh, it's not Bob.
No, it's Bob. To you, it's Bob. Bob Vila. Mr. Vila, moving forward, actually. All right, let's hear it. I mean, this is what you want, Steve, right? You want to hear. You know what? Actually, I can be you, Axel. I'll do it for you. Hey, Steve, you did a shit job on that fucking debate. Okay, you lost, and you're garbage at Israel-Palestine. And Norm fucking cooked you. He dog-walked you like the dog that you are, and you barked like a nice German Shepherd. What do you got to say about that? And you're wrong about everything you said too. And you're a Wikipedia warrior. And you haven't read any books. And you're not a professor. And you embarrassed yourself. You see? He's fucking speechless.
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
That's how you do it, Axel. You know, not you skip the bullshit, you get right into it, just like that. He's speechless. See, you need me on your side, but unfortunately, I just don't care.
Okay, what's up?
All right. Seriously though, we're really not gonna do Israel Palestine shit all day.
I'll talk to him. Yeah, what the fuck? Go.
Oh.
And then after that, we're doing immigration research. It's coming.
At least that could be something fun. You know, we could learn something.
Okay.
Okay, Axel 12. Let's hear something new. To Steve, directs.
Sure. So, Destiny.
Yeah.
A question. During your debate, you had mentioned to Wayne that you feel like Israelis wouldn't have expelled the 400,000 Palestinians to appease the West, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but wasn't Britain all for expelling the Palestinians well before the 48 War, even after the Arab Revolt?
No.
So when they passed the resolution, the Labour Party passed the resolution in 1943 during the Holocaust, essentially explicitly saying that.
Explicitly saying what?
Let me read it to you. This is out of Birth of the Refugee Problem in Chapter 2, where Benny Morris basically goes through all of the issues with transfer. So the Executive of Britain's Labour Party in 1944 adopted a platform endorsing mass Jewish immigration to Jewish people and the transfer of Arabs out of Palestine as a part of the Middle East peace settlement. This is after the Peel Commission.
Was the government a Labour government? You're giving me the platform of a party that I'm not even sure if they were
This
the
was
majority.
a resolution that was passed.
What does a resolution mean for British Parliament?
I don't know. I'm reading this straight out of his book.
Okay, I don't know how I'm supposed to do this. If there
fine.
would have been an agreement to transfer the Arabs out, or I'm sorry, if there would have been an agreement that kept Arabs there and then Israel started kicking them out, I'm pretty sure that
They're endorsing the transfer of Arabs outside of the pretext of a war.
Hold on.
Right?
Outside
That's
of all of Palestine, or outside of the areas where Jews live?
Well, here it says outside of Palestine as a part of the Middle East peace treaty.
Hold on, wait. Link me exactly.
Which part exactly?
Well, link me exactly where you just got.
Okay, so this one is. I'm going to send you the PDF of the book, okay?
Well, no. I have the book. What is the book?
This is Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem. If you go to page.
Give me a quote. So I can search.
Alright, I'm paying it to you.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Yes, on page 13, paragraph 4, you'll see here that he does make a mention of the Palestinians being evicted in this specific situation.
Wait, what is this cucked Kindle shit? Why isn't it letting me Control F?
Salvage accepted.
Top right, there should be like a little search.
Yeah, I'm using the online shit. There's not one right now. I don't know why. Interesting. But tell me when. Just tell me when you got the page and everything.
Where you can. Okay, you want me to get the page? Okay, 1 second.
Or give me a quote. Just give me the quote.
PDF version.
Oh, the Executive of Britain's Labour. That's a quote, right? Okay.
Yes.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Okay.
This is the 25 pages.
Nothing, of course, came of these meetings, but they give us an insight into the desperation growingly felt by the Zionist leadership as the news of the awful fate of Europe's Jews began to seep out, and into the measures they were willing to contemplate and propound to save their people. And such thinking was not limited to the political leadership, it also characterized many of the officials who ran the issues state-within-state institutions. Yosef Weitz, director of the JNF's Lands Department and a key land purchasing and settlement executive, was characteristic, if somewhat more articulate and blunt than most. quote, "It must be clear that there is no room in the country for both peoples," end quote. He confided to his diary on the 20th of December, 1940. But solving the Jewish problem or the question of Palestine were far from priorities for the Allied leaders and generals during the World War. They had more pressing problems. Transferring Arabs to make way for Jews was hardly an urgent or indeed attractive proposition. Nonetheless, the news that gradually emerged during the second half of the war from Nazi-occupied Europe about the ongoing Holocaust certainly caused pangs of conscience among Western politicians and officials, and underlying the urgency of a solution to the Jewish problem in Europe by way of a safe haven in Palestine. Pro-Zionist tendencies were reinforced. The executive of Britain's Labour Party in April of 1944 adopted a platform endorsing mass Jewish immigration to, a Jewish majority in, and a transfer of Arabs out of Palestine as part of a Middle East peace settlement. Quote, "In Palestine surely is a case on human grounds and to promote a stable settlement for transfer of population. Let the Arabs be encouraged to move out as the Jews move in. Let them be compensated handsomely for their land, and let their settlement elsewhere be carefully organized and generously financed," end quote, stated the resolution, which was published in the Labour Party's volume, The International Post-War Settlement. The publication of the resolution prompted a debate on the 7th of May in the JAE, not so much about the notion of transfer, all were agreed about its merits, if not its practicality, as about how the Zionist leadership should react. Shurtok, I don't know this guy's, Israel's future first foreign minister and second prime minister, said, "The transfer can be the archstone, the final stage in the political development, but on no account the starting point. By doing this, i.e. by talking prematurely about transfer, we are mobilizing enormous forces against the idea and subverting its implementation in advance." And he continued prophetically, "What will happen once the Jewish state is established, it is very possible that the result will be transfer of Arabs." Shurtok was followed by Ben-Gurion, and then thoughts from Ben-Gurion. You think that the fact that they were considering transfer as part of a peace settlement here meant that if they would have agreed to a country with hundreds of thousands of Arabs living in, they would have found a way to forcibly transfer them out of the country?
Yes.
I don't think that's strong. I don't think that
So-
evidence is anywhere near. You're not even close to supporting that argument. But okay.
Oh, okay. That's one instance. But then in the appeal commission, when through that appeal commission, the British are writing specifically, they're giving examples of the Turkish and Greece war and how they transferred populations, and that if transfer isn't done voluntarily, then it should be done forcefully. That's what and then Arabs rejected, according to you, which they did. The Zionist side also accepted, but didn't accept the borders. They were super excited to accept the fact that Britain is agreeing to expel the population, the quarter million Arabs out, but they said that essentially we're not going to accept the borders, and this will kind of be like a starting.
Yes, they always want to expand a little bit more because they feel like, yeah, but the difference you're having here.
Not a little bit more. The rest of all of.
Yeah, that's the goal. Yeah, but the
land of
issue you
Israel.
have here is you're viewing the Israelis the same as you view the Arabs. When the Arabs say some stupid shit, they commit to it with 100% of every part of their government. But when Jews say or desire stupid shit, they're forced to contend with the realities on the ground and can only do what the world permits them to do, what the realities on the ground permit them to do. So a lot of Israelis, early on, pre-Israel Yeshu people wanted, obviously, all of Palestine. Of course, they'd stated as much multiple times. You can find diary entries, you can find writings from old Zionist leaders. But that doesn't mean that if they would have accepted a deal that had hundreds of thousands of Arabs living in the borders, that they would have expelled them all eventually. And that seems to be betrayed by the fact that why is it that when Israel was formed as a state, why did they have any Arabs living there at all?
Because it was a small enough minority. So later on.
Wait, no, wait. If it's a small enough minority, that's even greater reason. Why not kick them out?
Because they're no longer a threat and the war is over, I presume.
So? Why not kick them out? You're saying they wanted to transfer all the Arabs. Why are you giving me practical? You can't argue the practicality. I argue the practicality. Now you're arguing the practicality. You're saying, well, it was a small enough minority, it didn't matter, blah, 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 blah. But you said this wasn't about practicality. You said they wanted to transfer all the Arabs. Why didn't they just transfer them after they had the country?
That's not what I said. What I'm saying is they wanted a demographic majority, which required the transfer of Arabs out.
It would have, yeah, some transfer probably. I mean, even in the Peel Commission, I think even in the partition plan, there would have been, I think, some transfers of populations around. But that's not the argument. The argument isn't would they have accepted it.
Not some. Almost like 20% of the Arab population would have been transferred in the Peel Commission.
Yes. Hold on. Let's back up. Hold on. Wait.
Versus like
wait,
10,000.
let's back up. What we're arguing over right now is if Israel and Palestine would have accepted the 1947 partition plan, Israel would have sneakily expelled
Snuck
400,000 Arabs from that partition later on. This is the point you're contesting. This is what you're claiming, right? Or am I wrong?
Not all, but yes, they definitely would have expelled Arabs based on everything they've been saying since the early 1900s, based on the entire Jewish, what's it called, the cabinet at the time, almost unanimously agreeing that they had to be transferred. Albeit this is in the 1930s, but still, like the motive carried on. So yes, they would have eventually been transferred. They would have not accepted 400,000 Arabs living in a state with only 600,000 Jews.
Okay, but on your end, to prove that, you've got writings and diaries and political aspirations, and on my end, I can point to actual concrete agreements that Jewish people accepted. So why would I believe yours over what was actually accepted?
Because every single concrete quote-unquote agreement that they accepted was like a bullshit acceptance. If you look at what they say during those acceptance speeches, for example, let me just quickly say, so a week after the 1947 partition plan, what did what's his name, Ben Gurion say?
Don't
There is
fret,
no
we'll get
final
more.
settlements in history. There's no eternal borders.
Oh,
and
yeah.
There's no political demands are final, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they always wanted to take. Them accepting is always like appeasing the West, and they're getting a little bit of what they want. They're getting just a little bit, right? They always wanted more. When the Peel Commission first came out, Ben Gurion said this may be the only chance we have to expel the Arabs. It was always a part of the plan. It was always talked about.
I don't know. You keep hold on. You keep restating the same thing, not understanding what I'm saying or not understanding what you're saying.
Give you, like,
wait, hold on. Wait, listen.
Go ahead.
They always wanted more. I agree. But the Arabs could have stopped them, but they didn't. They were greedy and they wanted to fight. They didn't want to do the international law cut route. They wanted to do the big badass military route, and they got fucking destroyed. And that's why they want to go back and say, well, let's look at what international law says. That's what happened. If you want to say that they would have expelled them, I don't know, maybe. Personally, I don't think so. And I don't think a few political aspirations are enough to say that, which is why you would tell me that in 67 for the Six-Day War, Nasser didn't really want to go to war. He was just saying that. Political aspirations, what you would actually do, are two different things. And I don't think that Israel would have accepted a grand resolution partition, okay, that the rest of the world and the UN would have recognized, and then be like, we're going to kick them out anyway. I just don't think that'd be the case.
No, but there was nothing against kicking out the population, right? They could have accepted the borders. There was no talk of transfer in the resolution.
The partition plan didn't have talk of transfer at all?
No, they weren't talking. The partition plan didn't say they're going to transfer populations. It just talked about we're going to create two states in the borders.
I can go check. Maybe this was just part of the Peel Commission. I thought the partition plan had some population transfer happening, didn't it?
No, it didn't. As far as I understand, that was only in the Peel Commission. So what I'm saying is they could have accepted the partition plan and then went back and said, oh, well, we're going to expel this population because of the precedents that has happened throughout Europe, right, with Greece and Turkey, and also with Britain advocating for transfer, that transfer creates peace. It would have been very easy to just expel the population with no pushback from the West.
You keep saying it would have been easy, but it wouldn't have been easy. It would have been a pretty big deal. Number one.
It would have been a big deal.
And number two,
it wouldn't have.
Number two, for a partition plan, I'm pretty sure that this would be worked out in the details. Where if you accept the partition plan, you're not going to accept a plan and then immediately start expelling all the people. Like you would be in the exact same situation where everybody would go to war and start fighting.
Why? Why? Oh my God, bro.
They knew they were going to go to war. Like the Yeshus always knew that this is going to lead to war once the state is established.
Damn, that's the Arabs' fault. Maybe they should. Well, that's because the Arabs constantly failed, or I guess in a way met the expectations of being violent warriors. That's what happened. I mean, yeah.
Destiny. It's not the expectation of being violent warriors. It's the expectation of any other people on a land going to fight you. Like no shit. That's not like exclusive to Arab the way you make it out to seem. Like the Arabs were just violent and they wanted to fight in war. No, any people on a land would have fought again. That's why they were anticipating the war the whole time, and that's why Benny Morris several times when he says that the chief motive for Arab resistance was the fear of dispossession, right? Any people would have fought against dispossession. This is
hold on. You're making arguments. You're making arguments from my side. If you're going to say they would have fought, they wanted to fight, yeah, that's why the wars happened. Sure. They would have never accepted anything with an Israeli state there ever. Sure. They were never going to accept anything, but you can't then flip that and say, well, the Jews would have been the same. That's not true. We already know that today a Jewish state exists with 2 million Arab Israelis. We already know that after 48, there were still a lot of Arabs that lived in that newly formed Jewish state. The idea that they would have expelled all of them is betrayed by the fact that they didn't expel all of them. We can start to say, well, they just wanted a population majority or whatever. They would have had that with the 47 petition plan, a population majority. Like, everything you're saying is like a counterfactual that there is scant evidence for, and there's tons of evidence against.
They wouldn't have okay. So do you believe that there was no plan to expel Arabs leading up to 48? I'm assuming that's your stance.
Formal plan to expel? I don't believe that's the case right now.
Okay, do you have a strong conviction either way, or is it?
I've got like a 50% conviction that there wasn't a strong plan prior to like 47, late 47. I don't think there was a plan to expel all of the Arabs. No.
Okay, let me just put out your stance and tell me if I'm misrepresenting. So you believe, and I feel like I'm gonna probably agree with you. You didn't have a formal plan to expel the Arabs. They talked about it a lot. They talked about how much they wanted to do it, and they talked about how important it was to have a clear majority, given the fact that in 49, when they were negotiating refugees potentially returning, they wouldn't allow more than a certain amount in because of the majority problem, which is why...
Hold on, and the demographic majority... Wait, what does the demographic majority problem have to do with again?
Them expelling out 400,000.
Yeah, but wait, why are they so worried about...
I'll tell you why.
Yeah, why are they so worried about keeping the demographic majority?
Why they were so worried? I mean, that was the whole idea of Zionism, right?
Yeah, but why? Especially in 47, 48 with the Palestinians, is because there was constant civil war. There was constant rejection.
No, they were talking, but they were talking. If you want to start pulling out quotes, they were talking about transfer in 1911, like way before there was any revolts or
yes,
wars.
but this transfer wasn't. This transfer was in reference to land that was being purchased, where Jews had to go in and work the land. Of course, some transfer was necessary there because they didn't want to buy land and have Arabs work it. There was this whole conquest of labor and secular Zionism. They wanted to buy that land, move to Palestine, and then work it themselves with their own Jewish fucking hands for their conquest of labor stuff. Of course, so some transfer is necessary there, but that transfer is being spoken about in the early 1900s. It's not the same transfer that's being spoken about in 47, 48 with the Nakba.
In 1920s, after the Balfour Declaration, once the Zionists feel that all of Palestine is theirs, and they're talking about transfer, do you think they're just talking about the settlements where they're purchasing land? And when they openly say that all of the land is land of Israel?
You're conflating different things. They probably want to transfer people off of their territory because they don't want what they see as like enemies of
they believe their sure, that's fine, but they believe their territory is all of the land of Israel.
Well, but they didn't have it. They didn't conquer it all. They don't have it at all. If they would have conquered all of Palestine, maybe we'd be having a different... No, you're making different arguments.
Different argument, though. That's a different argument.
Listen, at the end of the day, like you can have... You have
ours and we endorse transfer.
Okay. You can have quotes, and you can have quotes, I guess, because that's really all you have. But at the end of the day, Israel was accepting agreements with a sizable Arab population. And after they conquered their country in 48 and established their armistice lines, they had Arabs living in their borders. They didn't expel them all forcibly. And then after that, there was another peace conference where they agreed to take Arabs. Like, we can say that like they wanted to expel them all. In a perfect world, they might have, and they wanted more territory. In a perfect world, yeah, sure. But I mean, the reality is they had them living there, and they didn't expel them all.
To me, this sounds like exactly when Hamas says that they want 2 states. That's what it sounds like. Well, they're saying they want 2 states, so like let's try to give them 2 states and see what happens. Like you can't say that they don't want 2 states. It's the same type of argument. And let me tell you why. Let me just give you.
Oh, I think we've kind of covered this before. This was on like 2 days ago or something. We were going over this exact thing. So,
wait, what?
You know what I was thinking about is.
Wait. What was the argument?
You know, we had this like same thing that you guys were going over. I want to make sure that we're not running.
Oh, Dan is memeing. Okay.
I'm not. I just I feel like we're not making a lot of progress here.
I'll hop off. I just want to say one.
No,
yeah, sure.
No, hold on, don't hop off because Dan's a fucking meme. I don't think that.
I don't know.
You can't compare the state of Israel to Hamas.
I'm not comparing today's state of Israel to Hamas. I'm comparing the early issue leaders to Hamas. So when I say the things that they were saying, it's like if you're not gonna believe what they were saying, then I'm not gonna believe what then like it goes both ways. Like you can't.
No, it doesn't go both ways.
It absolutely does.
Israel started off fashioning itself as a Western-style democracy that has voting rights for its people, that's trying to win the appeal of Western nations. Hamas is an Islamic fundamentalist government that started off as an armed resistance to another country that gets all of its support and funding from international terrorist groups. How are you going to compare the two statements of these entities?
Because you're not okay. This democratic state that was trying to appease the West, you're not taking their statements seriously and their acceptance of these partition plans, not the borders, but the expulsion of the people. Like, that's the part I can't connect in my brain. When you
yes,
say
because you're partisan.
they
Yes.
wouldn't have expelled. No. When you say they wouldn't have expelled the Palestinians for specifically what you said, because they wanted to appease the West. Transfer of populations was popular amongst the West. They've expelled people all the time.
When you say transfer of population, stop. When you say you're conflating so many things. When transfer of population was popular in the West, no. When you say transfer of population was popular in the West, even that charter that you read to me, or that resolution, it says part of an agreement or deal, not just war and violently kicking everybody out.
What does the Peel Commission say? The Peel Commission says, if not voluntary, then forcibly expelled. Forcibly removed. That's what the Peel Commission by the British says.
Okay. So then, in 1936, after the Peel Commission, then the Brits worked with the Israelis to expel the entire Arab population. Did that happen?
I'm saying that when they came and they sent their commission and they did the report, they deemed that we need to split into two countries and transfer the population. And if the population doesn't move voluntarily, they'll be moved forcefully.
But it didn't happen.
Destiny. But Britain wasn't against the idea of forcible transfer or forcible expulsion. So when you say that they were trying to appease the West, why would they have expelled the people forcefully? Well, clearly, that was a Western idea. That was
okay, if that's the case, then, if that's the case, and that's the line of argumentation I'm going to run down, why didn't Israel just expel every single Arab that lived in the country after they formed it in 48?
Again, because I don't think they wanted to expel every single Arab. I think they wanted to expel the majority.
Wait, why not just
Arabs
expel them all?
Because they just wanted a demographic majority.
They would have had the demographic majority if they accepted the 47 partition plan. They didn't need to expel anybody.
No, I think they would have expelled them regardless.
Wait, why would they have expelled them if they would? If the Arabs would have accepted 47? Sorry,
I misunderstood that. You said if the Arabs expelled. Okay. I'm saying that they would have expelled them regardless because 400,000, 600,000 wasn't enough of a majority in their eyes, and we see this during the negotiations in 1949 that they didn't want more than 250,000 Arabs total living in the state. They couldn't accommodate them.
So yeah, but that's after the Arabs, all the fucking Arab states already went to war and lost. Why would they accept the same deal on the table at 40 that was on the table 2 years?
It's not about being the same deal. When America was trying to pressure them to accept the refugees and to get accepted into the United Nations, they were saying, no, we don't want to because we can accept up to 100,000 because of demographic issues. Okay.
Well, they also said they would have annexed the entire Gaza Strip too, but
like I'm just trying to argue against your point when you said that they were trying to appease the West. And why would they expel them? I'm trying to show you that the West would have been for expulsion and wouldn't have had a big deal with it. Now, it's a different argument to say, well, they still would have had a majority, they wouldn't have expelled it. That's a different argument. I'm saying that them appeasing the West wouldn't have stopped them from doing the expulsion.
Okay, I mean, I disagree. I think that if there would have been a UN-sanctioned partition plan that everybody agreed on, and then Israel starts to expel a whole bunch of people, I think that everybody in the West would have been super ass mad that they sanctioned and they helped a certain agreement, and then Israel starts to basically go back on it and expel everybody. I'm pretty sure that everybody in the UN would have been super ass mad at Israel for that.
Sure. I mean, clearly, I don't think the history of this conflict leading up to the 1948 war shows us that, but
shows us what?
Whatever. Shows us that they wouldn't have been able to just expel them and without people.
Well, if they just hated them and they wanted to expel them anyway, why try to quell the 36-39 Arab revolt anyway then? And why limit Jewish population immigration from the 40s onward? Why not just say fuck it? Let's just go help the Jews kick out all the Arabs.
They were definitely trying to appease the Arabs for a while during the mandate. I agree with that. I don't disagree. And just to be clear, I don't think, or I don't know.
Wait. When you say you don't disagree with that, doesn't that directly contradict your point that they would have been okay with making a deal with these same people and having them all kicked out?
No, I don't. I think Britain was playing into whichever side benefited them the most at the time. So they were appeasing the Arabs for a while, then they started appeasing the Zionists for a while, and then when the Holocaust happened, them restricting entrance into Palestine was a very bad look on them. So
Wait, but
yeah,
that's
I
exactly
don't
what they
think
did.
I don't think Britain had a ally in this war prepared either way, and that's why I say that if Israel did actually expel Palestinians,
Wait. When you said that's a bad look,
Britain
that's
wouldn't
exactly what they did do. During the Holocaust, they restricted immigration to Palestine for the Jews.
Yes, until they stopped.
Until what stopped?
Yeah, I agree. Early on, they did. I mean, yes, they did. They did restrict. But do you think that means they were allied with the Arabs or something? Like,
I mean, they were engaged in appeasing the Arabs. It's not like they were helping the Jews here. It just seems to play against this narrative that like, oh yeah, they didn't give a fuck about the Arabs. The Jews could do whatever the fuck they want. If that's true,
did they always like? Are you saying that they were always like throughout the British Mandate of Palestine were trying to appease the Arabs? Because I'm saying they went back and forth and
yeah, they played both sides. But from the 40s and onwards, there was a pretty Jewish immigration policy that was enacted by the Brits as they had control of the mandatory area. And then once the war happens, to say that like the Brits would have all of a sudden favored a mass expulsion of Arab population from Israel after agreeing to a UN partition plan, I think is wild.
They favored it in the past. And think about it like this. Think about it like this. All the Zionists had to do at the time, if the partition was agreed to, is say, we're worried, we're afraid of, uprisings and things. That's what the U.S. was telling them too. That's what U.S. was saying. That, they're worried about uprisings and it's better to settle the Palestinians in Arab states as opposed to keeping them in a Jewish state, since we've already agreed to them having a Jewish state. I think it would have been very easy to make the argument to expel them on the grounds of, this would be
Okay,
more
and that's great, and you can make that argument, but you can't find that anywhere in writing. That doesn't exist in any of the deals. The Peel Commission didn't recommend that. The 47 Partition Plan didn't recommend that. Israel has never tried to do that, and the Arabs rejected anything that was on the paper. So everything you're saying is like a fine hypothetical maybe, but you have no factual foundation for this other than...
So is what you're saying.
No, because I have on paper Israel saying we accept the 47 Partition Plan. They accepted that. They accepted it. Now you can say...
Yeah, they accepted it, for sure, right? But what you said was they didn't expel, or they wouldn't have expelled the population because they were trying to appease the West. Where do you have that on paper?
Well, you have tons of diary entries, you've got tons of political maneuvering, and you've got tons of actions on the ground, like politically and militarily, that Israel and their early prime ministers were obsessed with winning favor with the West, with having a strong ally in Britain and eventually then a strong ally in the United States. So the idea that they would take a plan that they sanctioned, that's why they accepted things like the Peel Commission or accepted things like the 47 Partition Plan, and then they tried to roll from there. So the idea that they would also accept some partition from them and then go back on it and fuck it all up, I feel like they'd be really worried about losing support from the West if they did that.
Okay, so when they rejected the U.S.'s call to accept refugees back, and the U.S. started growing frustrated in them, blah, 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 was that them not appeasing the West?
Wait.
Clearly, they
Wait,
they
when?
said no. 1949, in the Lausanne Conference, when they were essentially forced to accept 100 or at least 100,000 refugees through pressure from the U.S. when they didn't want to conform to 181, Resolution 181, or 194. They didn't want to return the refugees. The Arab states at the time were telling
I don't know.
them,
I don't
"We're
understand.
not-"
Yeah, I don't understand I don't know what the pro-Palestinian brain can't understand here. Okay, this just might be an area we're fundamentally broken. Okay, if I go up to you and I say you have a computer for sale for $1,000, and I go up to you and I say I want to buy it for $200, and you say no, and then I try to beat the shit out of you. Okay, and then afterwards you're like, okay, well, whatever. And I'm like, okay, fine, I'll buy it for $1,000. You're not gonna sell it to me for the same price. You can't use what Israel was willing to offer and negotiate with after all the Arab states went to war and tried to kill them all. You can't use the position afterwards and go, oh, well, in 47, you said Israel would have accepted this, but their opinions changed later on. Yes, because all the other surrounding states tried to go to war and lost. Of course the opinions changed. What do you mean?
You're changing the topic completely.
Hold on, stop, wait, stop. Hold on, stop. You just said the statement, you are changing the topic completely. Right now the topic is, what would Israel would have done if they accepted, along with the Arabs, a peaceful resolution where some hundreds of thousands of Arabs would have remained to live in Israel. And to reject my claim that peacefully after that resolution they would have kept them, you're trying to say, well, actually, after a war, they wanted to reject them. Materially, the conditions on the ground after an attempted war have changed so much that I wouldn't say that the Israelis in 49 had the same appetite for the 47 partition plan as the Israelis in 47. So I don't know why you're using a post-war mentality to try to say what they would have done.
Okay, this is why I said you change the subject. Because when I'm talking about the Lucerne Conference, I'm talking about an example of Israel not caring about what the West is thinking. I'm not saying they should have taken the refugees back during that time. You're right.
What do you think? Okay, wait. Point me to what you're reading. Point me to what you're reading right now. I don't know what you're talking about right now. So you're saying the West in the Lucerne Peace Conference was telling Israel, you need to take back all the refugees. Who even cares about the U.S. at this point?
But, okay, who do you refer to when we're talking about the West?
Initially, I'm sorry, it was very clear when I said this initially. I'll say it again, okay? Initially, Britain was still seen, for some fucking reason, after World War II, as
I made it to third.
People thought that Britain was still an important and powerful
Pretty
country.
happy about that.
Israel was one of the
I'm
first
gonna
countries
hit
to
the
realize
gym
it.
now, boys. Everybody have a nice day.
Britain kind of lost their
It's
position
been
as
lovely.
on the world stage.
Wish Destiny had
That's why
brought
in
some
56,
more
when the
fire
Suez,
content,
Canal
but
crisis happened, why
shit
Israel saw a crafty
happens.
little thing to align itself with Britain.
Peace and love, boys and girls.